Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 5 of What If Naruto Was the Dragonslayer of Acknowledge. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Clover Town, Fariy, year X 784. The sun shone brilliantly in the expanse of blue that was the sky, casting its golden rays down upon the populated town of Clover. The buildings were the same, the people were the same, nothing had changed. This would be considered a good thing in the minds of the two travelers that entered the town. The smells of the forest that wafted down from the nearby mountains mixed in with the air of the town and made the two bask in the afterglow of nostalgia. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the wizard saints Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, adopted son of Acknowledge of the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse and, secretly, the SS-class criminal known as the Ogano Fujin, along with Kurama, exceed of Edelus and, secretly, the SS-class criminal known as the Onabi Myobu, walked past the people and buildings. Blue and red orbs scanned the area as they passed through, and Naruto's normally neutral face seemed to brighten and his lips strained as he finally formed the hidden smirk he had wanted to make. Kurama laughed atop Naruto's head and patted the blonde's skull. Seems like someone got happy, quickly, he commented. Naruto's slitted blue eyes glanced upwards at the fox-costumed feline and he growled. I deny all claims to feeling petty emotions. I have released all emotional and sentimental attachment to this place, and there is nothing here that can revert me back to. Oh, ramen. Naruto exclaimed as he sped forth and stopped straight in front of a ramen shop. Kurama's sweat dropped at the blonde's personality switch. Well, that degenerated quickly, he thought. He looked through the glass window of the shop and suddenly he noticed Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down. Following the blue-eyed Dragonslayer's gaze, Kurama's crimson orbs widened as well as he spotted the object that Naruto focused on. She had long brown hair, but it was tied back into a short ponytail, and the majority of what would be visible from a frontal point of view was obscured by the cream-colored cloth she wore over it. Her skin was a lovely tan color and her chocolate brown eyes shone with life. She wore a long-sleeved, cream-colored top and pants and had a white apron tied around her waist. Though her clothing was rather baggy, it did little to hide the hourglass figure she was sporting. Well, she's certainly grown up, hasn't she? Kurama commented with a chuckle. He received no response, however, as Naruto, as if caught in a trance, looked in awe at the woman he called his Nei-chan. Ayame Ichiraku had grown up indeed. The blonde slowly walked towards the door of the ramen restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen, formerly known as Toichi's Ramen. The door opened and Naruto looked around for a short while as he took in the sights and sounds of the quaint building. Everything was exactly as it used to be. There were a few tables here and there, varying in size so as to accommodate for small to large parties. There was a sort of bar-like area as well, the place where Naruto had sat when he first came to the ramen-making joint when he was 6. His eyes widened when he noticed that the seat was actually open. Kurama moved to Naruto's lap as the blonde sat down on the bar stool. Ayame had her back turned to the pair as she washed a few ramen bowls, and Toichi, the old ramen chef himself, was busy cooking the noodles and heating the broth. The old ramen chef was shown to look the same, though the increased amount of wrinkles on his face showed that time was not his friend. Aging 7 years did not help the old man in terms of his age, but the man was cooking like he never aged a day, flipping cutlery and tossing bowls at Ayame with unseen accuracy and precision. 1 pork ramen, please. Naruto spoke. Ayame nodded, not looking behind her as she quickly picked up one of the already prepared bowls of pork ramen and rested it down in front of Naruto with a pleasant smile on her face. Here you go, sir. Enjoy your meal. She spoke with her ever-present tone of respect and kindness that she always showed to customers. Naruto nodded as he saw Ayame turn her back to him once more, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of hurt. So she didn't recognize me after all. He sighed as he broke apart the chopsticks that were rested atop the bowl. But I guess I cannot blame her. I have been gone for 7 years in her time. Don't let it get to you, Kit. She's working, so she obviously can't spend too much time focusing on your appearance, the red-eyed Exceed said to the Apocalypse Dragonslayer as he pointed to the brown-haired girl. True. Ayame was furiously washing ramen bowls that were recently picked up as well as speeding in and out from behind the counter to deliver ordered meals. The blonde Dragonslayer did not respond and glanced down at the bowl of steaming hot noodles and broth before him. He snapped apart his chopsticks and he chuckled as he remembered the first time he used chopsticks. He thought it was accidental when the chopsticks broke apart, only to be told that they were supposed to that by Ayame. Itadakimasu, he muttered before picking up a few noodles, a piece of egg and a single pork cutlet that were soaked in the broth. His Dragonslayer senses were assaulted by the combination of smells and his nose felt as if it had died and gone to heaven. As usual, no one can compare to Ji-chan's ramen. The spiky-haired blonde dug into his meal. Unlike the times in his youth, the blonde chose to savor the bowl of ramen before him and did not finish until a few minutes had passed. You slow down or what, Kit? Normally you'd be able to down that thing in 30 seconds, 20 if you were trying. Kurama chuckled. Naruto slurped up the broth as he tilted the bowl to his lips and let out a sigh of content. And let my first bowl of ramen upon coming back end so quickly. I think not, Kurama. Naruto said. Naruto looked down at the ramen bowl and his lips tugged harshly as he tried to resist the urge to perform the facial expression, but he was denied that pleasure. The trademark foxy grin that he wore in his childhood broke out and his sharper than usual canines were visible to all. Kurama looked at the blonde he called his partner and, not in public, friend. Though Naruto's eyes were a bright cerulean, they lacked the shine of emotion they used to have when he left the company of the humans he called Nakama, such as Haku and Zabuza when he was 16. As a result, Kurama always used to comment that Naruto's eyes were always dull on the inside, no matter how bright they appeared to be. Of course, Naruto never really cared or paid attention to the feline's comments. However, looking at the young man now, Kurama could only laugh as he saw Naruto's eyes regain that shine of youth, his irises seeming to sparkle like sapphires. Having his humanity stripped from him at the physical age of 13, Naruto had been forcibly matured into his draconian nature and thus, his humanity was nothing more than a teenager. Thus, Kurama could only say that Naruto was truly a child at heart, no matter how he saw it. The Exceed watched as Naruto then took a deep breath. Kurama watched with amusement as he quickly reclaimed his spot atop Naruto's head. Oi Ji-chan, get me another ramen here. He bellowed. The entire restaurant went silent as they watched the blonde with looks that showed if they wondered if the blonde was crazy. However, Ayame and Toichi had different reactions. Toichi turned with a furious look on his face, while Ayame had faced the source of the voice and immediately fell into a seemingly hypnotic trance, unmoving and her eyes unblinking. Oi, who the hell said that? I'm not that old and Toichi fell silent. Both Ichiraku members froze as they looked at the source of the voice. Toichi and Ayame stared at the spiky-haired blonde who was currently wearing a confident smirk on his face and the kitsune-costumed cat atop his head who grinned like a certain Cheshire cat from Wonderland. No. It can't be. Ayame whispered and the bowl in her hands was lost from her lack of grip and it fell to the ground, but the sound of ceramic shattering on the wooden floor was not heard as a soft gust of wind flowed through the ramen shop and Naruto appeared in front of his brown-haired friend with a toothy grin now present on his face. Oi, you nearly dropped this. Are you gonna really getting too old to handle holding up simple bowls in your hands? I bet Ji-chan could do it. Nay, Ayame ne-chan. Naruto said, his blue eyes glowing with mischief as he rested the bowl atop the counter. Ayame's breath hitched as she reached over to the whisker-marked blonde and touched his cheek, hesitant in doing so. You're real, she seemed to ask herself rather than the person in front of her. You're real, so that means I'm not dreaming. I find it rather illogical to find that when reality is standing in your face that humans tend to refer to the situation being a dream. Naruto said with a confused tilt of his head. Naruto-kun, is that? The older Ichiraku's voice question was never completed as he continued to stare in shock at the young man before him and his daughter. It's me. I'm really back. Ji-chan. Ayame ne-chan. Ayame's form trembled, her eyes hidden by the shadows of her hair and Naruto gained a confused look. Oi, Ayame, you gonna cry or something? Kurama asked. Ayame's head snapped up and revealed her brown eyes were in fact lined with tears. Kurama too. The feline grinned widely and nodded. After a small moment of her brain finally convincing her the situation before her was in fact real, Ayame leapt at Naruto and embraced the much taller boy in her arms. Naruto-kun. Kurama. She wrapped the two in as tight a hug as she could manage. Naruto's eyes widened and he flinched, his muscles contracting as he felt the woman's arms snake around his body, binding his arms to his sides. Naruto had willingly suppressed the urge to strike at Ayame when she had jumped atop Ayame's head and purred like the Exceed he was and licked the side of her face like a normal cat would do. Hug. Naruto thought. It had been years since he had acquired physical contact in the form of affection. The most recent form of physical contact he ever had was the punch to the chest from Gildart's Clive. She's hugging me. He then looked to see Ayame was now crying, tears of joy spilling from her eyes before planting her face back in Naruto's chest. The blonde Dragonslayer felt his undershirt become wet from her tears. Naruto-kun, I thought we'd never see you again after you left all those years ago. I'm so glad you're back, she said, her voice slightly distorted due to the sobs she was holding back. Toichi wiped away the stray tears that escaped his eyes. Ayame took a step back as her father walked towards the towering blonde. You've certainly grown up, Naruto. You're much taller now, he chuckled. 6 feet and 2 inches, and I'm only 20 years old, Ji-chan. Tell people that ramen stunts growth to shove it, he joked. The 3 reunited humans and 1 Exceed laughed before it fell silent. Toichi and Ayame gave Naruto a look of nostalgia and they hugged him once before letting go. It's so good to see you again. Naruto nodded and he clasped Toichi's outstretched hand. Firm grip too. You've really become a strong man, haven't you? I pride myself on my strength, Ji-chan. Naruto said with a tone of pride in his voice. Toichi then looked at the clock on the wall of the restaurant and saw that it was about half an hour past noon, 12:30. He glanced around the ramen shop and saw that there wasn't many people left in the shop. Though, the customers were quick to catch the ramen chef's gaze and saw the look he was giving them when he saw that they were staring at the three of them. Naruto was then gifted to a few free helpings of ramen, and by a few, that classified in the numbers that excelled beyond 50. Even after so many years, you really haven't changed in terms of your stomach, have you? Ji-chan, I could eat 100 of these and still come out looking like I am now. My metabolism is something people could only dream of having. Naruto stuck out his tongue playfully at the two Ichirakus. After downing the ramen bowls, Naruto created a few hand motions and a magic seal sprung up where his hands lay as he performed seal magic, pocket dimension. He opened the dimension and took out a small bag made of brown leather and removed a few of the gems he kept in the storage. 2 sapphires, a ruby and 5 pieces of silver. As Naruto placed the bag back in the pocket dimension, he closed it and looked to see Toichi and Ayame were staring at him in shock. Naruto-kun, I know you used to do magic when you were younger, but I thought you were a wind mage. One does not limit themselves to what they know, instead they must expand their repertoire and venture into the areas that which they do not know. I have followed that principle and thus I have expanded my usage of magic. Naruto explained. He then grabbed Toichi's wrist and opened out his palm before resting the chosen precious stones and metals in it. That should cover it. More than enough. You know Naruto-kun, you don't have to pay. We are more than happy to treat you and Kurama to a free meal, to celebrate your return home. Ayame smiled at the blonde boy. Naruto's and Kurama's eyes widened at that. Home. The word rolled off their tongues as they said it. The Exceed and Dragonslayer glanced at one another before turning as Toichi laughed. He placed the payment back in Naruto's hands. Ayame-chan is right, Naruto. You have no need to pay. He then snatched up the single ruby and pocketed it, though I'm going to need to pay my taxes, so I'll be keeping this one. His actions causing Naruto, Kurama and Ayame to sweat drop. You're a hypocritical old man, you know that. Not to mention you serve this horrible piece of food. Ramen can kill you. Kurama deadpanned. Toichi's eyes hardened as he picked up his spatula and slapped it against his hand. Do I need to remind you of what happened when you insulted my ramen? The elder Ichiraku asked with a eerily sweet tone. Kurama's eyes widened as he ducked behind the blonde Dragonslayer. No, not the spatula. Anything but the spatula, Kurama exclaimed, peeking at the two ramen chefs. Toichi chuckled as he rested the spatula down only to pick it back up quickly and jab it in Kurama's direction. The cat yowled and comically shot up to the ceiling and stuck upside down by his claws, fur and tail standing vertically upright through his fox-themed costume and eyes shut tightly out of fear and surprise. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the Exceed. Said Exceed caught the blue-eyed blonde's gaze and saw the hidden smirk on his neutral face. Oh no, Kurama thought. Blackmail material, you mangy feline. Naruto grinned mischievously at the red-furred cat. Naruto stood up as he opened the pocket dimension and put away his payment as Kurama flew down from his perch on the ceiling. Very well, but if you will not accept payment in currency, then at least allow me to pay you back in terms of labor. I cannot let such hospitality go without repaying you both. Naruto, you don't have to do. Ayame stopped when she saw Naruto's soft gaze, his dull blue eyes seeming to gain back their sapphire glow. Please, Ayame-ne-chan, Ji-chan, it's the least I can do for all you've done for me. And I don't mean the ramen alone. Naruto then rolled back the sleeves of his undershirt and cloak and helped to quickly clean up the dishes that were in need of being washed and cleaned. After he did that, Kurama aided in drying them by placing his paws on the bowls so as to expel heat from them and evaporate the water. Once the ramen bowls were all cleaned, Naruto took his seat once more as Ayame and Toichi leaned up against the wooden countertop. So, Naruto my boy, when did you and this mangy furball get back? Toichi asked as he patted Kurama on the head. The fire-manipulating cat hissed at the old man before crossing his forearms and pouted cutely like any 2-foot-tall walking cat in a costume could. We arrived just a while ago, earlier today. What have you two been up to? I hope you weren't getting into any trouble. I don't want my little Otudo bothering anyone. Ayame said with a smile, patting the blonde's head. Naruto and Kurama looked at one another, sweat dropping. We have to lie already. That was fast, Kurama thought. We just traveled. They responded simultaneously. They weren't lying. Much. They just became ambiguous in their response. Naruto and Kurama explained of their travels to the other parts of Fariy, to Oshibana Town, Onabuse Town, Tully Village and Frisia Town. Though they were both careful to lie expertly so as to cover the fact that they were actually labeled as SS-class criminals by the Magic Council and what they had done, merely stating they had visited those towns as mere tourists. Do you plan on joining a guild, Naruto? I heard there are a few good ones around Fariy. Toichi asked. Naruto's and Kurama's eyes hardened for a brief moment, but he hid it as his gaze returned to an indifferent one. We prefer to be independent. We do not wish to be a part of those little clubhouses. Too many restrictions. Kurama answered with a matter-of-fact tone. Well, you and Naruto were always free spirits. Ayame giggled as she ruffled the taller boy's head of hair. So what types of magic do you use then? I remember when we were younger, when we first met, you were shown to be only capable of using wind magic. Fuden, I think is what you called it. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Yes, Fuden, seal magic and energy make. He said as he counted raised 3 fingers. Yes, I am a badass. Bow to my Bodhisari, mortals. Naruto spoke as his chest swelled with mock pride. Ayame and Toichi laughed at the blonde man before them. As a period of silence washed over the four, Ayame's eyes narrowed in thought. Something bothering you, Nei-chan? Naruto asked with a childish tilt of his head. Ayame shook her head. No, not at all. I was just wondering if you came to see us first or if you had went to see the others before coming here. She replied. Naruto looked at the brown-haired girl before looking down at the floor with a frown. Are they still here in Clover Town? He asked, a hopeful look in his eyes. Ayame ruffled the blonde's hair. Of course. Though, you'll be surprised to see how much they've changed, Naruto-kun. Do you want me to take you to them? It's been 7 years after all and you may need an escort. She joked. PFF'd. I'm a grown-ass man, Ayane Nei-chan. I don't need an escort. He said, sticking out his tongue in a childish manner. Kurama's sweat dropped at his Dragonslayer partner. Grown-ass man, my ass. You should see how childish you are, brat. I can kill you just as easily as of K. Naruto paused in his speech, noting that he almost let slip that he killed people. He then snarled at Kurama, his dragon persona surfacing once more. Just watch your tongue, cat, before I pull out of your throat. He then felt movement towards him and he quickly yanked at the assaulting object and aimed his claws to shred it, only to pause when he saw it was just Ayame about to pat his face. His eyes widened and he quickly fought back, the adrenaline rushing through his blood before shaking his head. Are you alright, Otuto? Ayame asked, concerned for her little brother figure's well-being. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I didn't hurt you, did I? Naruto asked. Ayame held her wrist when the whisker-cheeked Dragonslayer released it. Tu-san was right when he said you had a firm grip, Naruto-kun. It's alright though, but it's good to see you have such quick reflexes. You really have become a strong young man, Naruto-kun. She complimented him. Brown eyes played tricks on her as she stared at a 6-year-old Naruto who was fussing about his first time eating ramen, only to blink and suddenly see the broad-shouldered, tall man sitting before her. The blonde's pride grew at that, but he then winced as he felt his cheek being harshly pinched. But no matter how big you get, you're still my surrogate, Otuto. Now come on, I'll take you to the others. Ayame said as she walked out from behind the counter and grabbed Naruto's hand. The taller human was forcibly pulled from his seat before Ayame turned and waved to her father. I'll be back, Tu-san. No trouble, Ayame-chan. Just make sure to keep an eye on the boy. Kurama, make sure Ayame stays out of trouble. I'm not as young as I used to be. You're telling me, Kurama mumbled. He spent 90 years in a pocket dimension and now 7 years in Earthland time. That's accumulated addition of 97 years to his original age, which was. Kurama's face scrunched up in thought as he scratched his head with a claw. I completely forgot how old I am. I know I'm well past 400 years, seeing as how I was born in Edelus long before Faust was king. Ah, never mind. He scrapped the thought before sprouting his feathered wings via era magic, and flew after Naruto and Ayame. Streets of Clover Town, Fury. Ha 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 ha, really? Kurama, you got your ass kicked by a squirrel. Ayame roared with laughter. Kurama hissed like the feline he was and turned away with a look of embarrassment. I didn't get my ass kicked by a squirrel. The thing just ran away and I just happened to wander back into the forest where the entire clan was. Damn acorns hurt like a bitch. Kurama whined as he nursed the invisible bumps on his head. Ayame's laughter increased as she rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. Oh dear Kami, you guys sounded like you had a lot of fun when you guys left. So, Kurama, Naruto-kun, did you meet any interesting people when you guys traveled through Fury? Well, we met quite a few people. The Exceed replied. Images of Zabuza and the other Dragonslayers and Exceed they met went through their minds. Ayame was about to ask about those people when froze up. A slapping sound met Naruto's and Kurama's enhanced hearing as they looked to see Ayame clutching her rear. Still sexy as ever, Ayame-chan. The male said as he walked past the three. Naruto's eyes flickered to their shining white and his sharpened canines bared. He walked up to the man that dared to assault his sister figure, the man's back turned. Naruto reached out and his firm grip held fast on the man's shoulder before he was spun around. Oi, what the fuck? The man spoke. Naruto snarled as his fierce gaze bore into the man's soul, silencing him. Who the hell do you think you are? He roared. Don't touch me, you little brat. The older man said. The man had dark brown hair and a bit of facial hair growing around his face. He was dressed in some rather fancy clothing consisting of a purple dress shirt, black pants and some leather shoes. A gold watch was worn on his wrist. The man's dark-colored eyes met Naruto's own cerulean ones with defiance. The man continued to stare at the blonde mage and suddenly Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized something familiar about him. There's something familiar about you. Ayame was about to intervene so as to pull Naruto away from the man he currently had a grip on, only for Naruto grab Ayame's wrist and push her gently back before gripping the man's collar that much harder. You. What the? Who are? The man was silenced as Naruto reared back his fist and punched the man hard in the face sending him straight into the ground. A powerful burst of pain racked through the man's body as he was left an imprint from the force with which he was struck with. He was about to rise up, only to have Naruto's boot slam down on top of his chest. I remember you, you little fucker. You're that Roy bastard that Ayame Ne-chan wouldn't go out with and then you tried to beat me up before getting your ass kicked by me to vent. A task which you failed to carry out miserably. Naruto growled. Wait, you're that little brat from before. You. The man, now identified as Roy, didn't get to finish his outburst as Naruto overpowered him, both verbally and physically as the son of two wizard saints pushed his boot further down upon the man's chest, making it harder for him to breathe. You dare to touch Ayame Ne-chan. I'll kill you. Naruto roared as the wind picked up around him, his eyes blazing with fury. Naruto held up his hand and it began to glow blue as the core of a Rasengan began to take shape, but it quickly dispersed as his wrist was grabbed by the daughter of Toichi and she looked at him with a look he had seen only when she disapproved of something he did. He didn't like that look. Naruto's gaze broke down and he released a sigh as the magic power he released calmed down. He took a deep breath before snapping his head back to Roy as he tried to pry Naruto's boot off of his chest. I'm no stranger to your type, human. Naruto whispered loud enough for only Roy to hear. Do anything as idiotic as this ever again and you will find your body broken. You're lucky I'm in front of Ne-chan else your head would be detached from your body. Naruto then stood back to his full height and took his boot off of Ayame's assailant before turning away and walking away with Ayame and Kurama on either side of him. Roy groaned as he rose up from his imprint in the ground, gripping his painting back, but suddenly he felt a powerful force crash into him sending him skidding along the road and dirtying his clothes, ripping it in some places. He quickly snapped his head back and looked to see Naruto glancing back at him, a hand raised as he flipped him the bird. Roy's growl was halted in his throat and he gulped it back down as he saw Naruto's eyes change from blue to startling white. Roy quickly scrambled to his feet and took off. Bad enough he was beaten by the blonde when he was only 6 years old. Now that he was older and noticeably stronger, well let's just say Roy liked his body intact. That bastard, I swear if I see him again I'll. The blonde paused as he felt Ayame grab his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. It's okay, Naruto-kun. It's okay, alright, I'm a big girl and I can handle myself. I don't need protecting. After all I'm supposed to be the older sibling in this relationship we have, nay. She joked. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the brown-haired girl, but he nodded. Fine, but next time he does anything like that I'm going to send Kurama to burn his flesh and bones to ash. He growled. Kurama nodded and backed up his partner's statement with a wisp of flame bursting forth from his paws. Ayame frowned as she noted the murderous looks on both males' faces before sighing as she slapped them both upside the head. What was that for? They whined as they rubbed the assaulted parts of their skulls. Ayame put her hands on her hips and glared at the two menacingly. I don't like it when you two show such angry looks on your faces. Though your anger is understandable, like I said, I can take care of myself, Naruto-kun, Kurama. So the next time you show such looks again, I'm going to slap you again. Understood. Naruto and Kurama flinched in when Ayame raised her hand. Understood. She stated once more. The two SS-class criminals nodded. Yes, Ayame-sama. They bowed to the female. The violent female ramen chef nodded before turning around. Good. Now come on, we have to get going. Oh, by the way, who are we going to see? Kurama asked. Ayame smiled as she glanced back the two. For nostalgia's sake, I'll be taking you to see the others in the order you met them when you first came when you were 6 years old, Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan it is then. Naruto and Kurama spoke simultaneously. They followed Ayame through the streets of Clover Town before stopping at a 3-story building that was painted a dark shade of red with pink sakura blossom trees on either side of the entrance door. Above the door was a sign that said, Haruno's. It was straightforward, unlike certain stores that made up weird names for their brands, like a certain one in Oshibana Town that was called Lacey's. There was no one in the store called Lacey and the store's initial manager wasn't named Lacey either so the name made no sense to Naruto and Kurama. Naruto, Ayame and Kurama entered through the main entrance and Naruto and Kurama released a duo of low whistles as they noticed just how large the building itself had gotten interior-wise. When Naruto was younger, the store was only 2 floors, one for the selling of clothing and the other was the living quarters for Sakura's parents and Sakura herself. Now though, It was revealed that the store was worthy of holding 3 stories as whole. Large floors as revealed by the starryway that led to the upper levels were dedicated only to clothing. Numerous amounts of people were scattered throughout the store, looking at clothes, buying clothes, navigating through the clothing aisles, and there were even a few children who were hiding in the clothing racks as they played hide and seek. Childhood sure was a fun time. The sound of footsteps then reached Naruto's ears and he turned to see a 5-foot-tall woman with long pink hair that reached to her mid-back. There were also single strands of silver scattered throughout her locks, showing that she was not as old as she seemed. She had bright emerald green eyes and her skin was a light shade of peach. She wore a sleeveless red top with a white circle on the back of it and had on a pair of baggy black pants and black sandals. A tag on her left breast read manager. The woman smiled as she pushed back a few locks of hair behind her ears. Hello. She greeted him with a friendly wave. I'm Seiko Haruno, manager of the establishment. How may I help you today, young man? She asked politely. Naruto's blue eyes widened when he saw the woman who looked no older than 35, she was supposed to be 49 by his calculations. Seiko-san. Is that really you? Your hair shows time was not your friend, but your physical appearance denies that claim. Naruto stated with a shocked look on his face. Damn girl, you're workin' it, Kurama said as he slapped himself with a paw to make sure the woman he was seeing before him was real. Seiko's head tilted in confusion. While I am flattered by your compliments, I'm afraid I do not know you. Forgive me, I am not good with remembering faces. Should I know you? She asked. Kurama and Naruto frowned deeply as the words of her not remembering them caused a small pang of hurt to form in their chests. What is this feeling? Why do I feel so hurt by Seiko-san not remembering me? No, dragons do not let emotions burden them, but still. I can't help but feel. Seiko gave a small apology, however, she looked at Kurama and her eyes widened as she looked like something had been thrown at her and nailed her dead in the face. Wait, you're a talking cat, with wings. I only know one member of that species and he looked just like you, but it's not possible. Oh, it's them all right, Seiko-san. Ayame said as she stepped out from behind Naruto's taller frame. Seiko's eyes remained wide as she saw the old ramen chef's daughter. Ayame-chan. Please tell me I'm not dreaming. You're not dreaming. I could pinch you to confirm it. No need. She raised her hand before touching Kurama's costumed head. She then scratched behind his ears, causing the red-eyed feline to purr in ecstasy. Kurama, is that really you? Seiko asked. The Exceed nodded. Do you know any other sexy talking cat like me? Kurama smirked. Seiko laughed at the kitsune costumed feline before shaking her head and hugging the feline into her chest, not that said feline was complaining. It's so good to see you. I've missed you and, wait, but if you're here then that means that you're. She paused in her sentence when she looked up at the 6'2" tall blonde man before her. The physically 20-year-old man's sapphire orbs stared down into her emerald ones and she reached a hand out and stroked the whisker marks on his cheeks. Feeling warm flesh, she concluded that this was no apparition brought about by senility, she wasn't even at the age where senility would occur anyway. Naruto-kun. She then looked down from his face to his chest where the golden flame necklace she gave him for his 12th birthday hung. Her eyes lined with more tears, but she held them back. Her hand covered her mouth as she did a sharp intake of breath. Seiko-san, a pleasure to see you again. He gave a small bow before breaking out into a large foxy grin. Do you remember me now? A rapid nod was his response before the pink-haired woman slammed into him as she took him into an embrace alongside the Exceed. The blonde Dragonslayer and red-furred Exceed chuckled as they patted Seiko on the head. I can't believe it's really you two. She smiled as twin streams of tears fell from her eyes. Well, I would suggest you believe it's Seiko-san. Kurama and I are really standing here. Oh, my boy, you look so grown up. She smiled as she let go of the two. Kurama, you look much more fluffy. I just want to stroke you all day. She gushed. The Exceed was tempted to say, that's what she said, but he refrained from doing so as it would ruin the mood. Thank you, Seiko-san. As I have said beforehand, you have aged rather gracefully, it appears. 49 years old and still looking so young. Seiko blushed at the compliment. Naruto-kun, please. She giggled. She then looked the boy up and down before nodding in approval. You seem to have really grown taller. You look so strong too. I bet you are a real heartbreaker. So, how many girls have you bedded? She waggled her eyebrows. Naruto's eyes widened as he blushed furiously, causing a laugh to erupt from Ayame, Seiko and Kurama by his flustered appearance. WHWH what? Seiko-san. He exclaimed, pouting like a child. Ayame-ne-chan. Seiko-san is teasing me, make her stop. He said. Ayame let loose a giggle as she noticed the amusement in Naruto's eyes as he pointed at the pink-haired woman. Oh, Naruto-kun, you really are a child at heart, it seems. The Sakura's mother chuckled. So, when did you two get back? She asked, glancing between the Dragonslayer and Exceed. Just today. They answered simultaneously. They stopped by 2 san and I for some ramen before I offered to take them to see the others, you included. Ayame added. So what have you been up to? Well, I found out I'm a mage. Naruto spoke as he released a soft gust of wind in Seiko's face, causing her hair to blow back. So I made myself into a wandering mage and Kurama has been keeping me out of trouble. He joked. Trouble find him, it seems. The kitsune costumed Exceed commented. Naruto then glanced around the shop and looked down at Seiko. So it seems your business is booming. The increase in size of the store shows that. The green-eyed woman nodded. Yes, it has. Plus with the help from your rather generous payments all those years ago, I was able to gain the funds needed to expand. Plus I was able to move out of the shop and buy a much larger house for myself here in Clover Town, so that means I have 3 floors for selling clothes. Speaking of clothes though, she looked at Naruto's own and gave a look of approval, but still shook her head. While your clothes are nice looking, why don't I fix you up with something else, Think of it as a welcome back present. Seiko said with a motherly smile. Naruto chuckled as he glanced at his current wear. I would be honored, but first I want to check on the others. Sakura isn't here, so where is she? Naruto asked. Seiko nodded as she made a mental note to get Naruto some new clothes. Well, I knew you wouldn't have come here just to see an old goat like me. Sakura-chan doesn't live with me because she decided to be independent once she turned 18. She didn't want to work here in the store anyway because she said she didn't want to be cooped up in here all the time. The elder Haruno spoke. Naruto and Kurama then tilted their heads in confusion at that statement. So, where is she then? The two asked. Hospital, Clover Town, Fury. Alright, now we make a small incision by posterior vena cava. That's where the majority of the cholesterol is blocking the flow to his heart. Yes, senpai. The surgeon picked up a scalpel and made a thin incision at the lower left vein which carried deoxygenated blood back to the heart. However, rather than just blood, there was also some disgusting yellow-colored substance, dyed crimson due to the blood coating it. He then parted the opened and made it a bit wider using the scalpel as well as using a pair of tweezers to pull back the other end of the incision. Alright, remove the cholesterol blockages. Geez, this is disgusting. This guy must eat so much junk food, I mean he's practically bleeding more cholesterol than actual blood right now. The rookie surgeon commented as his fellow surgeons aided in removing. Don't complain so much. The head of the current surgery operation scolded the rookie. Keep your mind focused on the task at hand. Any slip up and you'd have this man's death on your hands because you might spread apart the incision too far or cut the vena cava even deeper and have him bleed out. My apologies, senpai. The rookie apologized. After removing the large amount of solid cholesterol from the patient's posterior vena cava, the senpai of the rookie surgeons nodded. Well done. Next time I will show you all how to sew the incisions close, but for now let me do it, you are welcome to watch. The rookies nodded as they watched their senpai pick up a needle and thread and began to easily sew the incision shut. You must make sure not to pierce into the flesh you need to close too deeply, else you may end up hitting something important. Also, when doing this part of the surgery be sure to do it carefully, yet quickly. You may be able to do this with more experience, but as of right now, slow and steady would have to be your best bet. Yes, senpai. The other surgeons nodded before they were dismissed. The rookies then all left the room as their senpai was going to sew the man's chest cavity shut once more. They all removed their gloves, masks and caps and rested them in the area of the room where the dirty, bloodied surgeon equipment were to be cleansed or thrown out. God, that was disgusting. To think we have to do this for 3 more years. Godu said. Godu was a 20-year-old young man with spiky black hair and black eyes. He had an angular face and had a rather thin physique. Hey, calm down, Godu. We only have to do a set amount of practical surgeries anyway. I still have to do some LPs, lumbar punctures, I really need to get those out of the way. However, every single other rookie like us is always butting in and taking another patient away so I can never finish them. Erica said. Erica was a girl who was the same age as her 3 other friends who attended the medical academy of Clover Town with her, 20 years old, with slightly curly blonde hair and deep red eyes. She had a voluptuous figure with C-cup breasts and like her fellow rookie medicinal learners, she was garbed in the blue top and pants associated with those who had just come from the OR. Operating room. Well, why don't you just try to get those patients faster, Erica? Frankie asked. Frankie was a rather muscular young man, but despite his large frame he was actually very nimble with his fingers. He had straight, dark brown hair that was long enough to be tied back into a ponytail. He had gray-colored eyes and had a silver chain with a cross worn around his neck. Because, Frankie, I'm too busy trying to finish all the other parts of my practicals. I have 3 more lobotomies, 5 more prosthetic replacement experiments, not to mention we have these practical surgeries too. Erica said to Frankie. Godu scratched his head as he watched Frankie and Erica continue to argue before turning to the 4th member of their little posse. Oi, Sakura-san, what else do you have to do? The 20-year-old girl had pink hair that stopped just below her shoulders with a red hairband that was previously tied around her right bicep for situations such as surgery practicals, wrapped around the middle of her hair. She had deep pools of emerald for eyes and had a round face. Her body had matured, giving her rather decent curves and B-cup breasts. Sakura Haruno's slightly pale skin gave off a slight glow due to the bright lights of the hospital she and her friends were currently in. Well, I'm pretty much in the same boat as Erika-san, still have some lumbar punctures to do and a few other things. She responded with a nervous laugh. Oh come on, Sakura-san. You're like a theoretical genius and you're like way more gifted in the medical field than even some of the veteran doctors here. Sakura waved her hand at Godo's praise. Oh please, I'm not that. Save the non-vanity act, Sakura-chan. We all know you're like the top of the class. You're gonna go places, girl. Erika said as she draped her arm around the rosette. And we're gonna go with you. I mean, who else is gonna give me my insanity meds when I'm not busy trying to keep these two bozos from killing someone? She joked. Oi, Frankie and Godo exclaimed, I resent that. Sakura laughed as she and her friends walked through the hallways before turning the corner. However, as they were busy talking about how the brain's neurological functions allowed it to generate the act of REM sleep, a young woman dressed in a nurse's outfit came running up to them. Excuse me, but is one of you Sakura Haruno? The nurse asked. The four raised their eyebrows in curiosity, but Sakura answered as she identified herself. Why? She asked. Is it because of someone sneaking into the hospital to get their practicals done earlier? It wasn't me, I tell you. I have proof, Shanaru. She yelled as her inner Sakura, as people like to call it, was slightly let loose. The nurse and Sakura's three friends' sweat dropped at her, but the nurse shook her head. No, it's just that someone is here to see you. He says he wanted to meet with you urgently. Who's he? The four young doctors in training asked. The nurse stepped aside and gestured down the hallways which led to the entrance of the hospital. The blonde boy. The one sitting with the cat and the pretty brown-haired girl. She smiled before walking off. Don't be a stranger, he's a cute one. She teased Sakura before walking off. Sakura blushed lightly at that as her eyes zoned in on the blonde that was sitting down in the waiting area near the entrance, petting what looked like a red-furred cat. Ooh, he is cute. I didn't know you had an admirer, Sakura-chan. Don't worry, we won't bother you, but in case he isn't interested in you, give me a holler, you hear. Erika winked before pushing Sakura forward and then dragging Godo and Frankie off with her to who knows where in the hospital. Sakura's sweat dropped at her blonde friend. She then walked off towards the other blonde that's supposedly waiting for her. As she got closer, her eyes glanced over the sitting young man. He was most likely taller than how he looked, a common trait with all people who tended to sit down, and had spiky blonde hair that looked like it could never be tamed no matter how much you combed it. His eyes were a startling blue color, cerulean or sapphire, she couldn't tell. He wore a black undershirt with what looked like part of a golden spiral patterned on the stomach area, but it was blocked off mostly by the black cloak he wore over it. A pair of black pants and boots completed the image. Though what confused her the most was that listen golden shine near his chest. Most likely the charm on a necklace. She assumed. She then stopped in front of the blonde man and noticed that the brown-haired girl was Ayame. Ayame-chan. What are you doing here? She asked. Ayame smiled before gesturing to the blonde and the cat in his lap. I'm here to have an old friend visit you. She replied vaguely. Sakura raised an eyebrow and her green eyes washed over the blonde before her again, only to shift upwards as he rose upwards. Her eyes widened slightly when she realized how much he towered over her. He was obviously over 6 feet tall. He could practically eat soup off of her head. Her eyes then narrowed as an aura of familiarity seemed to come from the young man before her. You seem familiar. Blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker-marked cheeks. Fox costume wearing cat with red fur and red eyes. Oh, you must be Naruto and Kurama. She stated simply. Naruto and Kurama grinned as they noticed Sakura suddenly do a double take before shaking her head and physically slapping herself in the face to make sure she wasn't dreaming, an act which caused Naruto, Ayame and Kurama to sweat drop. Did she just slap herself? Naruto and Kurama, she yelled. Loud as ever, I see, Sakura. Naruto chuckled as he shook the ringing sound out of his ears. Sakura gave a sheepish smile. Sorry, but it's just that. Wow, when did you guys reach back? Earlier today, we saw Ayame-ne-chan and Toichiji-chan. We also saw your mother, Seiko-san. So you're a doctor now? Naruto asked as he gestured to her blue surgery shirt. No, not yet. I still have 3 years of medical school left. I'm not a mage since healing magic would most likely help, but I'm a pretty damn good medical student and my teachers say I'm practically a prodigy in it. Well, that's pretty ironic, Kurama said. Sakura raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? The violent, angry Sakura Haruno who hurts people when in a rage, is a healer. Oh, the irony. Ayame and Naruto chuckled along with Kurama at that. Sakura blushed heavily with embarrassment. Shut up. Naruto baka, Kurama baka. She humphed. She quickly gave the blonde a hug, which he returned before he was released so that Kurama could get an embrace from the pink-haired girl. So, Naruto, you've really changed. You're a lot taller than me now and you look pretty fit. You've been working out or something? She asked as she lightly punched his abdominal area. Naruto playfully stuck his tongue out at her. Maybe. Oh, and check it out. I'm a mage too. He pushed a small gust of magic-induced wind into his palm and made a tiny tornado spin atop the tip of each of his fingers. Sakura gazed in awe as she watched Naruto bend the wind to his command. As Naruto nullified the winds, however, he then blinked in confusion when he saw Sakura gain a shy look on her face. A light blush formed on her cheeks before she looked up at Naruto with an innocent look in her eyes. So Naruto, do you think I've changed at all? She asked, leaning her chest forward a bit. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her actions and Kurama and Ayame could only widen their eyes, their jaws slightly agape at the rosette. Naruto coughed into his hand before looking Sakura up and down. Well, I imagined your breasts would have been bigger than that by now, but other than that I'd have to say no. He answered truthfully. Silence filled the air and Naruto blinked in confusion as he noticed a gust of wind blow through the hospital and a tumbleweed followed behind it. What the hell? His thought was interrupted however when he received a hard punch to the face. Naruto baka. Naruto's eyes turned white and empty as his face caved inwards. He flew backwards from the strength behind the enraged Sakura's punch and he slammed into the wall causing the entire upper half of his body to disappear into it, his legs dangling from the hole his body had made in the wall. Naruto, you don't tell a girl that after not seeing her for so long. What the hell is wrong with you? She roared as she tore him from the wall and began to rapidly bitch slap his face in a humorous manner. His soul stretched forth from his mouth as his body was dying, but Sakura grabbed Naruto's soul and forced it back into the blonde's body. Oh no, you're not dying yet. I'm not through with you, you little blonde baka. I'm your childhood friend and that's what you tell me. Why I oughta. She never finished her sentence as she looked to see Naruto's body flailing about like a ragdoll as Kurama flew off with it and Ayame running alongside him. She blinked as a formed above her head. She then looked to see everyone staring at her with scared looks on her face. A nurse at the reception desk then bent down and pressed an intercom button. Security, we have a code pink. Sakura Haruno on a rage again, gotcha. Someone get that straight jacket and the tranquilizer darts, we got a code pink. Let's move. Well, Sakura seems to not have changed at all. She's as violent as always. Kurama said as he fanned Naruto's broken face with his wings. Ayame quickly took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood from his face. Yeah, well, sometimes things never change. Ayame said. That's understatement in Sakura's case. Kurama then patted Naruto's face lightly before rearing back his paw and slapping the whisker-cheeked blonde hard across the face leaving a large red print on it. Ah, damn it Kurama. Your claws are sharp as hell, why'd you do that? He hissed as he suddenly sparked to life. Ayame was shocked beyond belief and could only stare in awe as she caught sight of a small wisp of steam coming from Naruto's face as it healed to perfect condition before her very eyes. Oi, Ayame-ne-chan, now that Sakura's out of the way and I won't die by a pummeling to the face, are Ino, Choji and Shikamaru still here? Ayame shook her head to rid herself of the questions she had for Naruto about his healing and merely put it under one of his abilities he had as a mage. Well those three are usually together at Choji's father's restaurant, so let's go there. Ayame said. Naruto and Kurama sniffed the air before shaking their heads. No, it's alright. We can find the way by ourselves. You should back to Ichiraku's and help Ji-chan, me and Kurama want to explore on our own. Ayame paused as she was about to speak, but nodded. Alright, but you don't get lost. I don't think that's possible. Not when I can smell Ichiraku ramen a mile away. He joked. Ayame giggled and gave Naruto a small peck on the cheek. Welcome back home, Otudo. She said before walking off. Naruto touched his cheek. Home. The word resounded through his head like thunder did in the sky. He laughed. Home, huh, I think that can work. He muttered before walking off as Kurama lay down atop his head. After sniffing the air multiple times to try and catch the scent of his three childhood friends, he finally caught the scent of barbecue, flowers and wood. The barbecue is probably Choji. Flowers are obviously Ino and the wood is probably Shikamaru since he spends so much time around a shugi board. He thought. The blonde and the red-furred cat then sped off and in a matter of minutes were in front of Akamichi's barbecue hut. Naruto sniffed as he smelt the scent of succulent meat that made his and Kurama's mouth drool. They slid the sliding door open and entered the eating establishment before looking around and he spotted the three people he was looking for. And then she was like Nua and I was like you but then I went and told her if you don't have any feelings for a man for 20 years in the entirety of your life then you have to be a lesbian. Ino spoke. Ino's hair had grown out and part of it was lengthy enough to cover part of her right eye while her left eye, still a beautiful shade of sky blue, was visible for all to see. She wore a pair of silver earrings and wore a purple tank top over a fishnet shirt with a purple miniskirt and black sandals. She had filled out nicely and had a very voluptuous figure and bordering on D-cup breasts. Troublesome Ino. You're always gossiping. Shikamaru drawled out. Shikamaru hadn't really changed that much. He still looked the same except for the fact that he now wore the cloak of the Rune Knights on his back. A symbol for tactician was emblazoned on it in a deep blue color. Though he had the cloak, Shikamaru was shown to be wearing normal civilian garb which consisted of a dark gray shirt and black pants with black boots. Choji was smiling as he cooked the beef before them and salivated. Choji's appearance was the most different. Though he looked relatively the same in terms of physique, it was obvious that most of that fat he had when he was younger was probably muscle. His brown hair was much longer and spikier, and the red swirls he had painted on the sides of his cheeks were a much darker shade of red. He wore a large red shirt and red pants with black boots. Atop his head was a chef's hat and an apron that said, "Kiss the cook." Oi, Choji, you finished cooking that stuff yet? Almost done, Shikamaru. The rotund boy replied. Choji, Ino said. Choji looked up from the beef and at his two best friends. What? He smiled. That wasn't Shikamaru, she said. Choji tilted his head in confusion as he watched Shikamaru. Troublesome. It wasn't me, it came from behind us. The pineapple hairstyled Rune Knight shook his head before turning around. Ino and Choji followed his gaze. Suddenly, their eyes widened and mouths were slack, even Shikamaru's. Naruto leaned up against the bar counter with Kurama resting atop his head as he looked at the trio. Yo. The two gave a small wave. Ino, being the active one, immediately sprung to her feet and slammed into the blonde boy, taking him and Kurama down in a hug. Naruto's face was immersed in her cleavage, not that he didn't mind, but he was using every ounce of willpower to hold back the nosebleed that was brewing on the horizon. Nice to see you too, Ino-chan. Naruto mumbled. Though, would you mind getting off? Your cleavage, while rather impressive, is killing me. Ino giggled with a blush as she rose up, now simply straddling the spiky-haired blonde. Naruto-kun, Kurama, you're back. When did you? How did you? She was so excited to see her childhood friends again that she couldn't even complete her sentences. Naruto laughed. We got back just today to see other people. As for how? We walked. Well, actually, we flew here most of the way. Ino smiled at the spiky-haired blonde before flicking him on the forehead. You baka, and you couldn't see us first. Saving the best for last, Ino-chan. He winked at her, causing her to grin wolfishly in return. Of course, she said, giving in to her vanity. So Naruto, Kurama, how have you been? Here, have some beef. I just made it. Choji said as he brought a plate of freshly cooked barbecue beef to the Dragonslayer and exceed. Ino climbed off of Naruto and helped him to his feet as Kurama still clung to the top of the blonde's head, stretching out his tail to pick up the plate of beef that lay before them. We've been fine. Traveling around the kingdom of Fariy. Gotta say, Fariy is a rather active place. Kurama said as he downed multiple pieces of beef in one go. Naruto took up 2 pieces and tossed them into his mouth with his chopsticks and easily caught them, causing Ino and Choji to clap for them merely just to humor the two. You know, Naruto, something seems different about you, Shikamaru said as he looked over the blonde. You seem powerful. Well, I am a mage after all, he said as he demonstrated a formation of a Rasengan. Though he was laughing and smiling on the outside, Naruto's thoughts were in a different place. Shikamaru is a Rune Knight and one of its tactician members, it seems. I can't demonstrate too much, if any, of my ability to use Fuden. Despite his lazy attitude, I know his mind is as sharp as any wind blade I can form, and he'd be able to piece it together that I am the Ogano Fujin and then by extension make Kurama the Onabi Myobu. Though Shikamaru is my nakama, I can't risk it. I can trust Shikamaru, but not the Rune Knight tactician Shikamaru Nara. A mage. That's incredible. Well, as you can tell by the cloak, Shika's in the Rune Knights, maybe he can squeeze in a spot for you. Ino said. He's one of their best tacticians, the little genius like him. She patted Shikamaru on the head. I noticed. Shikamaru, the Rune Knights don't suit a laid-back guy like you. How's you get in? Wait, let me guess. Yoshino-san. Shikamaru sighed and nodded as Naruto answered his own question. Yeah, Okawa-chan is a real pain in the ass, saying how that too-san is going to be going to retirement soon, so I need to get into the business too. Ino is going into the interrogation unit pretty soon and Inoichi-san is training her for that. Choji is going to be working on being a tank member and being a heavy fighter Rune Knight. So why is it that only you have your Rune Knight cloak with you? And all 3 of you are in the Rune Knights? Kurama exclaimed. A nod came from all 3 of them. As for why we don't have ours, Choji and I don't like to wear ours in public, and Shikamaru's mother is making him do it because she wants him to build a respectable image for himself as a Rune Knight. She laughed. As if it's possible for a lazy ass like Shika to gain such a reputation outside of HQ. Troublesome Ka-chan. Shikamaru sighed. I just want to sleep and watch the clouds. So, what magic do you guys use? Naruto asked. Shika uses shadow magic, I use mind manipulation magic, and Choji uses body growth magic. Shika's is self-explanatory, he manipulates shadows, but he can even go so far as to control his shadow and latch it onto another person's so as to prevent them from moving. My magic allows me to control people's bodies and even their minds. I can also manage to go into a person's subconscious so I can mentally pick them apart and even read their innermost thoughts. Choji's magic allows him to expand any part of his body so that he could grow bigger and crush the competition. Ino stated. We're the Ino Shika Cho trio of the next generation. I see. Naruto and Kurama spoke before looking at each other with frowned. 3 of their nakama were in the Rune Knights and now concealing their identities as the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu became that much more of a priority. Naruto and Kurama cursed inwardly. They didn't like lying to the people they held close to them, their precious people, their nakama. They would risk their lives for them and to protect them, and it was because of this that Naruto and Kurama would be forced to keep this from them. However, should they come too close to even figuring out anything relating as to RSS class counterparts, Kurama paused in his thought. They could kill them easily, but it wasn't easy to kill someone you cared about. Naruto and Kurama released silent groans of frustration. Kuso. They muttered under their breaths. Ino had then called over Sakura, Ayame, Toichi, Inoichi, Shuza, Shikaku, Yoshino and Seiko over to the barbecue restaurant so as to once again get the chance to talk with Naruto and Kurama. They ate, drank and talked the whole day before they all went back to their respective homes, but the common thing amongst them was that they were all glad to have the young Dragonslayer and exceed back in their lives. No matter how short the stay was going to be. When the tipsy people all left, Naruto and Kurama were the only ones left standing outside the barbecue hut. So, what are we going to do, Naruto? 3 of our nakama are part of the Rune Knights and one has the ability to break into your mind and pick you apart, one is a genius and the other has magic that can hold you down by simply bloating himself to unbelievable proportions. Kurama recollected the drunken Choji demonstrating his magic as he increased the size of his hand 3 times its original size. Naruto clutched his head as he racked his brain for an answer to the current predicament. After a few minutes, the young man sighed before his blue eyes suddenly flickered white. I'll crush them. My identity is the Ogano Fujin and yours is the Onabi Myobu, it is much too dangerous for it to be public knowledge. His eyes then changed back to blue, but I can't kill them. They're my nakama. I can't just kill them, I've known them for far too long, bonded with them, shared memories with them. I don't want to lose the only people I care about over something as trivial as an identity. Listen to yourself, Naruto. You are acting like a scared child. Acknowledge raised you, me, us, to crush your emotions. Your nakama are humans that you despise. As a Dragonslayer, you are at the top of the hierarchy of the world. You are the dominant species. Naruto growled to himself, his eyes shifting back to blinding white. No, I can't. Naruto fell to the ground on his knees and released a loud roar to the heavens. Kurama watched in shock as he saw Naruto's eyes continue to go back and forth between blue and white, his slightly regained humanity fighting a losing battle against his Dragonslayer personality. I knew Naruto was forced into a warped mentality by Acknowledge by locking away his humanity, but to have created a split personality as a result, just what have you done, you overgrown garden snake? Kurama wondered. The red-eyed Exceed then watched as Naruto fell silent. His eyes now cold and calculating in ice blue. Have you reached a consensus, Naruto? Kurama asked. Naruto growled as he looked at Kurama. The people here are much too close to me to find out anything about me. It is best for me to leave this place. Our presence here puts everyone at risk, so we leave at first light, Kurama. My humanity returning to me has shown that I have not completely been turned by the draconian teachings of Toussaint. I cannot stay here much longer as the release of my emotions has caused me too much mental trauma enough as it is. We will sleep for the night here in Clover Town and then we will leave. You're not even going to say goodbye. Goodbyes are unnecessary, Naruto said with a neutral tone. How are they unnecessary? You see them for the first time in 7 years and you're going to leave them again without even the courtesy of saying goodbye. Kurama exclaimed. Naruto snarled at the fox-costumed cat. Hold your tongue, Exceed. No, Dragonslayer. The two snarled at one another before Kurama spoke once more. I am just as hell-bent against humanity as you are, but at least I have the ability to tell when certain humans deserve my wrath and when certain ones do not. You are losing yourself, Naruto. You are a Dragonslayer, yes, but you are not a true-blooded dragon. Get it through your skull that you have humanity in you and that you will feel emotions, damn it. Naruto remained silent and looked down at the ground before chuckling and looking up at the moon as its silver rays shone down on him. His eyes shone with white before returning to their original color. It's a matter of opinion, Kurama. I am a Dragonslayer and I have been told that I am the epitome of perfection, the most powerful being on the face of Earthland. I can crush things before me with a mere flick of the wrist, I can sever heads, blow bodies apart, impale people through the heart and kill anything that stands in my way. But when it comes to my own problems, I'm as weak as any human. Naruto growled deeply in his throat. I despise my human side. Naruto muttered darkly before he walked off. Kurama sighed and rested atop the blonde's head and patted his skull. Naruto jumped atop the roofs of the houses of Clover Town before settling atop the spire of Clover Town's highest building, which was the mansion of Ayame's stalker, Roy. Of course, Naruto and Kurama didn't know this was his house and were too caught up in their thoughts to recognize the scent. You'll come to make a choice soon, Naruto. You are a Dragonslayer and you are a human. You have the power of a dragon and the heart of a human. You can walk one road or the other, or maybe, you can always defy the laws of choice as you always have and forge your own path, but know this, Naruto. The blonde looked up at the exceed on his head. What? No matter what happens, no matter what you do, I'll be there to help you through it, alright. Naruto remained silent as Kurama finished speaking and merely patted the exceed's head. Besides, someone has to stop you from eating so much ramen. You're going to die from all that shit in your body. A vein bulged on Naruto's forehead at that remark. Shut up, Baka Kitsune. Do you understand why I did not wish to say goodbye now? Naruto growled. You're right, you're right. I'm sorry I wanted to see you be human and say goodbye before you left the people you didn't see since you were a child. Kurama spoke with a deadpan voice. Well, I told you that we should leave at first light and I made the conclusion that this would happen if we did say goodbye. Now look what happened. I'm never taking advice from you again, you mangy feline. Why not? Kurama spoke, feigning hurt feelings. Because, it's been 3 days. Because of you, we weren't able to leave this human-infested area as I originally planned. Naruto snarled, his eyes shifting to shining white. Oi, Naruto-kun, why are you and Kurama whispering to each other? Come on, get up. Ayame called out from her side of the party table. Naruto sighed as he glared at Kurama atop his head. I will kill you, exceed. Mark my words, I will have my claws tear your throat out. Shining White stared into deadly crimson with equal intensity. Shut up, Dragonslayer, Kurama retorted. Naruto's eyes shifted back to their original blue before he rose from his seat. Coming Ayame Ne-chan, Naruto said as he rose up from his chair. What did you want? He asked as he reached the brown-haired girl's position. I need you to cut the cake with me. Naruto stared blankly at her as he watched the birthday cake. But it's Sakura's birthday, why am I cutting it with you? Celebrations such as this dictate that the person who the party is for should be the one to cut it with another person. Is there something you're not telling me? Just how old are you, Ne-chan? He was then slapped playfully on the shoulder. Naruto-kun, I'm not old. She pouted, causing Naruto to chuckle at his older sister figure. By the way, where is Sakura? Naruto asked as he looked around for his childhood, pink-haired friend. Ahem. He heard the feminine voice of a certain pink-haired woman accompanied by the tap on his shoulder causing him to spin around rather quickly, said action frightening the green-eyed girl. Yes, he asked with a curious tilt of his head. Well what? Where's my present? Naruto tilted his head once more at Sakura's question. I didn't get one. I've only been in town for 3 days, Sakura. I don't think I would have had the time to go out and purchase a gift for your birthday, seeing as how I aim to surprise you all with my return to Clover Town. Though in that case, shouldn't my temporary return be a gift enough to you? Yes, but like you said, this is a temporary thing. You could have at least gotten me something, she said with her arms folding over her chest, a disappointed look on her face. Besides, why are you leaving so soon? Actually, we would all like to know the answer to that. Shikamaru said as he, Ino and Choji walked up to the blonde. Naruto noticed Ayame had joined the posse of people who wished to know his reasoning behind leaving Clover Town immediately after he had just arrived. Naruto looked up at Kurama and sent a glare his way, and the crimson-furred cat shrugged with a sheepish grin on his face. My bad, he whispered. I am leaving because I wish to continue my travels. I was actually told to visit a place that is quite important within Fariy. Really? Where is that? Choji asked. Naruto tapped his nose as he gave the brown-haired boy a sly grin. That's for me to know and you to find out. As Shikamaru would say, the game is afoot. I don't say that. The Rune Knight member scoffed. Ino and Choji shook their head at their fellow Rune Knight before patting Naruto on the shoulders. Well, you'll be coming back soon. Right, Ino said with a small glare. If you don't, I'll find you. I am a Rune Knight now, so I have connections. Naruto frowned at his fellow blonde's threat, albeit it being playful in nature. Trust me, Ino, you don't want to find out what Kurama and I really are. He thought. He then turned to Sakura and gave her a small smile. Well, let's to cutting that cake, nay Sakura. The birthday girl seemed to brighten up at that and nodded. The group of 20-year-olds and one 27-year-old all sang the birthday song for Sakura as she was now turning 21. After blowing out the candles, she had Naruto cut the cake with her, and to the blonde's surprise, was given a kiss on the cheek for his help with the birthday party. Kurama was given the same. But I didn't do anything. They said. You came, didn't you? That's more than enough. Naruto looked at Kurama with shocked looks present on both their faces before glancing back at Sakura. You honestly deserve more than us leaving, Sakura. Kurama said. Naruto didn't say anything as he gained an impassive look and glanced out of the window of Sakura's apartment. The sun was hanging in the sky, shining brightly, indicating it was around midday. Well, then we should enjoy the day while it still lasts. You can stay for just one more day, can't you? Sakura asked. Naruto turned and glared at Sakura. I would rather not. This particular journey I am going to embark upon is of the utmost importance to me. He then looked to see Sakura was giving the puppy dog eyes, her irises growing immensely large and moist, and performed some sort of weird wobbling motion. What the hell is that? Naruto backed up in surprise. What is going on? Please, Naruto-kun. Son of a bitch. My will to deny, my will to say no. Why is it crumbling? Naruto thought as he fell to his knees and looked up at the pink-haired girl. By the dragon, Sakura, what have you done to me? What the hell is that thing you're doing with your eyes? Make it stop. It's so agonizingly cute. The cuteness, it buurrns. Naruto curled up into a ball, shutting his eyes to stop looking at the green eyes of doom. Then will you stay? She asked in that sickeningly sweet tone of voice. Naruto shuddered as he slowly nodded his head. Yes, I'll stay. Just make those eyes go away. Naruto said as he moved away from Sakura's freaky, wobbling eyes. Sakura then blinked and the puppy dog eyes vanished. Great, now come on, it's eating time. Cheesecake for the win. Everyone's sweat dropped at the 21-year-old that acted like a child as she cut out a piece of her birthday cake. As everyone took a slice of cake, Kurama decided to ruin anyone's chances of getting more than one slice, including Sakura. Banzai. The exceed leapt from atop Naruto's head and belly flopped onto the pink icing-covered cake with a humorous-sounding splat. The cake seemed to somehow deflate as it was crushed beneath Kurama's weight. Well, there goes the cake. You have ice cream though, right? Choji asked as he looked at Sakura with hopeful eyes. Sakura stuck her tongue out, a habit she had picked up on from her mother when she was nervous. Hee. What would you do if I said no? Probably crawl in a hole and die and curse the gods as to why Sakura Haruno does not have backup ice cream at her own birthday party. Why? The rotund man asked. Sakura facepalmed before just walking over to her pile of presents. Let's just open the presents. She sighed. A loud belch filled the atmosphere, causing everyone to look with disgust at the crimson-furred cat. The fox-costumed feline was licking the remains of the pink icing from his lips while laying on his back on the plate where the cake used to be. They then turned back to Sakura as she began to open her presents. Ino got her a beautiful vase of pink roses. Shikamaru and Choji, well, mostly Choji, got her a cookbook, something she desperately needed since she had been buying takeout food for most of the time she was at medical school. Ayame had gotten her a pretty pair of cherry blossom-shaped earrings and also handed her the present that Seiko was to give her daughter. Sakura opened the box to reveal a small music box. She opened the box and her eyes widened as she heard the tune coming out of it. Insert music. Naruto Yutsusemi. Quite an interesting tune. Yutsusemi by Toshiro Masuda, Naruto said. It's a beautiful piece, Ino commented. It's the same tune we all used to listen to as kids. Really gives you a feeling of nostalgia, doesn't it? Choji chuckled. The group all sat down around Sakura as she held the music box and the music continued to play. Sakura gave a sad smile, tears lining her eyes. She looked up at all of her friends. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Sakura said. They all grinned in response, except for Naruto and Kurama, who looked down with a guilty look on their faces. It's no trouble, Sakura. We're your friends no matter what. Ino told her best friend. Sakura nodded before turning to Naruto and Kurama. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer and the Exceed continued to look down as Sakura walked over to them. Hey, don't feel guilty over this. You guys have to do what have to do, just like we have to do what we have to do. I'm stuck at medical school. Ino, Choji and Shikamaru have their jobs as rune knights and Ayame is working with Toichi at Ichiraku's. To be honest, we've actually been thrusting the guilt of you leaving on you without even realizing it, but it just shows how hypocritical we are. We want you to stay and spend time with all of us now that you are back with us, Naruto, Kurama. However, the thing is that we won't be able to hang out even if you were to stay here in Clover Town. We'd be too busy working and the only person you'd see if probably Toichi, Ayame and Maika-chan. Sakura then leaned down and hugged Naruto. The blonde didn't respond and neither did Kurama as he was scratched behind his ears. Now it wasn't just Naruto and Kurama who felt guilty. Everyone present in the room looked down as they felt a few tugs on their heartstrings. True, they had wanted Naruto to stay with them now that he was back, but they had forgotten to take into account the fact that they all had jobs to do and Naruto and Kurama were just simple wanderers with no actual home to stay in. Sure, He stayed with Toichi and Ayame for the 3 days he had been guilt-tripped into staying for that time to wait to leave until Sakura's birthday passed, but go. As Ayame said that one word, everyone's head snapped up. You really aren't meant to stay here, Naruto-kun. Ayame-ne-chan. Naruto whispered. This is for the best then. Shikamaru said. Naruto and Kurama's heads turned to the black-haired boy. Huh. Naruto, I told you this before when we were 13. You aren't going to be the type to stay here for long. You aren't really meant to stay in one place for the rest of your life. I mean, look at you. You're a mage who wanders throughout Fariy, and I highly doubt that you would have more of a life here in Clover than out there in the real world. Though I should warn you, if you cause any trouble, Ino's not going to be happy and she may actually hurt you. He joked. Naruto and Kurama blinked, shaking their heads in disbelief. You all. Naruto climbed to his feet before walking forward and placing his fist against his chest, his heart to be specific. I. Naruto clutched his head as his emotions suddenly began to fluctuate. His head snapped upwards, eyes shining white. His friends backed up in shock as they felt Naruto's magical energy suddenly spike. Naruto panted heavily, his claw-like nails and sharpened teeth visible to all. His eyes were now a shining white. Naruto growled at the people before him and Kurama quickly jumped off of Naruto's head. Naruto, snap out of it. Don't let it control you. Kurama exclaimed. Naruto snarled at the Exceed before aiming to slash at Kurama, but the Exceed dodged it before shadows suddenly sprung out of the ground and bound Naruto. Naruto, what's gotten into you? Shikamaru said. Sakura and Ayame watched as their magically powered friends aimed to restrain Naruto. Choji used his Titan magic to increase the size of his hand and aid in forcing Naruto down to the ground. Naruto snarled as he pushed upwards against the giant hand. He easily broke free of its grip before he inhaled deeply, and Shikamaru, Choji and Ino watched in amazement as Naruto literally absorbed the magic from Shikamaru's spell before the shadows seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Disgusting humans. I'll kill you all. You dare exist in this world and attempt to use magic against one who is above all. Die. Naruto raised his claws as wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere and Naruto's magic spiked once more. However, as Naruto was about to strike with the powers of the wind, he froze. The magic spike dropped and everyone looked as Naruto clutched his head once more, falling to his knees. He panted as he looked up at his friends, eyes now their original shade of blue. Naruto. What was? Ino was stopped when she saw Naruto rise to his feet and punch the wall of Sakura's apartment, making a decent-sized hole in it. Naruto stared at them all with a cold look in his eyes. The blonde sighed as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I can't control myself. Ayame-ne-chan, you had no idea how right you were when you said I really am not meant to stay here. My powers are something not meant for humans to bear witness to. You were merely lucky that I did not kill you. You mean you really would have? Sakura asked. Naruto gave a regretful nod. He then clutched his forehead in pain. I'm sorry, but my leaving is going to be now. Naruto, wait, we can help you. If it's magic then we can help, the Rune Knights can help. No, not the Rune Knights. Naruto's eyes changed back to their blinding white. Those pathetic maggots will be nothing but victims to my hands. Do not take me, do not attempt to find me, do not attempt to help me. Naruto then gave a dark chuckle. You are all lucky this pathetic human part is restraining me from killing you all. Naruto's eyes then changed back to blue. I'm not staying here with you. I am not hurting my nakama, not ever. Kurama, come on. Naruto quickly sped out the door at a speed no one other than Kurama could have followed at. A sonic boom then sounded as both Dragonslayer and Exceed left the premises. The group all stared at the area where Kurama and Naruto had previously been. What the hell just happened? Ino asked. Sakura and Ayame fell to their knees as the fear and lack of adrenaline finally caught up with them. Was that really Naruto-kun? That couldn't be my Naruto-kun, that was not my Otudo. Ayame cried out as tears spilled from her eyes. Shikamaru and Choji looked at each other. We need to report to headquarters. No way. Shika, Naruto is our friend, there's no way we're going to put him on the criminals listing. Ino glared at him. Ayame and Sakura's eyes widened at Ino's exclamation. Ayame dragged herself on her knees to Shikamaru, gripping his pant leg. No, Shikamaru, please. Don't do this to my Otudo. Don't make him a criminal, please. Ayame clutched his pant leg with enough force that one could actually hear the fabric beginning to tear. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as his brain worked a mile a minute. Do you all really think so lowly of me that you think I would that to Naruto, our friend? Ino cringed at the venom Shikamaru put into his tone as his dark-colored eyes bore into her cerulean ones. Shikamaru sighed as he began scratching his head in thought. This is so troublesome. That darker personality of his, there's something about it that just seems so evil, vile, putrid. Stop me anytime now, Shika. Choji said as he rattled off words. Shikamaru shook his head. No, it's not that. It wasn't evil at all. It seemed more like dangerously powerful. Anyway, when I said we need to report to headquarters, I meant that we need to set up a private investigation. This is a private matter that only we, the three of us, will deal. We need resources, so we're going to the Magic Council HQ, and whatever it is that's possessing Naruto or causing him to act this way, we're going to help him get through with it. You two go back. I'll stay here with Ayame and Sakura. They are pretty shaken up. Ino said. Possession. No, there was no foreign magic source. That also rules out being influenced by some sort of black magic exposure, so the only logical explanation is Naruto is either suffering from some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder or he has a split personality. As for the magic, it was powerful and the wind kicked up as he did so. Whatever magic Naruto is hiding from us, it's no doubt extremely powerful if the pressure created from it was that strong. I'm going to have to look into this. Naruto, what happened to you while you were gone? Shikamaru then looked up when he felt someone shake him. He looked to see Choji looking at him with concerned looks. You okay? Choji asked his best friend. Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, sorry, just lost in thought. It was understandable. After all, their childhood friend just had a split personality episode right in front of them and threatened to kill them. A magic seal then sprung up beneath the two male Rune Knight members, performing a small requip magic spell to change into their professional garb. Teleportation magic. Magic Council HQ. They yelled as they vanished in a pillar of purple light, teleporting to the Magic Council HQ. Eastern Fjorine Mountains Acnologia's lair. Naruto skidded as he landed on the ground and stumbled into the darkness of the cave. He growled as his eyes flickered between white and blue. He released a powerful roar imbued with magic energy that caused the ceiling of the large cave to shake and crack. Numerous stalagmites fell from above, things Naruto used to vent the draconian rage he had running through his system as he sliced them to rubble with the sharp winds he created. He then turned around and froze as he saw Kurama standing there. The fox-costumed Exceed watched with a blank look at his partner, and the Dragonslayer merely snarled at him. Finished? Kurama asked. Naruto's face seemed to calm and he made no motion whatsoever. Kurama's eyes narrowed before they widened in shock. In a flash of crimson, Kurama transformed into his Kitsune form. 5 whip-like tails dug themselves into the ground as the bipedal Kitsune caught the punch that Naruto aimed for his chest. Naruto continued to rain down blows upon the transformed Exceed, but the Biju blocked them all. Unlike in other battles, Naruto's Dragonslayer usage was not in conjunction with his actual intelligence, and so he was striking out with pure instinct and animalistic rage. An angry mind is a narrow mind, Naruto. That was one of the first lessons Aknologia taught you. Kurama spoke as he continued to block Naruto's attacks, which served to only further Naruto's anger. Aknologia understood that your draconian side was empowered by the intelligence you used alongside it and was what made you the one of the most deadly forces on the face of this continent. Kurama frowned as he quickly caught Naruto's wrist as he aimed to slash his face before twisting and thrusting the side of his hip against Naruto's own. Using the force of the thrust, he channeled it to pull Naruto off of the ground and threw Naruto over his shoulder and into the ground. You are still strong, Naruto, but this side of you is not who you really are. Like you would know anything, Exceed. You underestimate the power of a dragon. Naruto vanished into the wind before reappearing above Kurama's head. Kurama didn't move as his tails lashed out and wrapped around Naruto's ankles, wrists and neck. The white-eyed Dragonslayer roared, tearing the earth with the shockwave it generated, but Kurama remained in place. The Kitsune snarled before slamming Naruto into the ground. Shut up and calm down. Do not make me angry, Naruto. You know very well I can handle you, so either calm down or I make you. Kurama roared. Naruto panted in exertion as he tried to force his way to his feet, but Kurama had lengthened his tails and embedded them into the earth to anchor Naruto, and so the Apocalypse Dragonslayer was nothing more than a motionless man. Naruto roared in rage, the earth cracking once more as magic was expelled from his body, but Kurama countered by expelling fire from his body. Pure magic and flame collided before they both vanished as a result of their stalemate. A few moments passed as Naruto didn't move for a few minutes. Are you ready to get up? Kurama asked. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. Kurama nodded and unearthed his tails before raising the bound Naruto to his feet. The blonde's eyes returned to their original blue color before he was gently rested on the ground. Kurama changed back into his original form and rested atop Naruto's head. You had an episode, he stated. Naruto nodded, rubbing the sides of his temples. This dual personality will be the death of me if I do not find a way to either find balance between them or to choose one or the other. My draconian side is too violent and my human half, what I am right now, is much too lenient due to being relatively childlike. My human half is slowly adapting to my age though, seeing as how in a matter of 3 days I have nearly reached the intellect comparable to that of a person of my physical age. Will you ever find the time to do so? The crimson-eyed cat asked. I will try to, but I have a request to fulfill. The Dragonslayer replied before bending his knees and taking off into the sky, a crack in the ground resulting from his liftoff. A sonic boom followed behind him as he took off in a northern direction. Naruto closed his eyes as he recalled the situation that led to him heading north. Flashback. Eastern Fjorine Mountains, Acnologia's lair. 1 month ago. How's the arm? Kurama asked as he brought back a pair of dead quails from his daily hunt for lunch. Naruto lay upon the ground in his old sleeping spot, scowling as he raised his damaged arm before wincing. Less that satisfactory. That fairy tale mage broke my shoulder and caused lengthy fractures along the length of my radius and humerus. If I ever have the pleasure of meeting that spiteful human again, I will. Yeah, rip his throat out, tear out his bowels and rip the rest of his body to shreds. I've heard the whole story every time you bitch about your little draw with Gildart's Clive of fairy tale. Now can you be quiet? I need to cook these things. He pointed to the dead quails in his hand-like paws. Naruto bared his sharp teeth at Kurama, but the cosplaying cat didn't even spare the Dragonslayer a glance. Naruto decided to rest his eyes as he suddenly began to feel very drowsy as he stared at the crimson flames of Kurama's cooking fire. His eyelids became heavy, shifting between open and closed before they finally settled on being closed. Darkness enveloped his vision. Oi, Naru-kun, wake up. Naruto's eyes snapped open. His blue eyes shifted all around the area he was in. He rose up to a sitting position before spying the image of the 5-point elemental seal. His eyes narrowed as he turned to face the spirits of his biological parents, Minato Namikaze, the Kiroi Senko, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Chishio no Habanero. What reason do you have for bringing me within my mindscape? I do not wish to interact with either of you in any way, let alone speak with you. The blonde snarled. Minato frowned alongside Kushina. Ma, Naru-kun, so mean to your own Ka-chan. I have no Ka-chan and my 2-san is not this man that stands before me. Not even in spirit will I recognize you as my 2-san, Minato Namikaze. The two spirits flinched at his words, but Kushina rebutted his comment. That is not what it sounded like when we first met you here in the seal. When we forced you to wake up you called us 2-chan and Ka-chan. I did no such thing. Denial. The Dragonslayer's parents stated. Naruto snarled in annoyance. He then focused on freeing himself from his mindscape, but he was suddenly stopped when Minato forced him down to the ground. What the? How dare you, you vile human. Release me before I make you. Naruto, listen to us. Please, we want to atone for the sin of leaving you alone, for leaving you to be raised at the hands of the beast that killed us, but if you don't give us a chance to talk to you, we will never have the opportunity to do so, so please, let us speak with you. What we have to say is important. Naruto stared blankly at his biological father before glancing at his mother. Kushina sent a nod his way and the younger blonde turned back to his father. Your words hold significance and due to being within my own mind, I am able to sense no lies being uttered from you. I will listen, but... Naruto's eyes shone a bright white as a pulse of magic threw his father off of him before he impaled the spirit through its body. Minato grunted in pain as his spiritual form felt the pain of having a clawed hand being thrust through its stomach. Attack me again and I don't care how long it will take, I will find some way to remove your spirits from the seal. Understood, Naru-kun, Kushina said. Naruto forcefully pulled his hand free from Minato's body and the symbol of the seal glowed crimson as Minato's spirit was regenerated. Now speak, Minato and Kushina. Naru-kun, first off, as we discussed before, we are very proud of how strong you have become under Acnologia's tutelage, however. Kushina paused. We are not happy with the way you are carrying about yourself. You see yourself as above all others due to your status as the Apocalypse Dragonslayer and son of a dragon. You do not see yourself as human and it is what is resulting in your eventual mental collapse. Minato said. Your opinion of me does not matter. Also, my mental state is quite intact. That's what you think, but look. Kushina and Minato snapped their fingers and as the sound echoed throughout the recesses of Naruto's mindscape, a golden scale appeared between the three. One end of the scale was the miniature form of a 13-year-old Naruto while on the other end of the scale was an image of Acnologia's sleeping form. The two sides of the scale were shifting and up and down at a very rapid pace, not even settling on either side or finding equilibrium. What is this? The Dragonslayer asked. This is representation of your psyche. On one end, you have your human side, the side you have been repressing for years since you completed your Dragonslayer training under Acnologia's tutelage, however your intellect is the only form of your human side that you let out. Minato started. While this other end represents the side you tend to lean towards, your draconian side, or Dragonslayer personality as we like to call it. Your Dragonslayer side is majorly dominant, but the use of your human intellect as well as interaction with people like Haku and Minerva from Lupinus Town have resulted in your emotions fluctuating and causing pieces of your psyche to degenerate. As a result, if you are placed under a certain amount of emotional stress your mind will snap and result in the formation of a split personality between your two natures. Your Dragonslayer form has been exceedingly powerful so far due to your human mind guiding your rage and preventing it from truly clouding your mind, but if you split it from your humanity, your Dragonslayer half will continuously try to gain dominance and result in split personality episodes. Worst case scenario could be that your mind will undergo so much stress due to these episodes that you will break down and regress into a vegetative state or succumb to insanity. Kushina explained. Naruto's eyes widened as looked at the scales and their moving sides. He continued to stare at it for a few seconds before his eye narrowed. You are my biological parents, so your concern for me is understandable. However, I assure you my psyche is completely intact and will remain so. No amount of emotional stress will result in this scenario occurring. Kushina and Minato frowned at their son's stubborn nature, but then again, he was their son. Even if Acknowledge raised him, that stubborn attitude was within their own personalities as well, so it was only natural that Naruto would pick it up as well. Is that all you wished to tell me? Naruto asked. If so, I will take my leave. Actually, it's not. You see, other than that warning we issued you, we also have another reason for calling you here. Naruto sighed, his frustration being exceedingly paramount. I don't have to listen to this. But you know you want to. Minato argued. Naruto did not answer. Naruto, first off, we wish to apologize for the fact that we died when you were only a year old, but we are your parents. We need to put your safety above all else, even our own lives. You placed a protective seal upon my body while you fought the overgrown garden snake. Naruto snarled. Why didn't you do the same for yourselves? He roared. Because, we wouldn't have had the time or the magic to make 3 of those types of seals. Acknowledge relentlessly attacked us and you have studied seal magic, Naruto. You know how complex the seal we placed on you is. The older blonde yelled back. Bullshit. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer stamped his foot on the ground and a gust of wind blew forth as if to personify his rage. You are both masters of that field of magic. You could have done it at any time. Naru-kun, we may be wizard saints, but we are not gods, or dragons if you prefer that to be a suitable comparison. We are still human and in the rush to protect your life, we neglected our own. Like I said, we are your parents and your safety is paramount. The red-haired woman said. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but his mind drew a blank at any form of a rebuttal. He snarled before opening his mouth once more, but no words escaped his voice box. Idiotic humans. He snarled under his breath. We truly are sorry for dying on you, Naruto, but. Minato's eyes hardened. We do not regret what we did. You survived and that is what we had aimed to do. You lived to see another day and so in our eyes, we did not die in vain. You carry on our legacies, Naruto. You wield my energy make with better skills than I could ever hope to achieve. You hold your mother's blades, Excalibur and Ascalon, and you are also a user of seal magic. If I didn't know any better, I would say you are proud of us and that we are your parents, that we are the ones who were able to have you able to learn the magics that you know now. I hold you both in high regard. Not because you are my biological parents, but because you are able to stand against Acknowledge and because of your titles as wizard saints, nothing more. You are impressive for humans and I respect you both, but never will I be able to say that I am proud that you two are my parents. If anything, I am saddened that you both could not find the common sense to run from Acknowledge. You possess the ability to move at high speeds, Minato, you could have saved yourselves as well as me if you had done so. In my eyes, you abandoned me and there will be nothing you can do or say to make me forgive you. Naruto spat out with venom in his tone. Then we will do what we can to make sure you can find your humanity and forgive us for placing you with the feeling that we had abandoned you, Databane. Kushina grinned widely. Minato's sweat dropped at his wife's verbal tick. Still with the Databane, huh? Shut up, Minato-kun. Kushina punched him in the head. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his parents as he watched Kushina rant to his biological father before Kushina turned back to him. Now Naru-kun, one more note before we wake you up. Naruto, you were born in a populated village near to the area where Acknowledge made his nest in the cave and raised you. Journey north from there and you will find your home village. However, the village was in a war between the lizardmen, the creatures that tried to kidnap you so that they could use you against us or kill you. The battle was that over territory in which the lizardmen had ruled over the forests for ages, but when we humans created our large village over the years, they saw it fit to remove us from their territory. Another foolish choice by humans. Animals, even those that are capable of cognitive thinking such as the lizardmen, bear the instinct to keep intruders out of their territory. Minato ignored his son's comment before continuing. The village fell due to it lacking sufficient mages and the lizardmen were much better at close combat, not to mention they had the ability to copy a single type of magic to use as their own. I know of these creatures. Quite intelligent and very intuitive in battle. Minato nodded at Naruto's statement. Yes, and it was because of that alongside the fact that their numbers far outmatched our own and as a result the village was lost to us and burned to the ground. We were forced to run off with you as the remaining factions of the lizardman army that we failed to kill gave chase. Is there a point to you telling me about my alleged hometown? Naruto asked. Yes. You see, Within the ashes of the town I managed to protect a few valuables in a chest which was guarded by seals that not even lizardmen could open, even if they managed to copy seal magic. Inside that chest will be information regarding anything you wish to know regarding my and your Ka-chan's family history, as well as a few things you wouldn't have known about your own. Naruto's eyes narrowed at that last statement. Silence reigned within the Dragonslayer's mindscape before he turned away and punched the air of his mindscape, only to hit something solid. The air seemed to shatter like glass, revealing the darkness within it. As Naruto stepped into the makeshift tunnel that led from his mindscape, his ears twitched as he picked up on his mother's voice. Naru-kun. Kushina reached out to him, only for Minato to shake his head as he held her wrist. No. Our son needs to make his own choices. We said what needed to be said, now all we can do is just watch and hope he does the right thing. Minato said. Naruto paused for a while longer as the words processed within his mind. Without a word, he left his mindscape and the spirits of his biological parents behind. End flashback. Naruto clenched his fists before he took on a larger burst of speed. I can't believe I'm actually going through with this. Am I really that curious about my own family? Naruto shook his head to calm the myriad of thoughts going through his brain before pausing in midair. Something wrong? Kurama asked. Naruto rubbed his temples before shaking his head. No, just that we've arrived at our location. He replied. The Exceed looked around at the wide array of greenery. There is nothing here, Gaki. You doubt the eyes of a dragon, Exceed. Naruto snarled as he stared at the forest. He then took off and Kurama's eyes widened as he saw the air seem to liquefy around him. Naruto and Kurama went through the invisible barrier that disguised the area of forest, only to reveal. By the dragons. Naruto muttered. His eyes still shone white, signifying his draconian half was still in control, but even this side of him could not help but stare in awe at the ruins that lay before him. Collapsed infrastructure, brick, stone and dirt were scattered throughout the area. Some areas were blackened from what seemed to be fire and the earth itself was broken apart. Craters littered the area in various places. Naruto landed on the ground and his white eyes scanned the area. He took a few steps forward only to hear a snap beneath his boot. He looked down and stared at the human skull he just crushed. It was small. A child, he presumed. He then looked to see a sword was impaled through the skeleton's ribcage and next to it was the broken skeleton of a reptilian creature coated in armor. The lizardman. The blonde's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pair of skeletons for a few more moments. What the hell happened here? Kurama asked. War happened. Naruto stated with no emotion in his voice. His white eyes scanned the area and he could see the residual magic energy that was left behind. Even after 19 years of being reduced to rubble, the village still bore the signs of its battle within the atmosphere. Naruto inhaled and took in the Eternano and ingested it. The Mokushiryu no Byakugan continued to observe the village's ruins before he noticed a hotspot of magic energy. He walked towards that area before kneeling down and blowing a crater in the ground with a fudan, Daitapa. Naruto reached into the crater and heaved out the dirty metal chest. Naruto, how did you know about this? The village, this chest. A little reunion with the spirits of my biological parents within my mindscape. They enlightened me to what transpired within the village that was supposed to be my hometown. This is all that is left. Minato and Kushina informed me of the location of this chest which is said to contain any information regarding their family histories as well as a few things about my own. But wouldn't your family pertain to their own family histories as well? I assumed that as well, Exceed, but my human half suspects something else. Naruto growled out as he clutched his head. The shining white vanished and sapphire irises flickered into view. My head hurts. Damn it. Naruto panted as he felt the headache coming on. Despite the seal on his body granting him a healing factor, there was just something wrong that the seal refused to heal his migraine. My brain feels like it's burning. What the hell is happening to me? He mentally shouted. Naruto panted, a few beads of sweat dripping down his face as the burning sensation stopped. He rested his hand on the chest, but a variety of violet seals appeared and Naruto was suddenly sent flying back as a pulse of magic slammed into him. Naruto flipped in midair as Kurama sprouted his wings and hovered next to him. Minato truly took precautions when it came to protecting this chest, didn't he? Kurama said. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto drawled out. Naruto quickly formed a few hand motions before the pocket dimension opened to his right and he reached into it, pulling out his magic pen that he used to write his more complex seals. He quickly forced a bit of magic into the seals that appeared on the chest and his magic navigated its way through the crevices within the seal formula's magical composition. Intersecting triple pentagram seals coupled with barrier locks and chain defensive seals. Minato really knew what he was doing when made this. Naruto thought. He quickly withdrew his magic energy before drawing out numerous seal formulas atop the chest. Within a matter of minutes, he finished his creation and then placed his hand atop the sealing formula. Seal magic. Enzyme substrate releasing formula. He said as he pumped magic energy into his formula. Suddenly, His own kanji flew across the chest, morphing themselves into different shapes and connecting to the ones on Minato's sealing formula as if they were pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. When all the kanji were connected, the seal glowed a deep violet before it vanished into thin air. Did you break it? Kurama asked. Yes, I created a sealing formula similar to that of a biological enzyme when it bonds to a substrate. Each sealing kanji I created was to be attached to a specific part of the sealing formula within Minato's own. As they connected to each other, they broke down, similar to that of the catalytic breakdown of molecules within the human body and thus releasing any locks and barriers on the chest. I will admit, the man was a genius to come up with such a formula. Naruto complimented his father. Kurama blinked at the blue-eyed blonde. You do know I have absolutely no understanding of the seal you just did and what the hell you just said to explain it. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the exceed. Baka. Kurama flipped Naruto off in response to the insult. Naruto rolled his eyes before opening the chest. Within it were various files and documents. Most of them labeled Uzumaki and Namikaze. Naruto guessed those were the ones pertaining to the family history. Other documents were sealing formulas, secret techniques that they had created, but never tested. Finally, Naruto came to the bottom of the chest and his eyes widened as he saw a large black book. He pulled it out and blew off the dust before looking at the cover. Photo album. He looked at the book with a questionable gaze before slowly opening it. Kurama rested atop his head before looking in awe as he saw the various images of Minato and Kushina. One was of a younger Minato and Kushina, probably when they were dating as they looked like teenagers in the picture. Another was with them holding up the peace sign, their wizard saint medallions held in their other hands, matching grins on their faces. A third picture showed a picture of Kushina's hand with a silver engagement ring on it. Naruto flipped through the pages as he saw various photos of his parents' wedding before stopping on the photo of a pregnant Kushina, looking down lovingly at the noticeable bump in her belly. Minato wasn't present, so it was assumed he was the one who took the picture. This must be when she was pregnant with you, Kurama said. Naruto didn't respond as he turned the page, seeing pictures of his biological father holding up a various amount of toys. His eyes zeroed in on a small toy drum with 2 strings attached to either side, a small wooden, black ball attached to said strings. He looked at the writing below the pictures, something he now took notice of. Naru-kun's favorite toy, he read. He turned and picked up the small little drum he found within the chest and twisted it in his hands. The beads beat on either side of the drum and for some odd reason he felt a sense of calm when he did so. Naruto chuckled as he continued to play with the little toy. I can't believe this was my favorite toy. Why? Kurama asked. Because the sound it is making annoys the hell out of me. He responded. Kurama's sweat dropped at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Way to be blunt, Gaki. Naruto ignored the kitsune costumed cat and turned back to the photo album. He continued to turn the pages and stopped at the image of his father hugging his mother, his baby self being held up by his mother. Minato wore a large grin on his face as Kushina had a serene look on hers as she looked at the baby Naruto. Family. Naruto muttered the title of the picture. Kurama watched with a concerned look as Naruto watched the picture with an unblinking gaze. Kurama, not wanting Naruto to have another psychotic break, pulled the book away from the blonde. Naruto's eyes blinked rapidly as he registered what occurred. Kurama. Naruto, you may suffer another psychotic break and revert to your Dragonslayer state if you continue to watch this photo album. I don't want to risk it so. Kurama held the book in the air with one paw before he stared intently at it. Suddenly, the book burst into flames. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched the burning photo album fall on the ground. No. He quickly called upon the powers of his magic. Futen. Shinku, wind style. Vacuum. Kurama stared in shock as he watched the flames he made suddenly vanish as the oxygen was completely removed from the area where they burned so as to prevent the flames from further damaging the book. When the flames vanished, it revealed the slightly charred book. He was then punched to the ground and kicked away as Naruto grabbed the book and inspected it. Naruto, what are you? What the hell are you doing? This is the only link I have to my past and you try to burn it. You could go into another personality shift. Your emotions fluctuate and you result in another psychological war with yourself. I wasn't going to risk that. And you didn't think that maybe burning this photo album would have done the same. Since when the hell are you so defensive? Don't tell me you actually want to see those pictures. Naruto paused as held the book that much tighter, glancing down at the ground. Kurama's eyes widened in realization and shock as he watched the blank look on Naruto's face before the blonde Dragonslayer turned away from him. You really wanted to look at those pictures, didn't you, Naruto? Naruto didn't reply as he sat down once more and flipped through the pages. Some of the pictures were now blackened by Kurama's flames, but Naruto was still able to make out most of the images. Kurama lay there, staring at his partner with the shocked expression still on his face before he released a mental laugh. Seems he's begun to accept his humanity a bit more. A few minutes later, Kurama gained a curious look when he saw Naruto had reached the last page of the book. The blonde stared in awe at the picture and Kurama flew over to the blonde. Naruto. What's going? Oh. Kurama's own expression of awe formed on his face. Naruto's hands trembled as he watched the picture before his shocked visage turned to that of rage. Impossible. There is no fucking way that is possible. Naruto. Kurama. No. There is no logical explanation to explain why that photo exists. Naruto tore photo out and stared intently at it. I refuse to accept it. She should not exist then if she were to have been born. She would have burned with the rest of this village. Naruto swept his arm in a wide arc, gesturing to the village ruins. Naruto released a roar of rage and tore the earth apart as a pulse of magic energy personified his rage. A gust of wind exited his jaws and the son of Acknowledge breathed heavily, his anger emanating off of him. He quickly opened a pocket dimension and threw everything back into the chest before throwing the chest itself into the pocket dimension portal. The portal closed and Naruto clutched the photo he tore out within his hands before shredding it with the winds. Naruto was about to vent his rage further when he received a magic pulse from his cloak. He paused and took out the communication seal tag before pumping a small amount of magic into it. What? Oi, Fujin. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he heard the disrespectful tone one could only find in Gajeel Red Fox. Gajeel-san. Juvia thinks it is not wise to speak to the Ogano Fujin in such a disrespectful manner. Juvia fears being placed in pain again and Juvia does not like the pain. Juvia spoke. What do you want? Iron Dragon, Water Dragon. Now is not the best time for you to have contacted me. He snarled. Yeah, well too bad. Anyway, seeing as how you wanted updates on Master Jose's progress with the guild war he plans to start with Fairy Tail, Juvia and I are here to tell you that the master has almost finished his preparations. Naruto's eyes widened. Is he now? Yes, Fujin-san. Juvia and Gajeel-san are confident that Master Jose plans to attack within the next few weeks. He is currently mobilizing the guild to prepare for attack. Gajeel-san is tasked with attacking the guild itself. Master Jose hopes that by doing so, it will spark the fires of rage within Fairy Tail and thus lead to them starting the war with us. Juvia spoke. You have both done well. I appreciate that you have willingly followed my orders. Well, it's kind of hard to defy you when you have these fucking seals on our stomachs. The son of Metallicana grunted in annoyance. Your dissatisfaction is understandable, but until you prove that you are indeed trustworthy to me, I will keep those seals upon you. Water Dragon. He called out the title he had thrusted upon the blue-haired Dragonslayer. Yes, Fujin-san. The daughter of Levia spoke. What is the catalyst that will result in causing the war? Fujin-san, it is as Juvia said. Master Jose plans to have Gajeel-san. Naruto interrupted the blue-haired woman swiftly. I am aware of that, however, Makarov Drayar is not the type of person who will go to war over a simple breaking of his guild. What is his secondary method? Naruto asked. Juvia and Gajeel were silent for a few moments before an audible gulp was heard from the umbrella-holding woman. Juvia does not approve of this method of provocation, but Master Jose plans to attack a Fairy Tail member or members should the initial plan to cause the war not produce the results he wishes. Juvia thinks that this is not a wise decision as Fairy Tail is known to be very protective of their guildmates and if we are to face against Makarov Drayar, the Titan, we will most surely fall. Juvia responded. Though Master Jose is also a wizard saint, it is a well-known fact Makarov had actually pounded Jose into the ground during one of the annual meeting of the guild masters when Jose badmouthed Fairy Tail. Gajeel inputted. Ah, yes, I heard of that. Drayar's temper is his downfall and so I am sure your master will know to exploit it. Naruto chuckled. His initial method to start the war is quite nice, but I am much more inclined to accept his second attempt to start the war. Very well, I shall be on my way. Both Phantom Lord Dragonslayers expressed their confusion, but before they could question the Ogano Fujin any further, the wind user cut off the communication link. So, it seems Jose is nearing the time to start his war with Fairy Tail. Naruto said as he pulled up his face mask, covering the entirety of the lower half of his face. So it's time to make our own preparations. First step is to be initiated, I presume. Kurama smiled widely as Naruto gave a nod of confirmation. Kurama sat atop Naruto's hair as the blood reached to his trench coat's neckline and pulled up the hood. His sapphire eyes glowed in the darkness the hood created before a sonic boom was heard. Naruto zoomed off towards his destination. Oak Town, the home of the Phantom Lord Guild. Phantom Lord Guild House, Oak Town, Fariy. Within the dimly lit guild house, many of the Phantom Lord members were bouncing in excitement and they were just informed of the news. We're finally gonna hit those fairy bastards where it hurts. One member yelled as he clanked a mug of mead with his friend. I know, right? We're so gonna pay them back for daring to try and become the top guild in Fariy. As the guild members chatted loudly, discussing any potential battle plans their master had prepared, they were interrupted by said master. Jose Porla, the master of Phantom Lord, was a tall, young, lanky man with pinkish-colored skin. His hair was a deep purple color and extended just below his jawline. His eyes were sharp and bore black irises. A thin mustache outlined his upper lip and bent down at a near 90-degree angle on either side of his face. His lips were adorned with black lipstick. The guild master's outfit consisted of a stereotypical wizard's outfit with a white dress shirt with the medallion of the 10 wizard saints pinned at the location of the top button and a pair of red pants. Over his shirt, he wore a dark purple cloak that was outlined with a lighter purple. The hem of the cloak and the shoulder areas were styled in a way that they appeared to be jagged. Atop his head was a stereotypical wizard's hat which was the same dark purple as his cloak with a tiny image of the Phantom Lord symbol emblazoned in red. Attached to his back were a pair of black bat wings and to complete the outfit was a pair of red shoes with furry yellow balls on the front and back of each shoe. 2 rings were worn on his fingers, one of which bore a spherical gem. Standing next to the mustached man were both of their guild's Dragonslayers. Juvia Loxer, Dragonslayer of Water, daughter of Levia the Water Dragon, and Gajiel Redfox, Dragonslayer of Iron, son of Metallicana the Iron Dragon. Above Juvia was a small cumulonimbus cloud that seemed to follow her around. The rain that fell from the cloud pattered against the pink umbrella the blue-haired woman held. Drip drip drop. The young, curvaceous woman muttered repeatedly to herself. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. One of the guild members muttered beneath her breath. Juvia suddenly stopped her mutterings before her eyes settled upon the female guild member. Suddenly, said guild member was surrounded by a torrent of water. The water then froze and the guild member was trapped within a block of ice. Juvia does not take kindly to people referring to Master Jose as the devil. Even Juvia's own guild mates. Now my dear Juvia-chan. They are merely speaking their minds and they do have grounds to call me a devil seeing as I plan to start a war. In fact, I take that title as a compliment. So please, if you would be so kind as to release the young lady from her icy prison. Juvia's eyes narrowed at the frozen woman before nodding. Juvia will obey Master Jose. She snapped her fingers and the ice block liquefied once more and the female guild member fell to the ground, gasping as if she had just been drowning. She coughed out quite a bit of water before looking up Juvia, glaring at her, only to cringe in fear when the Dragonslayer looked back at her with a terrifying look. Her blue eyes bared the slitted pupils of a reptile and her fangs were bared. Do not look at Juvia with such eyes. Juvia hates those eyes. Calm down, Juvia-chan. Jose said with a frown. Juvia nodded and she returned to a stoic state of mind. Gihihi. So, Master, are preparations complete? Yes, Gajiel-kun. The war we plan to start with Makarov's idiotic guild is soon to begin. The pieces are beginning to fall into place and soon I will have the joy of crushing Fairy Tail into dust. He laughed. Gajiel grinned toothily at that before the grin vanished as he looked at Juvia's face. Despite her emotionless facade, he was the only one that could see through her mask and he could see that she disapproved of her master's want to start a guild war. Juvia loved her guild and she loved being a part of Phantom Lord, but this act of aggression threatened the chances of Phantom Lord remaining as an active guild of the Magic Council. However, Juvia was still loyal to her guild and Master Jose, so even if the orders were wrong, she would carry them out. My fellow members of Phantom Lord. He addressed the populace of his guild. The time has come for us to exact our revenge upon the guild of Fairy Tail. We will spill their blood and crush their guild beneath our very heels. No matter what, we will be victorious. What says you? Victory to Phantom Lord. Down with Fairy Tail, was the simultaneous response from them all. Jose grinned widely. Excellent, he thought. Gajiel, prepare yourself for your travel. You are to head to Magnolia Town and to destroy the Fairy Tail Guild House. Let's see how Makarov responds to his home being broken to the ground. Jose chuckled darkly as a maniacal grin spread across his face. However, all noise was interrupted by a knock on the large doors of the castle-like complex that was the Phantom Lord Guild House. Who could that be? Jose wondered. You. He pointed at the male guild member standing a few feet below. The muscular man pointed at himself and Jose nodded. Yes, you. Go check the doors and see who it is. The man nodded as he rose of his seat. Yes, Master Jose. He then ran towards the large wooden doors of the castle and proceeded to open them as a trio of knocks were heard as the man neared the door. The man carefully began to open the doors with a creak before the doors were harshly kicked open. The man humorously spun through the air as if he were a shuriken and slammed into the stone walls of the castle hard enough to cause it to crack. The doors swung open to reveal a black hooded figure. The figure entered the dimly lit guild hall and waltzed in as if he owned the place. Gajiel and Juvia watched from above as the hooded figure glided along the cobblestone. Their slitted eyes narrowed as they studied the figure's movements before they sniffed the air. Male. His magic is extremely powerful, but this scent, it's very familiar. Gajiel thought. This scent? No. It couldn't be. Why is he here? Juvia's eyes widened as she looked at the hooded man below. The water Dragonslayer slightly shuddered and Jose raised a curious eyebrow at his female Dragonslayer. Oi, who the hell do you think you are? You can't just waltz in here and think you can mess with Phantom Lord. A male member grabbed onto the shoulder of the hooded figure's trench coat. The hooded figure snarled like a beast and white eyes seemed to stare into the soul of the man before the man raised his hand. Claw-like nails flashed through the air and blood spewed from the man's body as his throat was torn out. Do not touch me, human. The figure growled out. Jose's eyes widened in shock as he saw one of his guild members killed. Whoever this person was, they were no stranger to killing as that slash seemed precise and swift. Jose didn't say anything as he watched the guild members leap at the hooded figure. Weaklings. The figure seemed to dissolve into the wind before blades of wind sprung forth from various locations, slicing through the assailants. The Phantom Lord members all fell to the ground, bleeding out from the length lacerations that decorated their bodies. The figure then reappeared atop the balcony where Jose, Juvia and Gajiel were standing. Hello, human. The shining-eyed figure grinned beneath the face mask he wore. Jose blinked in shock at the speed this intruder moved at. Who are you? Was all he could ask. Now, Master Jose Porla of Phantom Lord, I assume you have been planning this for quite a while. The figure spoke, completely ignoring the wizard saint's question. Planning what? Jose asked with narrowed eyes. Why your little escapade to start a war with Fairy Tail, of course. We all know that is what you aim to do, so there is no need for you to lie or deceive me. In fact, I am here to temporarily lend my services to aid in your little quest to bring down Makarov Drayer's guild. The figure stared at Jose and Jose stared at the hooded figure. Shining White gazed into pitch black before Jose seemed to consider this stranger's offer. Your quick and flawless killing of my guild members show that you are no stranger to killing and that you are actually quite powerful. May I ask what brought you to my guild? Why do you want to participate in this guild war one plan to engage in? Call it a lust for destruction, human. The figure grinned toothily beneath his face mask. Now allow me to answer your first question. Allow me to introduce myself, Jose Porla. The figure threw back his hood to reveal the spiky blonde locks of a young man. Glowing white eyes shone that much brighter as the wind picked up. Suddenly, a swirl of fire appeared next to the blonde and a large three-tailed fox the size of a small horse materialized out of the crimson flames. Why, you're the... It really is him. Juvia squeaked. When the bastard said he was on his way, I did not expect this at all. Gajiel thought. We are the Ogano Fujin and Anabi Myobu. Naruto started and Kurama grinned toothily as his tail swished back and forth lazily, and we would like to join Phantom Lord. Phantom Lord Guild House, Oak Town, Fariy, year X 784. Jose Porla was many things. A guild master, an oddly dressed fellow, queer, evil in a sense, maniacal and even downright insane when it comes to the topic of fairy tale, but never would he have called himself completely mind-raped. The two SS-class criminals standing before him were watching him with completely serious looks on their faces while the look on his face was, well, priceless was the only thing that could be used to describe it, and even then it would classify it as an understatement. His jaw was agape, eyes widened beyond their normal capacity and he seemed to have paled in skin tone. Why you wish to join PH Phantom Lord? Juvia stuttered in surprise, voicing her master's and fellow Dragonslayer's thoughts. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer frowned. Maybe I should have worded this better. I would like to join the guild in its attack on Fairy Tail, but when I said join Phantom Lord I meant I would like to extend my hand, that is myself and the Anabi Myobu, and offer a temporary alliance with your guild until the war is over. Naruto said. The two Dragonslayers and their master stared at the two powerful individuals before them in shock. He's not gonna faint, is he? He's been standing like that for like 5 minutes. Kurama said with a questioning glance at the Phantom Lord Master. Well, considering what you just said, I wouldn't be surprised if you all just caused his brain to short-circuit. Gajiel stated. However, Juvia and I may not be showing it on the outside, but we are just as shocked as the master. Why are you here? Like I said, Naruto said as he glanced at the Iron Dragonslayer, we are here to temporarily lend services to Phantom Lord and we would like to join your little escapade in taking down Fairy Tail. As for why I would help you pathetic whelps, like I stated before, it's just a need to satisfy a lust for destruction I tend to have. Your guild's plan of attack just happened to coincide with this. Naruto snapped his fingers in front of Jose's face and the lipstick-wearing man blinked erratically. You, the most powerful and dangerous criminals to ever walk the face of Fariy, want to join us. Guilty as charged, though I should inform you our status as criminals came from when we killed a dark guild. You would think the Magic Council would not frown upon the eradication of a dark guild. Naruto shrugged as he scratched Kurama behind the ears. The Kitsune glanced at Jose, causing the Phantom Lord Master to flinch. So human, we will be willing to aid your little clubhouse in taking down Fairy Tail. I would suggest you consent to our aid because, well, either way we'll be joining in your little war game. It'd be better you have us on your side than on a neutral front where we can destroy both sides of the battlefield. Kurama said. Jose continued to stare at the two before him before a snap of Naruto's fingers brought him out of his thoughtlessness. Huh. Your reluctance to answer is quite annoying, Jose. Naruto stated with an annoyed tone of voice. Jose blinked wildly before registering the two SS-class criminals' request. The positives and negatives of the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu being on his side would no doubt be numerous. Given their current status and strength, it would be quite interesting to allow these two to be allies. Their names alone would probably crush the motivation to fight right out of the little fairy tale members, and with their strength, they could tear through the guild like it was wet paper. The battlefront would easily be mine to command, and despite the element 4 and Gajil being on my side, it is an unforeseen whether or not Makarov's brat of a grandson, Laxus, Mistogan or Gildarts would return. Currently, only Urza Scarlet and Mirajan Strauss are their S-class assets, and if one of the other three return in time to fight this war, there would no doubt be a shift in the tide of the battle if I do not have these two to act as backup. However, the negatives just as easily match the positives. Jose glanced up from the ground as he was thinking and seemed to scan the two before him. The Ogano Fujin and Onabi Myobu were glancing around the dimly lit guild, but Naruto's eyes met his own and the Phantom Lord Master snapped his eyes to the wall to avoid the blonde's gaze. The cons of this agreement would be that, obviously, there may be an ulterior motive behind their need for wanton destruction, and that could affect my plans in the war when it begins. Secondly, they are much too unpredictable. They could leave just as easily as they had come to join Phantom Lord and result in a loss of power when they attack Fairy Tail. Finally, their magic power and skills equal in terms of danger to my guild as well as Makarov's. Given how they took out numerous rune knights and a single dark guild by themselves, it is safe to say that they could easily be repressing their power as they stand before me. It is truly frightening to think what they could do if I don't have them on my side, but also if I do. Jose closed his eyes as he continued to think. A few more seconds passed before Jose opened his eyes. I have considered all the possibilities that may come from our alliance with one another. The pros and cons meet each other equally, however I believe the pros outweigh the cons. But, so as to clarify, do you have any other reasons behind wishing to join Phantom Lord in the war? Jose's eyes narrowed. Naruto smirked, showing his sharp canines. We have given you our reasons for wishing to join out of the mere need to sat our lust for destruction, and since you are the attackers, we believe it is best you let us assist you in your venture to attack Fairy Tail. Do you understand, human? Naruto snarled, his ivory orbs glowing as they stared into the dark-colored eyes of the master of Phantom Lord. Jose swallowed audibly before turning to Juvia and Gajil. There is no fluctuation in pulse rate, master. Juvia said as her ears twitched slightly. Also, there were no forms of visible body motions that would suggest he is lying. Unfortunately, he's telling the truth. Gajil growled. Naruto's white eyes met Gajil's crimson orbs and the two stared at each other menacingly, but a simple twitch of Naruto's fingers sent a small pulse of pain through the Iron Dragonslayer's body. The son of Metallicana grunted quietly as Naruto temporarily activated the seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 55, a bead of sweat on the side of his face as he contained the urge to release his pain in a verbal manner. Naruto's eyes narrowed before nodding and his hand dropped. Gajil turned away from the Ogano Fujin and Juvia looked at her fellow Dragonslayer with worried eyes. So, do we have an accord? Naruto asked as he stretched out his hand. That we do. Jose responded with a nod and stretched out his own hand. The two mages sealed their alliance with the handshake and Naruto and Kurama grinned toothily. Phase 1. Complete. Kurama thought with a mental chuckle. As Naruto released Jose's hand, the hat-wearing wizard saint cleared his throat before speaking. So, I will fetch one of my mages to escort you to your living quarters. Not necessary. Naruto said as he raised his hand. I am quite comfortable as I am, after all. I will be willing to accompany Gajil Redfox in his trip to Magnolia Town. Destroying Fairy Tail's guild is the first step in your process to spark this guild war, am I correct? Jose nodded. Yes, how did you know that? The wizard saint's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Gajil and Juvia looked around innocently, suddenly finding the stone ceiling of their castle complex to be extremely interesting. The water Dragonslayer whistled a little tune. The method through which we gained information on your plans are irrelevant. After all, I did find out about this little war game you plan on playing, didn't I? Any extra information uttered by myself would be irrelevant to question, seeing as how we have agreed on being allies. Naruto answered. Jose's eyes remained narrowed, but slowly nodded his head. You seem to excel in the art of speaking. A handy skill that is preventing me from further questioning you, but know that you may slip up soon enough. You are still not trustworthy in my eyes. Well, the Fujin and I are criminals in the eyes of the council. Your lack of trust is understandable. Kurama spoke, spitting out small rings of fire from his jaws to satisfy his boredom. So, as I was saying, we would both be willing to accompany the Iron Dragonslayer on his trip to Magnolia Town. Currently, I have spies within the legal guild district that informed me of Fairy Tail's movements. Makarov Drayar is going to visit the Magic Council since they called him in regarding the numerous bills for alcohol their members keep charging to them, and so given the time frame it takes to reach from Oaktown to Magnolia, we would be able to reach the town within approximately 2 days and return here before or exactly on the day Makarov would return from the council. Also, the Salamander and Titania along with their little group are not be found. Their whereabouts are unknown, along with that one ice make mage, Grey Fullbuster, and a blonde celestial spirit magic mage by the name of Lucy. They have been gone for the past 3 months is what I have been informed. With those 3 being your most significant obstructions to Gajeel Red Fox's task, it would be best to strike now seeing as they are no longer present. Naruto explained. You have thought this through quite thoroughly. Your words have a great deal of fact to them as well, but the ability to Magnolia within 2 days, how is that possible? A magic carriage takes at least 3. Jose pointed out as he stroked his mustache. Naruto gave an amused smirk before a small application of wind magic below his feet activated his spell, Fuden Tobu, allowing him to levitate as miniature cyclones swirled beneath his boots. Flight tends to be quite helpful in these kinds of situations, Jose. The Phantom Lord Master gave a dark chuckle. Very well then, Fujin, you may accompany Gajeel-kun on his trip to Magnolia. However, the task is to only destroy the Fairy Tail Guild house, nothing more, nothing less. No way, Jose, Kurama said before snickering at the rhyme he made. Everyone's sweat dropped at the 3-tailed kitsune before them. Really? That's what you would say at a time like this? Gajeel commented with a deadpan glance. Oh, you all are no fun. The man had himself set up for that little rhyme. Oh, you know what, fuck all of you bitches. I found it funny. Your opinions don't matter to me. Especially yours. You are dead to me. Kurama jabbed a tail in Naruto's direction. Naruto planted his face in his hands and shook his head. With a sigh, Naruto turned back to Jose. Ignoring the kitsune, Naruto coughed lightly as he met said kitsune's glare. May you explain your want to avoid the destruction of anything else? Jose looked at the Dragonslayer before him and stroked his mustache before an evil grin stretched itself across the Phantom Lord Master's face. Because it would be much more fun to destroy everything when I head for the guild myself, that is, if Fairy Tail doesn't come to me first. Naruto's white eyes shone brighter than before as an equally toothy grin formed on his face as well. The son of 2 wizard saints chuckled darkly. I must admit, I did not expect such a personality from a legal guild, but I seem to have been mistaken. Stereotypes towards legal guilds should be thrown out the window at times, I guess. So, just for clarification, would you prefer the guild reduced to rubble or are we just breaking down a few walls? Kurama asked. The latter option would be my preference. Too much would provoke some attention from the Magic Council if a whole guild came tumbling down, and too little would not result any reaction at all from Fairy Tail, much less Makarov. He then turned to Gajeel. Now you are to leave the next day. It takes a few hours for one to reach the Magic Council's Fury branch, but Makarov takes the entirety of the next day to argue with the council about the problems he and his guild have caused. You strike at night as well. We don't want to raise a crowd, but leave something behind that will allow for the pitiful fairies to know that it was still us phantoms that tore down their heavenly homeland. Gihi, understood, master. Gajeel gave a mock salute with a toothy grin. The sun shone brightly as the Ogano Fujin and Anabi Myobu waited patiently for their third-party member to prepare himself. Food, check. One change of clothes, check. Sleeping bag, check. All right, Blondie, let's get moving. Gajeel said as he zipped up his travel pack, filled with only the necessities. Naruto's blue eyes gazed up at the cerulean expanse of the sky, slightly enjoying the soft breeze that caressed his face. With one last glance at the clouds, Naruto turned to the Iron Dragonslayer and nodded. Very well, however. His hand shot out and gripped around Gajeel's throat, and for a man of lesser muscle size than Gajeel, the black-haired man found the blonde to be surprisingly strong in terms of physical fitness as he was easily lifted off the ground. I do not take kindly to the Blondie comment you utter. I am your superior, Iron Dragon, and you know that very well. Watch your tongue or you just may lose it. He dropped Gajeel down on the ground harshly. The young man snarled as he rubbed his paining ass and rose to his feet. Asshole. The black-haired son of Metallicana thought. Now tie that rope around your waist and I will attach it my own. We will fly once you are securely fastened. Naruto said. Yes, my liege. Gajeel responded sarcastically. Wrapping the length of coiled fibers around him, Gajeel fastened the rope around his waist with a basic bow tie-shaped knot, Naruto doing the same. Naruto then slowly rose up from the ground, Gajeel hanging below him as if he were a Christmas ornament. So where's the mutt? Gajeel asked as he looked around the area for Kurama. The mutt does not take kindly to your words, Iron Dragon. I am sure the Fujin has already threatened you with ripping out your tongue if you continue speaking like an ass, so here's something you should know. Despite his lethal nature, the Fujin is very lenient towards carrying out his threats, but me. I'm not so lenient. Kurama snarled as he suddenly appeared below Gajeel. Small tongues of red flame flew forth from Kurama's jaws and dispersed only inches away from the black-haired Dragonslayer's face. Clear. Crystal, Anabi Myobu. Gajeel gulped audibly. That gulp wasn't near audible enough, but I'll take what I can get. Let's go. Try to keep up. Fujin. Yeah. Naruto wave off the three-tailed kitsune before Naruto channeled a satisfactory concentration of wind magic into his feet before pushing off against the air as if it were solid before zooming through the skies. A sonic boom followed his sudden movement immediately after. Show off. Kurama muttered as he easily ran alongside the blonde as he maneuvered himself through the various pieces of foliage on the ground. The objects surrounding them were all but blurs to the fast-moving trio. Kurama glanced up to keep an eye on the Iron Dragonslayer through the numerous spaces in the foliage as he swerved around the large trunks that made up the redwood forest he was currently running through and what Naruto was flying over. However, the red and black furred fox's ears twitched and his face scrunched itself up out of disgust. Oh, for the love of, do all of you Dragonslayers have motion sickness as a fucking side effect? It's annoying as hell, Kurama exclaimed. Gajeel urged himself not to vomit as Naruto soared through the sky, but he managed a weak raising of his hand and Kurama's eyes narrowed as Gajeel placed down all of his fingers, signs the middle one. The legendary one-fingered salute reared its ugly head once more. Fuck. Gajeel's cheeks bulged a bit as he restricted the urge to puke. He managed to continue and finish his sentence. Kurama snarled, but began grinning like the vulpine he was as he was amused by the Iron Dragonslayer's current predicament. It was kind of ironic that a Dragonslayer who was unaffected by the effects of flight was carrying another Dragonslayer who was affected by flight. Fujin. Gajeel groaned. Naruto's ears twitched as he registered Gajeel's voice. Yes, Iron Dragon. What's our halfway mark? Your question needs restating as I am having trouble understanding. He's asking you where we will be making a rest stop. Even though it's possible for us to travel for 2 days straight, it would be counterproductive if we didn't get rest in between. Kurama clarified for the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Well, truth be told, Iron Dragon, I had not contemplated on that for I was truly planning on flying straight through to Magnolia Town. You were. What the hell? Gajeel exclaimed. You dare doubt my abilities? Yes. Naruto's eyes narrowed as Gajeel's own crimson orbs stared up at him. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer remained silent for a moment as he looked ahead at the scenery before him, however, his sapphire orbs glinting with mischief. Then should I, as they say, put the pedal to the metal? Gajeel's eyes widened as he felt Naruto's magic output increase. Oh fuck. Naruto suddenly dove down from his position above the trees and began to swerve every which way to avoid slamming into the trees before putting on another burst of speed. One sonic boom later, Gajeel found himself suffering the effects of the high-speed movement of Naruto's flight pattern, and though he was now suffering extreme motion sickness, it surely would have helped if he didn't slam into the trees that Naruto was weaving around. Ouch. Fuck. Itai. Shit, that hurt. Branch ow. More branches. Gajeel screamed in fear as he was dragged through the foliage and slammed into every single redwood tree that Naruto managed to avoid. Having fun yet? The face mask wearing blonde yelled back with a masked evil grin, no pun intended. Said blonde was obviously amused by Gajeel's damaged form. Fuck you. Murphy's Law was quite the evil bitch today with regards to the fate of Gajeel. A few red lines coated his arms and face as he was marred by the branches he managed to nick. As his rope-tied form slammed harshly into the side of another tree, a squirrel appeared from out of the foliage and its claws dug themselves into his face. Demon squirrel. Gajeel screamed as the pain of rodent claws dug into his flesh. TKDK grr, ugly human. The squirrel chattered in a high pitch as it stared in fear at Gajeel's own frightened face. Both wide-eyed mammals stared at one another, screaming loudly as Gajeel slammed into the sides of trees along the way. The squirrel's eyes then widened as it looked up and with a glance back at the Iron Dragonslayer, Gajeel looked confused as the rodent leapt off of his face. The son of Metallicana's eyes widened as he glanced up and white obscured his vision. Splat. Oh come on, how the hell does a bird manage to shit on my face at this speed? The Phantom Lord Mage was a bit thankful though as the speed Naruto was moving it caused the bird feces to peel away from his face. Hey, a coin. Gajeel paused in his cries of pain as he swiped up the random piece of currency he managed to find. He stuffed it into his pocket with a satisfied chuckle. Maybe this wasn't such a bad day after all. Oof. And it's gone. Sadly for the black-haired Phantom Lord Mage, the moment of happiness was lost as Naruto had came to a sudden halt and Gajeel's forward momentum traveled forth, sending him crashing into the trunk of a redwood tree hard enough to leave an indentation. Ooh. The pain. Gajeel groaned as he forcefully pulled himself free from his wooden prison. Asshole. What the hell was that for? A mere demonstration to show you not to underestimate my abilities, Iron Dragon. I recommend you not do that again should you wish to meet your friend the squirrel again. Naruto said with smirk as he hovered above Gajeel. A growl of annoyance was then heard next to the two Dragonslayers as the horse-sized kitsune that was Kurama landed on a nearby branch. You annoying Gaki. You're lucky that I was able to keep up with you, otherwise we would have had a problem with me losing your trail. Naruto and Kurama glared at each other and Gajil's sweat dropped as he could basically see the anime lightning sparking between their heated gazes. After the glaring session ended, Kurama and Naruto growled at one another before continuing forth towards their destination, only at a much slower pace in comparison to the speeds Naruto was previously moving at. I hate you, Gajil commented. A lot of people hate us, but that is all a matter of opinion. People can like me, hate me or whatever they wish to feel, but in the end it does not affect me in any significant manner, so if you wish to express your emotions to someone, I would suggest you say it to someone who actually cares. Gajil opened his mouth to utter a rebuttal, but scowled as his mind drew a blank. Stupid, smartass, SS class level asshole of a Dragonslayer. For a few more hours, Naruto flew with Gajil hanging beneath him by his rope attachment as Kurama leapt through the trees, landing on branches with skills like that of a shinobi's. There was no form of communication at all between the trio as the two SS-class criminals and one Phantom Lord mage traveled towards Magnolia Town. However, daylight was quickly being burnt as the once blue skies turned into a beautiful mixture of fiery colors. Orange, red, pink and yellows all blurred together as the yellow sun's light diminished, and as another hour passed, the colors vanished only to be replaced by the darkness of the night along with the shining silver moon and stars. Gajil yawned as he woke up from one of his short naps. The reason being it was one of the only ways he wouldn't be able to be affected by his motion sickness, and the only other way was to let Naruto not carry him, but it would be a very unnecessary move since Gajil would obviously be left behind. The mission was to just destroy the guild house of Fairy Tail after all, and the Iron Dragonslayer knew very well that neither of his two co-travelers would need any help in performing such menial task. Oi, Fujin, how long again until we reach your rest stop? Gajil exclaimed. Naruto and Kurama winced at Gajil's boisterous voice. And just as I was beginning to appreciate the silence, Naruto thought as he glanced down with annoyance at his humanoid baggage. Well, it's obvious that you wouldn't be able to stay quiet for the entirety of this trip unless you are asleep, so I will comply to your request to rest. The eastern mountains near Clover Town are near here. There's a cave where we can rest in for the night. It will take only 10 minutes at the speed we are currently moving at to reach that location. Kurama added. The muscular Iron Eater nodded. Eastern Fjorine Mountains, Fury. An owl hooted as its bright golden eyes stared down from the branches, the nocturnal bird zeroing in on its prey. A little rabbit hopped through the grass, nibbling on said foliage, pausing every few moments as its ears and nose twitched, eyes like coals surveying the environment for any form of predators. The owl rustled its feathers as it watched the rabbit continue to eat its late-night snack, and with a small flap of its wings, it leapt from its perch and swooped down towards its prey. The rabbit's eyes widened as it spotted the large horned owl and took off like a shot, but just as the owl's talons were about to make contact, a bestial roar filled the forested area. A flash of crimson and both mammal and bird fell as their bodies were now bearing deep slash wounds. He, I still got it. The crimson eyes of one multi-tailed kitsune shone in the blackness of the forest as he grabbed the two dead animals. Two tails snaked their ways around their respective animals before gripping them tightly. With a lick of his black outlined lips, the kitsune quickly reverted into his exceed form so as to return to the former cave of Acknowledge at a faster rate. Not to mention his stomach was growling loudly. Kurama exited the forest and reverted back to his kitsune form, still holding the dead rabbit and owl in his crimson tails. He then padded his way towards the two Dragonslayers as they sat apart from each other to their respective activities within the mountain's cave. Gajil was busy munching on a few screws and bolts to satisfy his hunger, and Naruto was doing the same as small streams of Eternano flowed into his mouth from the atmosphere. Dinner is served, you annoying Dragonslayers, Kurama said with a grin as he held the two animals over the roaring campfire. Naruto and Gajil gave nods of appreciation to the crimson and black furred fox. After plucking the owl and shaving the rabbit, they gutted the two animals. They fed Kurama the entrails, which he burnt to improve the flavor. I mean, can you imagine the taste of the small and large intestines? The stuff that comes out of there is nasty. Naruto then sliced the two animals into pieces with wind blades, and Gajil's fingers extended, becoming black spires of steel which impaled every single piece of meat that was airborne. Impressive accuracy, Naruto commented as he observed Gajil's technique. Gajil scoffed at the blonde's compliment. I suppose I should be grateful that the almighty Dragonslayer of Wind is willing to pay me a compliment. I would suggest you should, seeing as I am a stronger mage than you are, and receiving compliments from a superior tends to show that you do have some level of skill that is able to impress me. As such, I believe the answer is yes. Silence filled the air as Naruto blinked in confusion as Kurama and Gajil gave him deadpan looks. What? That was sarcasm, you idiot. Not to mention the questionable tone of his voice may have suggested the question to be rhetorical. Kurama stated dryly. Naruto shrugged. Application of understanding one such as Iron Dragon would be a waste of my intellect. Naruto then returned to gazing at the heated iron and noted the lack of orange and red that marked the metal being superheated. Interesting. Kurama's flames are one of the hottest flames ever created, and yet your iron techniques have not even been superheated or melted yet. Fascinating. Your metal must have an extremely dense molecular structure to withstand such high temperatures. Metallicana trained you well. Gajeel snarled at the mention of his teacher and father. Look, just shut up all right. Excuse me, Naruto said with a raised eyebrow and slight edge to his tone. You don't even speak of your own dragon and yet you go around spouting stuff about my dragon and even Juvia's. Look, I don't need you to sing me praises just so you can try and earn my trust or some bullshit cause I'm not buying it. Gajeel growled. It was merely a compliment, Iron Dragon. Your temper is comparable to that of fire dragons. PFF'd, please. I've got more of a brain than the salamander any day. A statement I am sure is true. Kurama chuckled. The boy lacks strategy in battle and he runs in yelling and screaming. Naruto gave a nod of confirmation to the kitsune as he turned back to Gajeel. Also, a correction to your statement earlier. Gajeel raised an eyebrow at Naruto, his crimson orbs staring into Naruto's blue ones until a sudden snarl caused them to shift to shining white. I am no Dragonslayer of the wind. I am not the associated with the child of Cyclonus nor the child of Grandine. Do not dare make the mistake of making assumptions towards who my draconian parent is. The dragon that raised me is far above any of the elemental dragons that comprise the Genso. Gajeel gulped as he felt the killing intent roll off of the white-eyed Ogano Fujin, but nodded. All right, geez, you're a hypocrite for telling me to watch my temper, you know. And you were wishing for me to activate the seal I implanted on you should you aim to talk back to me in such a disrespectful manner, Iron Dragon. Gajeel's eyes widened as the merciless form of Naruto's personality growled at him. However, all tension was halted as Naruto glanced back at the food that was impaled by Gajeel and his eyes shifted back to blue. Food's done, he stated. Gajeel's sweat dropped at the sudden lack of killing intent from the older Dragonslayer, not that he was complaining. Something is definitely wrong with this guy's brain. Gajeel thought as he removed the rabbit and owl meat from over the crimson flames. After they ate their fill, reducing the meat to clean, white bones, Gajeel got out his sleeping bag from his damaged backpack, a result of his little need for speed trip due to Naruto's pride in his abilities. Note to self, never question Ogano Fujin's abilities. He thought as he crawled into his sleeping bag. He leaned up against a rock for some sort of stability since his back would no doubt feel sore if lay flat on the ground. He looked to see Naruto and Kurama staring into the flames with absolutely blank looks on their faces. Gajeel yawned lightly, but he wasn't at all tired so he racked his brain to see if he could at least strike a conversation with the two individuals that could undoubtedly kill him and leave him for the birds without so much as a flick of the wrist. He still hated the guy, but he was just so goddamn bored. However, he was surprised as he found himself to not be the one to spark the conversation. Do you ever find yourself missing your parent, Iron Dragon? Naruto asked as he scratched Kurama's ears. The kitsune closed his eyes to sleep as Naruto did so, not wishing to take part in a conversation between the two Dragonslayers. Huh, Gajeel's intelligence seemed to shine through with that reply. Naruto rolled his eyes before looking up from the campfire. Are you deaf? No, I heard you, it's just quite an unexpected question. Gajeel looked down at the flames, staring into the flickering abyss of crimson. Yeah, I guess I do. Metallicana did raise me and made me strong. Strength, he told me, was the best attribute anyone could ever have. After all, what's the point of being the son of a dragon if you aren't strong? It seems as if you met the dragon of iron as a child to have been able to be the age you are now and speak of him so fondly. You were close with your dragon it seems. Naruto stated, a tinge of envy lined the blue-eyed man's tone. Gajeel didn't pick up on it as he continued to speak. Well, to be honest, I was still a tyke when I met Metallicana. Kinda ironic that the Iron Dragonslayer was the son of two steel workers in the manufacturing industry. That is ironic. Though I was not actually referring to your biological parents, the ones that are or were humans depending on the case, though it does tend to be the latter in most if not all cases regarding us Dragonslayers, I am curious. Seeing as how you have brought up the topic, would you wish to explain your origins? Why the sudden interest? Gajeel asked with a raised eyebrow. It's not like an almighty Dragonslayer like yourself would be interested in someone beneath you, as you would so bluntly put it. I will admit, I do bear a superiority complex. Though even you would agree I have good reasoning to have one seeing as how my strength is unparalleled. Before you say it, I am also entitled to my share of vain statements for the same reasons. Gajeel remained silent, staring at the crimson flames. As for my sudden interest in your past, I'm bored to be honest. Truth be told, your biological parents would not seem to be significant variables in your explanation seeing as how your story would lead to your eventual adoption by Metallicana. Is there any time that you can just not use logic so that I can actually make an argument? Gajeel deadpanned. Naruto tapped his chin in thought. No, not really. The blonde replied causing Gajeel to sweat drop. Asshole. Says the original asshole. Gajeel narrowed his eyes at the blonde, but chose to avoid another argument and instead just began to speak. The black-haired Dragonslayer knew that he was basically explaining his origins, something most people in the world couldn't care for, but given how that he tended to keep things to himself, the young Red Fox couldn't help but want to share his story. He wanted Elentier to just talk to, and even though he had Juvia back in Phantom Lord, Gajiel never spoke to anyone other than her and Master Jose. Also, despite his horrific status as a killer, the Ogano Fujin seemed to have a sort of charisma that expelled a feeling of trustworthiness. A trait Naruto unknowingly gained from his biological father. I am actually not a citizen of the Kingdom of Fury, to tell you the truth. I was born in 7, the country next to the Kingdom of Fury. Okawa-san and Otu-san moved here to Fury when I was 3. Any particular reason for that? Naruto asked, curious about the Iron Dragonslayer's past. We weren't involved in anything bad like the mob or dark guilds, if that's what you're thinking. As a Dragonslayer, having no parents is kinda seen to be a compulsory qualification, and having a hard time growing up is also one. But I didn't have that. You had a good life? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. The Iron Dragonslayer nodded. I was a quiet kid, quite the opposite to what I am now actually. Ka-chan and Tu-san were like any other pair of parents, they loved and cared for me. I did what I was told, and I was a good kid by their standards because I did what I was told. You know, the usual stuff like pee here, shit there, eat vegetables, don't pee there, don't shit there, go to bed at this hour. Naruto's sweat dropped at the bluntness of Gajiel's explanation, but chose not to question it, seeing as how the glazed look in his eyes showed he was experiencing a mental flashback of some sort maybe. The factory where Ka-chan and Tu-chan worked was what resulted in my moving from 7 to Fury. The factory didn't have its sanitary conditions up to par during a few of its inspections. Dust and harmful bacteria were found left, right and center. Lead from some intersecting water pipes bled into the waterways of the factory, and so drinking water supplied by the factory's own taps were contaminated with lead and made people sick, and whole set of other shit. Eventually, it led to the factory shutting down. So you moved during that time? Gajiel nodded in confirmation. The very next day, to be specific. Once we made it to Fury, Okawa-chan and Otu-san found themselves another job. They worked on building exporting ships to ship things to other continents here in Earthland. Like I said, I was a tyke, and so being young I was enrolled in a school. I learned, but being quiet and a foreigner led to me being bullied by the older brats, and not to mention I was ostracized from my classmates due to my strange eye color. I mean, how many people do you know that have red eyes? Gajiel's sweat dropped as Naruto pointed at the sleeping fox at his side. That kind of social stratification can be hard on a child. Given your current mention of gaining a primary level of education, I would venture that you probably were at an age of 5 or 6. Naruto guessed. 4. Close enough. Yes, so I was set apart from everyone else. I was basically on my own. No one would play with the creepy red-eyed boy. You don't have eyebrows either. You're not helping, you asshole. Gajiel exclaimed in a comical fashion, his teeth suddenly becoming extremely sharp and triangular, his eyes pure white as he shook his fist at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Anyway, home was my fortress of solitude, and my parents were the only people that I could socialize with. Gajiel released a shaky exhale as more childhood memories sprung up. Then they got promotions for their hard work at the shipyard, began working all over Fury. They couldn't take me around all the time, so they hired a nanny to look after me during the days that they would be away. Bitch. Hardcore bitch. She was a former disciplinarian at a private school for juvenile delinquents. Naruto hissed at that, a show of sympathy towards his fellow Dragonslayer. He may be cold-hearted, but knowing Gajiel was only 4 when having to deal with such a person was not exactly worth ignoring. See the studs on my arms? She gave those to you. No, she took the original screws to give me small, yet painful puncture wounds to discipline me. He made air quotes as he said this. When Ka-chan and Otu-san returned from their jobs at the other shipyards, they saw the puncture marks, and the bitch of a nanny told them I was going through a goddamn phase about how I wanted to get piercings, and so I tried to do it with fucking screws. The Iron Dragonslayer punched the ground, cracking it slightly. And they believed her, and well, I got my alleged wish. My parents' loving attitude basically earned anything I wanted if I asked, but I never asked for much, and I sure as hell didn't ask for this. He gestured to the iron studs in his arms. So that led to getting the ones on your eyebrow-less face and chin. I'll kill you if you keep making that eyebrow wisecrack. He snarled. But yes, it did actually. After getting the ones in my arms, I just thought as long as I was there, might as well get some other piercings in other places. So I got them on my chin and the area where my eyebrows should be. After that, the nanny was back when Okawa-chan and Otu-san left for another job away. Well, she seemed pissed that day, and she was excessively verbal in her discontent, and she decided to take her anger out on me. Abuse. Gajiel didn't respond, merely turning his head away. She used a piece of metal rod she had used from her disciplinary days and basically beat me down. I'm a 4-year-old, I had no way of defending myself. I was frail and fragile, not to mention I had nothing to fight her off with. So, I did what instinct told me to do. You ran. Naruto stated. Gihihi. See, that's where you were wrong, Fujin. I'm surprised too at this little bit of information as well, but I guess I did run, but I didn't run away per se. I ran into the kitchen, the nanny following behind me. I reached into the top drawer, pulled out the carving knife and I stabbed her in the stomach, twice. I grabbed the iron she dropped from her hands and beat her to death. You should be traumatized then. No 4-year-old child could ever be mentally stable after such an event. Fujin, have you seen the way I act? Do you even hear how I laugh? No one laughs. Gihihi, except for me. I'm sharing my story with you of all people. Do you really think I'm mentally stable? Good point, was the simple reply. I have a sadistic nature somewhere in this mess thing I call my mind, because you know what? I took quite a bit of joy watching the blood fly from that battered bitch's corpse. Gajiel's face suddenly became eerily encompassed by shadow, his red eyes glowing within the darkness. Naruto didn't shudder at the gaze because he had seen worse things and he was the cause of said things. So after you killed her, what did you do? It was after that I actually did perform the act of running away. I left home, blood over my clothes and hands, and I still had the carving knife gripped in my hand as a reminder of how I stabbed the woman in her stomach. I ran until my feet were hurting and then kept running. Stopped when I fell from exhaustion. And then Metallicana found you. The Iron Dragonslayer shrugged. Sounds cliche, but hey, I'm not complaining. I'm alive and I learned to be strong. I learned resilience, I learned strength, and I learned to endure from Metallicana. I learned to be a Dragonslayer. After that, it was only a matter of time before I came across Phantom Lord and joined them. I mean, they were the true top guild in Fury at the time, and Fairy Tail was still only trailing behind as a second-place guild. And that's the story of Kurogane Gajiel, Black Iron Gajiel. Naruto stared at the red-eyed man, not even wishing to take notice that the Phantom Lord mage was still wearing the torn and shredded garb from the Redwood Forest escapade. The Ogano Fujin continued to stare at the man, as if analyzing him. Closing his eyes, Naruto released a sigh through his mask-covered lips. The cloak-wearing SS class mage rose up from the ground and walked over to Gajiel, pulling the younger man up by his arm. What are you? Ah. Naruto's fingertips became ignited by violet flames and he thrust it back, positioning it so that it looked like he was holding a Rasengan. He then slammed his hand forth, his violet fingers hitting Gajiel in the stomach, and the Phantom Lord mage clutched it as he fell to his knees gasping for breath. Wh. You have earned your freedom. Do not disappoint me, Iron Dragon, Gajiel Red Fox. You have followed my orders, even going so far as to betray your own master and even letting one such as myself being the listening ear you wanted. If you can trust me with such things and follow my orders, then you have earned it. You are free of Amaterasu Formula number 55. Gajiel's eyes widened as his head snapped up to look at Naruto, but the blonde was already walking back to Kurama's sleeping form. Wait, don't fuck with me. Are you really done with that seal? Only you and one other member of my growing spy network have been marked with such a seal. You both have been freed, but before you ask, no. Water Dragon is not the second person. What about Juvia? If I am freed, why can't she be? She and I have both done as you asked, and so she should show the same level of trustworthiness as I have. He exclaimed. Naruto's eyes flashed white. Water Dragon has obeyed me and showed me her willingness to follow, but I still require a form of proof to show that I can trust her. Do not interfere with such matters, Iron Dragon, or you just may find yourself beaten and battered. Though, a warning, though I have removed your seal, you have my communication seal so I can keep track of your whereabouts, and I have your scent. So if you try to betray me, it does not matter where you run or how far, because I can find you and I will kill you. This is not merely a threat, but also a fact. Keep that in mind, Iron Dragon. Gajiel cursed as he lay curled up in a ball on the ground as he held his hurting abdominal area, and his body decided to react and put Gajiel into a state of unconsciousness in order to block out the pain of having his seal removed. As Gajiel slept in his fetal position, Naruto lay next to the large fire-breathing kitsune, scratching the canine's ears absent-mindedly. You know, it's kind of hard to sleep with you all talking so much. Kurama stated as he cracked open a single black eyelid to reveal the evil crimson color of his iris. Naruto didn't reply as he stared at the campfire before glancing down at his childhood companion. Have I gone soft, Kurama? That depends. What do you mean by that? Do you believe that I have become so lenient due to my humanity that I am just willing to lend my trust to anybody that decides to share their pasts with me? Am I really that soft-hearted that I am willing to let Iron Dragon of all people roam free without the seal? Years ago I would not even think of letting anyone outside of you, Ayame-ne-chan and the others from Clover Town, believe they could trust me and vice versa, but now. I wouldn't call it softness, Naruto. I would call it improvement. This level of leniency shows that you are actually more willing to trust those around, and in turn they will eventually come to trust you as well. You wish to create a spy network that will in turn become your army for when you and Acknowledge set a course for Algesia to start a war with the Dragon King. If you wish to do so, This act of trust will no doubt aid in them remaining on your side should you inform them of your plan with the Black Dragon. Sometimes all it takes is trust to ensure you don't allow people to leave your side, Naruto. Humanity is funny that way, but it is an admirable quality at times. And if they betray my trust, kill them. It's as simple as that. Kurama shrugged. You can rule through fear, but I find it is better to have control over your subordinates through much more positive terms than what you currently have. Like what you have with Haku and Zabuza, or better yet, what you have with that Leon guy and his team. You haven't placed the Amaterasu seal on them and yet you have let do as they please and look how willing they are to serve you and carry out your orders. They have spied on Fairy Tail since the day you gave them a chance to find a purpose in their lives when you destroyed Deliora. Do you know why? I will assume the answer is that they trust in my judgment and in me given the current topic of discussion. Correct. Don't let your humanity seem like a restraint as it can also be the thing that gives you an edge in battle. The tales of Camelot told of knights and kings who were capable of slaying dragons. Humanity is something that cannot be underestimated. Just look at you. Kurama became silent at that as he curled into a ball, his three visible tails curling around his body before quickly falling asleep. Naruto shook his head as the words went through his mind. Processing what he just discussed with his alleged best friend, the Dragonslayer of the Apocalypse could rub his temples as he felt a migraine forming from trying to understand the discussion from too much thinking. In the end, Naruto just decided to sleep. Humans are not be underestimated, huh? Looks like I may have to rethink my life a bit more now. He thought. Gajeel yawned, baring his sharp teeth to the surrounding environment as he sat beneath one of the mountain's various waterfalls to wash his body and clean himself. Naruto and Kurama were removing any traces of their existence from Aknologia's former cave before saying they would be going for a walk as they had guided Gajeel to the waterfall where he was currently bathing. Gajeel's closed eyes opened slightly and the crimson-eyed Dragonslayer stared at his naked body, more specifically his abdominal area. The muscular Dragonslayer's eyes narrowed as he glared at his navel. The area where the seal Naruto had implanted on his leg, or where it was formerly imprinted. The seal always used to appear whenever he used his magic energy, a backup precaution Naruto had engraved into the seal's original formula so as to keep a lock on his subordinates should they try to burn off the seal with magic. It was seen as a precaution, but for a seal master like Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, it was necessary. Gajeel channeled his magic energy and to his surprise, the seal had truly not appeared. No complicated-looking seal formula, no uncomfortable tingling sensation whenever he used his magic, just bare tanned skin and the feeling of magic flowing through his body naturally. Well, what do you know? The bastard wasn't lying. He did say he would remove the seals from myself and Juvia should we both prove to be trustworthy to him, but I didn't think he would actually do it. Looks like he actually keeps his promises, but then again he did make an oath of the dragon, however that merely solidifies just how seriously he takes commitments to his subordinates and others under his command. Gajeel released a dry Gihihi, as he gave a small smirk. Gajeel stepped out from beneath the waterfall and glanced at his stomach one last time before diving into the adjoining river. Swimming over to the edge, he climbed out of the water body and walked over to his travel pack. He removed a towel and dried himself off before pulling out his fresh set of clothes. He then took out his lone wing-like attachment, the only remnant of yesterday's outfit alongside his boots. Screwing the bolt that attached the feathery apparatus to his sleeve, he gave it a test shake and smirked in satisfaction. Like Natsu's scarf, Gajeel's arm attachment was a remnant of his dragon parent. Feathers of the legendary bird known as Icarus Illumina. The only bird to have wings as hard as steel, yet have the flexibility and lightweight of aluminium. Still can't believe I happened to chance upon that rare bird on my first hunt with Metallicana. Gajeel then organized his travel pack before slipping his arms through the straps of the bag and headed back to the cave. As he arrived at the cave's entrance he found Naruto and Kurama already there, but they seemed to be in a heated argument. Remaining where he was, Gajeel slipped behind a tree and stretched his enhanced hearing abilities to its limits, but he only managed to get in a few words seeing as how they seemed to be talking in a moderate tone instead of yelling, which is how it seemed to be at first glance. Idiot. Too risky. Jose. Wizard Saint. He heard Kurama say. Wimp. This, necessary for. Phantom Lord. Mine. Naruto's voice met his ears this time. We will be. Legal trouble. Again. Kurama yelled his last word. Gajeel clutched his ears in pain as he was suddenly disoriented from the loud shout. Seeing as how this argument may lead to apparent deafness, Gajeel decided to step out from behind his tree. We'll talk about this later, Kurama said as he spotted the son of Metallicana. Are you prepared to continue our flight to Magnolia Town? Naruto asked as he adjusted his face mask. The Phantom Lord Mage groaned at the thought of having to fly once more, but he had no choice in the matter seeing as how he didn't want to walk there. Gajeel sighed as brought out the trussed rope and he and Naruto tied either end around their waists. Ready, Gajeel said with a shaky thumbs up. Naruto nodded and shot off into the sky as Kurama ran along the ground before taking to the branches of the pine trees. Magnolia Town, Fury. Within a matter of hours and much restrained vomiting from the black-haired Dragonslayer, the trio finally arrived at the descending road which led to Magnolia Town's entrance. Such a quaint and quiet place. The Phantom Lord member commented as he spied the town's inhabitants going about their daily lives, basking in the glow of a sunny day. Yeah, so when do we blow shit up? Kurama asked. Naruto and Gajeel sweat dropped at the multi-tailed kitsune. Baka kitsune. Naruto muttered. We wait for night, but for now it would be best to scope out the town. The blonde adjusted his face mask and threw up his hood, his blue eyes remaining obscured by the shadows the black cloak's hood produced. Why are we doing that? The red-eyed man asked his blue-eyed superior. Do you know where the guild house is? Gajeel said as he cupped his chin with his right hand. You know, for the entire time we've been rivals with that guild, I never took the time remember where the hell their guild was situated in Magnolia. But hey, it's fairy tale, I highly doubt they'd be that hard to find. Your response is both annoyingly stupid yet holds truth in that last statement. We shall take separate paths throughout town so as to cover more ground. Anabi will stick with me of course, so you will be on your own Iron Dragon. However, it would not be wise for a Phantom Lord mage to be spotted within Magnolia Town where Fairy Tail resides. Do you have anything to prevent your identity from being found out? Gajeel tapped his chin in thought before nodding as he pulled out a brown, hooded trench coat. It's designed to be used only for when it rains, but given the circumstances, I'd say it will do the job of hiding who I am. Naruto nodded. Very well, Anabi, come. Have a nice day, Kurama sarcastically told Gajeel. Don't tell me what to do, mutt. The Kitsune Exceed chuckled lightly at the Iron Dragonslayer. Too easy. It's just like pushing the salamander's buttons, only with a much more comical facial expression. As they reached the entrance of the town, Gajeel entered town and looked around for a few seconds. He then turned to see Naruto and Kurama had disappeared. Looking up, Gajeel frowned in confusion as he saw neither SS-class individual was present in the air or on land. Where the hell did those bastards go? Oh well, might as well look around for that guild house then. As Gajeel had set to embark upon his own path, Naruto and Kurama had taken the time to vanish into the wind via Naruto's Fuden. Shunpo no Kazejin to appear in a dark alley where Kurama transformed into his smaller Exceed form for better maneuverability in populated areas. Naruto pulled back his hood slightly to allow the winged cat to fly into the recesses of the hood and remain unseen by the populace. After all, the key to any reconnaissance mission was to not be suspicious, and Naruto and Kurama were sure a flying, talking feline would draw attention to themselves. Alright, let's go, Naruto said as he and Kurama melded into a small crowd of people so as to not look suspicious upon their leaving the alley. Naruto and Kurama glanced every which way to search for the Fairy Tail Guild house before Kurama offered a suggestion. You know, although we may feel a bit idiotic for not doing this, but why are we not asking people for directions? The crimson-furred Exceed asked. Naruto glanced up at his feline nakama and narrowed his eyes. Don't be a smartass now, Kurama. Besides, the reason for not doing so is because strange hood-wearing people should not ask for directions to a known guild. He whispered hotly. Well, Gajeel is gone, so maybe it would be fit to pull down the hood and take off the mask. Kurama suggested. I'll concede to the mask, but the hood stays. We still have to keep you concealed and my hair color is not exactly a traditional color. He replied before pulling down his face mask. His face now visible, the hooded blonde walked up to a nearby newspaper vendor. Seeing if maybe there was anything new occurring in the world of Earthland, Fury specifically, Naruto began flipping through the pages, Kurama's red orbs glancing from the shadows of the hood. The stocks are up. The kingdom is planning to remodel the west wing of the royal castle and it seems the magical item industry is booming these days. Kurama muttered so only Naruto could hear. Naruto rolled his eyes at his hair-dwelling companion before flipping through to the area that spoke of mage activities. Dark mages on a new high, the most ever active in 20 years. Oh, but what's this on the bottom? Kurama noted. The son of two wizard saints glanced down at the page where an image of blurry black thing was shown in the sky. The blob was very oddly shaped, but Naruto was able to distinguish the Y shape associated with flying animals, wings spread and the lengthy tail that stretched out behind it. Odd magical creature found. Creature moved too fast to get a perfect still image of the creature, but experts claim it to be a new species of some kind. A actual wyvern that has undergone an impressive form of evolution, seeing as how there seem to be the shadows of limbs present on the underside of the body, or maybe a giant long-tailed bird. Naruto uttered to himself. He stared at the picture, noting that the shape was very familiar. The creature was much too large to be a wyvern if the scaled proportions of the photo were correct in the article. However, the wings were spread apart, similar to that of a bird's, as the wings were quite feather-like and its tail was not like any bird Naruto had ever seen before. The tail is much too lengthy to be of any bird, but those wings, wait a minute, that pincer-shaped tail. I can't believe it. The overgrown garden snake nearly got caught on film. Naruto looked up at Kurama. Kurama, he whispered. That's no bird nor is it a wyvern. What is it? The Exceed whispered back. That's Tucson, that's Acknowledge. Kurama's eyes widened within the hood as he glanced at the blurry photo. You can't be serious. You have to be lying. Are you calling me a liar? Naruto snarled. I ain't calling you a truther. Kurama retorted. Taking into account the various elements such as widely spread wing tips shaped like feathers and the lengthy tail with a twin spear-like appearance at the tip, Kurama was able to put two and two together. Holy son of a bitch, you little fucking truther, that really is the overgrown garden snake. Naruto and Kurama quickly put down the newspaper before walking away without a word, ignoring the odd looks he was getting from people who had managed to hear the last bits of his and Kurama's little spat. Naruto then sniffed the air for Gajeel, but just as he did so he felt a pulse within his cloak's inner pocket. Reaching it, he pulled it out and pumped a small bit of magic into the seal formula on the paper. Oi, Fujin, I found the guild. Understood, Iron Dragon. I shall be there shortly. He thought back to the red-eyed Dragonslayer. However, Naruto's call hadn't finished there as he received a second pulse. Answering the call, Naruto communicated with his thoughts. Speak, he answered. Fujin-sama, it is Leon Vastia of Lamina Scale. Your subordinates from the Galuna Isle incident. The Ice Make Mage spoke. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose at the white-haired mage's words. Leon Vastia, you annoying little human, we have been over this. Stop introducing yourself in that manner. I know who you are. Naruto could practically feel the non-reaction from the young ice user. So what is it? It is a very interesting piece of information I think you would find most interesting. Are you familiar with the Hartfilia concern railroad industry? Very. One of the richest and most well-financed railway systems ever built. Owned by Jude Hartfilia, whose wife, Layla, passed away in X777 and all he had left was his daughter whose name escapes me. Yes, well, like you said before, Jude Hartfilia does indeed have a daughter. Lucy Hartfilia is her name, the spitting image of her Ka-chan too since I've run comparisons between the family members. Anyway, it seems that Lucy had run away from home 4 months ago and he is issuing a request with a great reward for anyone who can find and bring his daughter back to him. Leon informed his superior. Ah, I see. Well, that is rather interesting news, but I would be very gracious if you would get to the point of this information. Though it seems to be a popular tidbit of information among those of you who need finances, I require none of that as I have quite loaded, as the term goes. Now, I am running on a tight schedule and I have a bit of a mission of my own to carry out Vastia. What is it that this all leads up to? Yes, well, now, Sherry and Toby had done some digging per my instructions and it seems there's a bit of a problem with this particular job request. Which is? My fellow student of Grey Fullbuster, he is a member of the illustrious guild known as Fairy Tail and through various searches and much asking of questions and listening to rumors, we were able to determine that it was in fact true. Lucy Hartfilia, the lone heir to Hartfilia concern, is a member of Fairy Tail. Leon said. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Are you positive? Very. Well done, Vastia. You and your team have done well. Keep me posted on more legal guild workings per month and anything important as well. Understood, Fujin-sama. The link was then cut and Naruto placed the paper back in his cloak. What happened? Kurama asked. Naruto looked around before sniffing the air, taking in the various smells before separating Gajeel's scent from it all. Vanishing into the wind, Naruto and Kurama blurred out of existence as they headed towards Gajeel's location. Leon Vastia has just told me that Lucy Hartfilia, the heir to Hartfilia concern, is in fact a member of Fairy Tail and had run away from home. So what does that mean for us? Kurama asked. Absolutely nothing, but Jose will probably find out about this soon enough. Given the fact that guild wars are illegal, he may use the mission request as a way to legalize his attack on Fairy Tail. That does sound like something a man of Jose's nature would do. Insert music. Fairy Tail Dragonslayer. We've arrived, Naruto stated as he appeared out of a gust of wind before Gajeel's cloaked body. The hooded blonde observed the brightly colored guild house and his eyes narrowed as he stared at the piece of infrastructure, a snarl forming on his face as he stared at the orange and white cloth that bore the image of the guild's symbol. Fairy Tail. Naruto mentally growled, his teeth gritting as his fingers twitched, ready to shred the guild house without any moment's notice. While you were on your way here, I received a message from Master Jose through the communication lacrima he gave me. He said to strike at night when all of Fairy Tail is not present so that the next day, there would be more people wishing to partake in war to strike back at us for destroying their guild. A larger populace would spark more anger and thus result in the war. There is sense to your master's words. By the way, where's the fox? The Onabi Myobu did not wish to partake in the festivities. It is just you and I. He lied. Gajeel believed the lie as he nodded in response. We attack at night. The hours flew by quickly as Naruto, a hood-hidden Kurama and Gajeel sat upon the rooftops, watching as the members of Fairy Tail left the guild to go to their respective homes. The sky was now a beautiful navy blue color, a few clouds drifted past the crescent moon and the few stars present twinkled. Naruto's eyes snapped open, revealing the shining white of his Dragonslayer persona. Oh, how I do enjoy the destruction of things. Come, Iron Dragon. These pitiful humans must know what it is like to lose their guild at the claws of a dragon. Geehehe, you don't have to tell me twice. The two Dragonslayers dropped down from the rooftops and they looked at the empty guild house. Gajeel took a step forward before cracking his fingers and neck. I'll go first, he said before slamming his fist into the ground. The ground rumbled beneath the guild of Fairy Tail before large black spires erupted from beneath the earth and tore into the wooden guild house, scattering splinters and pieces of furniture everywhere. The result made it look like a giant iron trees had sprouted out of the ground, though Naruto thought it looked more akin to bamboo shoots. Tetsuryusa. Mori Iron Dragon's Lance. Forest. Gajeel said with a challenging tone towards the Ogano Fujin. Naruto rolled his white eyes before looking at the guild house with disgust. Without even using an actual technique, Naruto simple swiped his arm multiple times before wind blades that were infused with his Dragonslayer magic tore through the air and sliced through the guild house. The proud guild house of Fairy Tail then slipped and fell apart into pieces along with pieces of Gajeel's iron spires. That is how it's done, Iron Dragon. I could make it much more destructive, but this is simply an act of aggression, so I will leave it as it is. Come, the noise is waking up the populace. We must evacuate the premises. Grabbing the Iron Dragonslayer, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer vanished into the wind with his cohort. Fairy Tail Guild House, Magnolia Town, Fury. What the hell? Was the cry of the various Fairy Tail mages as they arrived at the doorstep of their guild, or at least what remained of their doorstep. After the daytime had come around, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning when the Fairy Tail members all came from their respective homes to take part in the life of a mage, doing mission requests and having fun in their little paradise. However, that image was utterly shattered as they looked at the pieces of their guild. Giant black spires made of what seemed to be steel or iron protruded from the ground and tore various holes through the guild, but the guild was now in mostly pieces. The building itself had been bisected before the bisected pieces were reduced to mere rubble, as large blocks of stone and wooden pieces were all that remained of their beloved guild. Mirajan covered her gaping mouth as her blue eye began to water. She latched onto her brother and Elfman consoled his sobbing sister. It's okay, Nei-chan. He stroked her hair softly. It's okay, the master will be back soon. He'll take care of whoever did this. Whoever attacked our guild is not a man. Who could have done such a thing? Mikao exclaimed. Well, whoever it is, when we find out who, we're gonna kick their asses for destroying the guild. Wakaba said as he violently puffed out a plume of smoke from his pipe. The other members of Fairy Tail voiced their opinions, a few too shell-shocked by the slaughter of their beloved guild house to even utter a sound. One Levi Magarden fell to her knees, her brown eyes remaining unblinking as they forced her to take in the image of her second home, completely shattered and broken before them. As other citizens of Magnolia Town came around and began to watch the destroyed guild, a loud cough was heard behind them. What's all this negativity about? I just reach back and I find my children all like this. Would someone care to tell me what's going on? A jovial, elderly voice spoke. All the Fairy Tail members' heads snapped in the direction of the voice, their eyes widening as they saw the waving figure of their master. Master. Master Makarov. Master, you have to do something about this. Jet and Droy yelled simultaneously. Makarov pushed aside the two young men as he walked between them and observed the destroyed guild house. He then turned around and looked at the crowd of members. So our guild was destroyed, it seems. Ya don't say. Everyone gave Makarov a deadpan look. What are we gonna do? You have to make whoever did this pay. Makarov stroked his mustache and twirled his staff in thought. I must ask, were there any of my children that were hurt during this attack? Everyone was home and the attack seems to have been done at night since it's only just this morning we heard and saw this. We questioned a few civilians who said they heard loud noises coming from the guild, but they ignored it thinking it was just us being noisy as usual. Said a purple-haired female would make user by the name of Lackey. The glasses-wearing girl adjusted her glasses as she continued to speak. So, no master. No one was hurt during the attack. I see. Well then, we do have a basement, don't we? We can move in there for the time being. But Master Makarov, I understand many of you are distraught and angry at the fact our guild house was destroyed, but this is what you all must remember. A guild is not the building, but the people, the mages who make up the guild. A guild house without mages is just another building. As long as none of you are hurt, I am content with having this place destroyed. A building can be destroyed and just as easily rebuilt, but I rather not have the same fate be thrust upon my children. Fairy Tail will endure, but for now you all will take refuge in the basement. Lackey, I need you to help me put this house back together as everyone goes back to the basement. Yes, master. The purple-haired girl nodded. Makarov went into his Titan form and Lackey, being a user of wood make, generated pieces of wood to be used to construct a basic four-walled base around the area of the destroyed guild. Makarov then placed the bisected pieces of the roof back atop the wooden walls to be used as temporary shelter from the elements as Lackey bound them together with thick pieces of wood. There, now that the temporary construction is done, we'll manage everything else. Come, we will go to the basement. Makarov said as he led Lackey to the basement. Walking down the untouched area of the guild that lay underground, Makarov and Lackey surveyed the moping fairy tale members. Mirajan was managing the stock of ale and other forms of alcohol to be used as the temporary bar while the other members shifted around boxes, tables and chairs. When all was set up, Makarov cleared his throat. The sound echoed through the basement and all the other members of the strongest guild in fury sat down to listen to their master. You all saw the giant iron pillars that destroyed our guild house. He began. Yes, and we know of only one person that generate black iron on such a large scale. A dirty blonde-haired girl by the name of Mickey Chickentiger spoke. Kuragane Gajiel, the Iron Dragonslayer of Phantom Lord. Mirajan said. The guild froze, glaring heatedly at the ground, their fists tightening in rage as they held back the urge to just destroy something whenever they heard the name of their rival guild. It figures a snake-like Master Jose would pull such a disgustingly sneaky trick on us. He is not manly at all. No man attacks another's guild at night. Elfman roared as he flexed his biceps. Yes, it was indeed Gajiel Redfox who generated the iron that tore apart our guild, but know that it is illegal by the council to create a counterstrike as it would lead to a war between guilds. Guild wars are illegal and if any of you do anything to threaten the peace it could mean an end to the Fairy Tale Guild. We can handle all attacks, that much I am sure of, but the Magic Council has absolute power over any and all guilds that remain in the scope of their law's parameters. So I mean it when I say do not do anything to provoke Phantom Lord. Silence filled the guild, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I understood. Makarov bellowed to let across his point to not promote violence against Master Jose's guild. The guild members winced at their master's harsh tone, but nodded. Yes, master, was the unanimous response. Good. The dwarf of a man nodded as he hopped atop the temporary bar's lengthy table. Master. The white-haired cover girl tapped her master's shoulder. Yes, Mira-chan. Master, I think it would be beneficial to us all if we were to remain in groups so as to keep each other safe. Knowing Phantom Lord, if we not reply to this act of aggression they may do something else and so I think we should have guild members pair up or stay in groups to make sure none of us are harmed. The eldest Strauss sibling suggested. An excellent idea, Mira-chan. Did you all hear what Mira-chan said? Makarov asked loudly. The guild members looked up from their activities and titled their heads in confusion. What? Makarov and Mirajan sweat dropped, Makarov enhancing his frustration by palming his face. He then relayed Mirajan's idea to the present guild members who agreed wholeheartedly on the idea of the S-class beauty. Many of them suddenly leapt at the cover girl of Fairy Tale. Would like to pair with me, Mira-chan. I'll keep you safe, Macau said. No way, Baka, she'd rather go with a devilishly handsome man to protect her, like me. Wakaba said. The two men snarled at one another before rolling on the ground as they tried to beat the other down. However, they were viciously kicked away into the wall of the basement as Elfman stood with his leg outstretched, showing he was the culprit. No one flirts with Nei-chan without my approval. Wakaba, you smoke and have a wife. Macau, you have Romeo to look after. Don't bother Nei-chan. You are not men for betraying your responsibilities. Men. Wakaba and Macau groaned in pain on the floor as Elfman huffed in protective brotherly rage. I shall watch out for you, Nei-chan. Only a true man will take the precaution to watch out for his sister. Man, Elfman roared. Mirajan giggled at her younger brother. You'll do a fine job of that, Nei Elfman. We will protect you, Levi-chan. Jet and Droy exclaimed loudly as they hugged the diminutive blue-haired girl, squishing her between their bodies resulting in her dropping her book. Ugh, great, now I've lost the page I was on. She grumbled. Thank you though, Jet, Droy. Team Shadowgear watches out for each other, right? Yes, Levi-chan. The plant magic and speed magic users agreed. Then the day moved on. The members of Fairy Tale quickly began to let go of the fact that Gajiel had attacked their guild and moved on with their lives. They performed missions and drank beer to their heart's content. Laughter was heard from the basement of the guild as the afternoon sun began to set, the sky looking like it was burning from its appearance. However, that laughter was not appreciated by the two Dragonslayers and one Kitsune Exceed. The canine snarled as his three tails whipped wildly. Their happiness annoys me. Join the club. Gajiel muttered into his fist as he rested it against his mouth. My assumption was correct then. Makarov will not be provoked by the mere destruction of the guild house. Does your master have a backup plan for this situation? Naruto asked. Gajiel nodded. Juvia and I informed you of this 3 months ago. If the destruction of the guild does not work, we aim for the guild members. Gajeel said with a sadistic grin, his red eyes seeming to burn intently with bloodlust as the sun's light shone on him. Ah, bloodshed, excellent. Naruto loved this plan already. However, we do not kill. We spill their blood, but we do not kill was Master Jose's orders. Gajeel said. Naruto snarled at that. And why not? The hooded blonde asked. Because killing a guild member is illegal and Phantom Lord would be labeled as a dark guild if we go into the kill zone, and we may end up in your position. Gajeel pointed out. The son of Aknowledge gritted his teeth as he rose up to his feet, Kurama doing the same. Spill their blood. Naruto snarled as his blue eyes shone white. Gajeel's eyes widened, but as he rose up he was quickly forced back down by Kurama's tails. You do not interfere with our attack. This guild war must occur and your master seems to be aware of the consequences of attacking fairy tale mages as he is taking advantage of Makarov's protective nature. You may accompany us, but if you dare interfere with our attack, you will fall, Iron Dragon. White-eyed shone brighter as if to solidify Naruto's threat. Gajeel gulped as the killing intent rolled off of Naruto's body in waves, the Iron Dragonslayer beginning sweat profusely from the nervousness he was experiencing. Naruto then waited for the sun to fully disappear over the horizon before sniffing the air. Catching a scent, he, Kurama and Gajeel took off across the rooftops in the general direction of the fairy tale mages they had sniffed out. 3 figures walked down the cobblestone road of Magnolia Town. Naruto's white eyes narrowed as he suddenly vanished into the wind. The predator had found his prey. Levi-chan, be careful, Jet said as Levi skipped along the cobblestone. Geez, Jet, you're sounding like my Oba-chan. Why can't you be more quiet like Droy? Yeah, Jet, see, I told you Levi-chan likes me better. She totally does not, Jet argued. The 2 male members of Team Shadowgear glared at one another as the object of their affections pinched the bridge of her nose. Idiots, she muttered. Suddenly, a violent wind blew through the path they walked. Levi gripped her hair to keep it from flying into her face. Jet and Droy quickly stopped arguing and began to glance around the streets. The winds continued to blow harshly before dying down. What was that? Jet asked. I don't know. Maybe it was a Phantom Lord mage. They are probably invisible or something. That's a horrible hypothesis, Droy. It is not, Jet. Besides, I don't see you coming up with any bright suggestions as to what caused that wind. Will you two stop arguing? Levi yelled as she gripped their ears tightly. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Night Attack. I suggest you listen to the girl. You never know what could be lurking in the shadows at this time of night. A voice spoke. The 3 fairy tale members quickly got into a triangle formation, watching from every direction on the road to see where the person who spoke was. Suddenly, a cloud of mist appeared around Team Shadowgear and a dark chuckle met their ears. Levi glanced around and her eyes widened with fear, releasing a gasp of surprise as she saw a pair of glowing red eyes. Jet and Droy turned and were also surprised to see the crimson orbs that stared into their own. So the little fairies think they are so brave. Well then, let me show you fear. The red eyes vanished from view before a bestial roar echoed through the air. Help! Levi screamed. This mist is a silencer. No one will hear you, no one will come to save you, little human. Levi tried to run, but fell down as she slammed face first into something solid. She looked up and her face teared up as she was now gazing into the pure white eyes of a hooded man. The sharp canines of the figure were bared and the figure suddenly lashed out, his hands wrapping around the blue-haired girl's throat. No one will save you from the dragon's claws. Naruto slammed Levi harshly into the ground and her scream of pain echoed through the cloud of mist. Jet and Droy looked around the thick mist, but apparently they had lost their female teammate. However, as they searched for the blue-haired girl, both males were jumped by the red-eyed demonic kitsune. Hello boys, want to play a game? Ha 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 ha. The kitsune howled in amusement as he stared into the frightened eyes of Jet and Droy. Let's play my favorite game called Break a Skull. It's such a fun game. Kurama's tails lashed out and wrapped themselves around the 2 boys before lifting them up into the air. And down you go. Kurama grinned toothily as he slammed both mages into the cobblestone. The stone cracked beneath them as they were violently slammed into the ground. And so the cycle continues. The 3-tailed kitsune howled within the mist as he continuously slammed the 2 into the ground. Their grunts and cries of pain were not heard by any as the mist of Eternano made by Naruto had prevented any sound from leaving the mist. Kurama threw Droy into the air followed by Jet causing their bodies to collide in midair, but Kurama then jumped and flipping, slamming his tails down on their bodies so that they rocketed back to Earth. However, the Vulpine allowed his rear appendages to extend after them, wrapping one tail around each of their necks so that as soon as they met the ground, they were dragged through the earth, tearing trenches in them. With a howl, Kurama raised the 2 mages into the air before slamming them into the ground bursting apart as a small crater formed. Kurama's body then became engulfed in crimson flames as he let go of the 2 groaning and bleeding mages. The kitsune's eyes shone like rubies as the beast walked up to the downed fairy tale mages. Who? Jet managed to utter, but the pain was too unbearable and he couldn't speak. Ah, you are both still conscious. Then I will truly appreciate the screams you two will make when I do this. Kurama chuckled darkly before raising his three burning tails. The crimson flame-covered tails slowly neared the Jet and Droy before they were gently placed onto their chests. However, the gentleness of the application did not do anything to ease the blinding pain that was felt by the two male members of Team Shadowgear. Only a few seconds passed before they had fallen unconscious from the pain. Kurama frowned as he extinguished his flames. Jet and Droy were held above the ground, their bodies broken and bleeding. Blood seeped from the wounds in their skulls, faces, and Jet's left arm was bent at a funny angle showing it was broken. The painful burns had left a large red mark on their visible chests. I think that will suffice to anger the great titan of fairy tale. What do you think, Naruto? Kurama asked. The white-eyed Dragonslayer stepped out of his area of the mist, a dragging sound being heard. A satisfactory effort. What do you think of my toy? Naruto grinned as his Dragonslayer mentality held its dominance within him. The clawed hand of the hooded Apocalypse hoisted up the motionless body of one Levi Magarden which he had dragged across the cobblestone. The girl's pale skin was covered in slash marks that poured crimson over her equally torn t-shirt. Her legs had a few length lacerations and blood leaked from her burst lip. Bruises colored areas of her legs and arms a purple-black color, and there were a few areas which had peeled skin from Naruto dragging Levi across the ground. A Fudan use here, a punch here, a kick there, and physical blows rained down everywhere. Naruto's toothy grin stretched across his face, his white eyes shining with glee, literally and figuratively. The mist then vanished and the two SS-class criminals walked towards the Iron Dragonslayer who was waiting outside the mist cloud. Oh, you're done. Come on, Lawo. Gajeel fell silent as he stared at the bleeding forms of Team Shadowgear. What did you do to them? We did what was necessary, Kurama said with a monotone. Naruto and Kurama then hopped atop the roofs of Magnolia Town, Gajeel following behind them. What are we to do with them? Naruto asked. Surely, Jose has some idea of what to do after taking down these fairy tale members. Gihihi. Well, this part one find quite nice. Put them on display. Naruto and Kurama looked at each other before looking back at Gajeel. The Iron Dragonslayer motioned for the two more powerful individuals to follow him, and follow they did. After hopping along the rooftops, Gajeel leapt off of the last roof to land on the soft green grass of Magnolia Town's park. In the center of the park was a great tree that was visible for all who came to the park to view. Simple yet satisfactory, Kurama complimented. However, as they landed, Naruto stumbled forward, dropping the damaged Levi, and clutched his head. No, not again. Not when I have control. Naruto's white eyes faded and their glow vanished. With a blink, sapphire irises returned and Naruto's brain received that burning sensation he usually felt whenever switching personas. Kuso, what the hell happened? I think I had another episode, but why does this keep happening? These personality switches are damaging me, my skull feels like it's going to tear apart every time this human part of me regains control. Why damn it? Naruto glanced up and his eyes widened when he saw the damaged form of Levi Magarden. Fairy girl, he whispered with a questioning tone. Naruto. Naruto shook his head, blinking rapidly as he registered his name being called. Kurama. What happened? Your Dragonslayer side took over for a few moments to take down the fairy tale members. You took down the girl while I had handled the two idiots that are her teammates. Oh, she's still breathing? Naruto asked. Kurama nodded and he noted the small glance his blonde companion sent towards the damaged girl's body. Interesting, was his comment. Naruto grunted as he held his throbbing skull, but his 5-point elemental seal's effects managed to dull the pain. Now how would you propose we display them, Mr. Red Fox? Kurama asked as he held up the three unconscious and bleeding fairy tale members. Quite easily. Toss them, he said with a toothy grin. Kurama raised a non-existent eyebrow but complied. With a single flick of each tail, the three fairy tale mages were airborne. Tetsuryu no Shibari, Iron Dragon's restraints. A pale green magic seal appeared in front of Gajeel's hands as he sent metal clamps forth that slammed against the bodies of the members of Team Shadowgear with amazing precision. The marksmanship was truly amazing, and in the end, Levi, Jet and Droy were all restrained to the tree by the clamps in a crucifixion pose. Bruises formed where the clamps had struck their wrists and waists to bind them. Interesting display, Naruto commented. Now for the finishing touch. Gihihi. The Iron Dragonslayer walked up to the restrained Levi and swiped his fingers across her unconscious body, where the blood was currently leaking from. With a couple swipes here and there, Gajeel stood back with a satisfied grin as he had drawn the symbol of Phantom Lord on Levi's stomach with her own blood. If that won't start a war, I don't know what will. The red-eyed man stated before turning around and taking his backpack off of his back. Naruto and Kurama stared at the damaged girl and the two couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. It was necessary, Naruto thought as he turned away from the crucified trio. He then took the rope that Gajil had and tied it around his waist, Gajil doing the same with the other end. Kurama leapt atop the roofs with ease and the three assailants left to return to the Phantom Lord Guild house. Naruto leapt into the air and a gray-green colored magic seal formed beneath his feet. Fuden. Tobu. He stated as miniature cyclones swirled beneath his boots and the power of flight was now his once again. The blonde's blue eyes glanced back at the unconscious and bleeding form of Levi one last time before he swapped down and grabbed Kurama from the rooftop. A sonic boom echoed throughout the night sky, their only spectator being the crescent moon. Magnolia Town Park. Magnolia Town, Fury. First the guild, now this. Kana exclaimed. She was so shocked that the small bottle of liquor she held had slipped from her hands and poured itself out onto the grass. They've gone too far now. Lackey growled out. I can't believe even Jose would take such measures to start a war, it's horrible. Mirajan held back the urge to vomit from seeing the damaged and bleeding state of her friends as they were hanging by their metal restraints, crucified to the park's tree. Elfman ranted on about how men do not do this to guild members. A parent does not wish to see their child's blood spilled. Makarov spoke as he walked forward. The small crowd of citizens and fairy tale members alike parted for the diminutive man. The destruction of a guild house, I can handle. But Jose has taken this too far. We prepare for battle against Phantom Lord. Makarov's outfit shimmered as he performed requip magic and was now sporting the outfit of his wizard saint status, wearing a white tunic with fairy tales symbol on the left collar and a pair black pants in which covered by a formal white coat with white fur around the edge and the 10 wizard saints symbol at the back. He hand-clutched the staff he always carried out so frequently, but this time his anger was paramount and with a burst of magic, a golden aura sprung forth and the staff was snapped in two. Makarov glared at the bloody symbol of Phantom Lord that was drawn onto Levi's stomach. The titan of fairy tales' eyes burned with the fire of 1,000 suns and the earth cracked beneath him. This means war. Makarov then turned to Mirajan as he left to assemble the guild for war preparations. Mirajan. He stated her full name, notifying her of his seriousness. Why yes, Master. The white-haired girl asked as she wiped away her tears. Get the communication Lacrima online at the guild. We're calling in the cavalry. Tell our strongest team it's time they come back. Mirajan's eyes widened and she gained a sudden determination and a smile spread across her face. Yes, master. Insert music. Naruto raising the fighting spirit. Phantom Lord Guild House, Oak Town, Fury. I feel a strong magical energy approaching the guild. Naruto murmured to himself as he and Kurama sat within the scaffolding. The titan of fairy tale approaches then. Kurama muttered. The former citizen of Edelus was in his Exceed form so he hovered by his feathery wings around Naruto. So it seems. Iron Dragon is deciding to employ guerrilla tactics on the fairy tale members while the others aim for a straightforward strike. Naruto said. Though I wonder why they are acting so carefree if they are aware of the fact that fairy tale approaches them. Humans are idiots, was the instant reply. Boom. The wall of Phantom Lord's castle was blown apart. The smoke and dust that was kicked up clouded the vision of the Phantom Lord members below. What the fuck was that? One Phantom Lord member coughed out. The smoke died down as it was parted by a violent wind generated by Makarov's magical energy. At the head of the party was Elfman, his right fist held out and covered in light black fur, its large and muscular form pulsing with the need to hit something. We are Fairy Tail, was the announcement Makarov made, and then the mages of Fairy Tail rushed forth and the war began. Magic seals of various colors lit up the floor below as if it were a laser light show. Elemental attacks, swords, fists and feet flew every which way. Men do not attack with such dishonor. Men strike with their fists. Elfman roared as he slammed his black bull arm on the ground, sending out a shockwave that sent those caught within it, skyward. Guns magic. Scatter shot. Guns magic. Homing shot. The two cliché cowgirl dressed gun wielders, Alzak Connell and Biska Mulan, fired off numerous bullets at the airborne phantom mages and blew them out of the sky as if they were ducks to be hunted. Yeehaw. The two cheered as they high-fived each other. The two blushed as they realized they made hand contact. The truth was that both of these two guns magic users had crushes on each other, but never were able to work up the courage to even confess to one another. Fire magic. Sticky fire. Macau yelled as a stream of purple fire slammed into 3 Phantom Lord mages that were about to attack the blushing duo. Oi, keep your head in the game. The purple-haired man yelled before wrapping his fire around his best friend's waist. Macau spun and Wakaba did so as well before Macau threw the smoke magic user forwards. Smoke magic. Lung buster. He yelled as a purple magic seal appeared out of his pipe. Suddenly, the large magic seal sent forth numerous fists made of smoke that soared through the air and entered through the noses and mouths of any Phantom Lord mages that were unlucky enough to be caught by it. They then began to cough and sputter as they fought for air. Wakaba snapped his fingers and the smoke left their airways, letting them breathe, but they were then caught by the giant smoke fist that mostly likely broke their ribs and damaged their lungs. Look, the old man hasn't done anything yet. Get him. A crowd of Phantom Lord mages leapt towards Makarov with the intent on brutally destroying the diminutive fairy tale mage. Makarov's eyes were closed as if he were ignoring the world around him, but then his eyes snapped open. Insert music. Fairy tale fairy law. You younglings dare to take on a titan. Makarov roared as he transformed his fist into a giant one that was at least 50 times its original size. The phantom mages were swept aside and slammed into the wall before being pushed through said solid stone wall. Makarov's eyes shone with the golden energy of his magic power, an aura of gold surrounding him as well. Jose. The titan of fairy tale roared with rage as he stomped towards the stairs that would lead to the master's chambers. You're not getting away that easy, old man. Earth magic. Stone dumpling. Fire magic. Ignitus. Wind magic. Tornado thruster. In that order, a giant stone carved itself out of the earth in the shape of a giant spheroid. The spheroid hovered in the air as the magic seal appeared below it. Suddenly, a burning red magic seal encompassed the stone orb as it was then ignited, burning like a meteor. Then the third and final mage sent forth a giant gust of gale force winds that sent the flaming piece of earthen material towards Makarov, its flames burning much more intensely than before due to the winds. Unison raid. Giga impact. Was the cry from the three mages. The large meteor that was the unison raid spell rocketed towards Makarov, but the titan of fairy tale didn't even stop moving as he coated his gargantuan fist with light magic and slammed it against the meteor. The Giga Impact spell flew back towards its users, causing them to scream in fear like little girls. The resulting explosion damaged any Phantom Lord mages, as well as fairy tale mages that were caught in the blast. Well, this seems interesting. Naruto chuckled as he watched Makarov merely swat away his opponents like the flies they were before entering the staircase. Light exploded out of the walls as Makarov quickly ascended the stairs, forming cracks in them and destabilizing the castle fortress's tower. Do you think we should join? Kurama asked, a bit of bloodlust and killer intent laced with his voice. He really wanted to attack the humans below, whether it be phantom or fairy, he just wanted to see the blood fly. We could, or we could be smart and let the war play itself out. Let both sides exhaust themselves and then we take the prize that we originally planned to have. Naruto said. Fine, but I still want to taste the blood on my tongue. I'm itching for a good fight seeing all that carnage below. On second thought, I'll throw in one good move just for the hell of it. Naruto said. He raised his hand and a giant grayish-green magic seal appeared above everyone's heads. The whole battle froze as they felt the great amount of magic power infused with killing intent. What is this magic energy? Alzak gasped as he fell to his knees, gasping for air. It's unlike anything I've ever felt. It's not Jose's and it's not even the master's. Biska said as she nearly dropped her rifle. Phantom Lord and fairy tale mages alike glanced around, searching for the owner of the gargantuan magic energy, but the magic was encompassing the entire guild so it was impossible to pinpoint. Fuden. Atsugai. Naruto's sapphire orbs gained a steely look as he brought his raised hand down. Suddenly, a great crash was heard as the entire guild floor was forced downwards and had become a rectangular crater. The downward force of the winds Naruto summoned exerted enough pressure to completely depress the floor and forced all mages on ground level flat on their stomachs. A myriad of painful cries met Naruto's ears as his powerful winds continued to act down upon the battlefront below. Then he stopped. The winds died down and all the mages that were capable of standing rose to their feet. Macau, Wakaba, Kana, Elfman, Alzak and Biska along with a few others were the only ones from Fairy Tail able to stand, while a few unnamed Phantom Lord mages rose back to their feet as well. However, everyone around them was unconscious or heavily damaged as they felt as their bodies were about to be crushed from Naruto's surprise attack. They are still standing, Kurama said with widened eyes. Those that got up are quite determined, but the rest are all unconscious, maybe a few in critical condition since my attack would have compressed their bones and muscles. Though considering I held back quite a bit, the praise is rather unjustified. Such a manly attack. It was so powerful, the magic energy easily could have surpassed even that of Natsu's or even Urza's. Elfman commented, panting as he rose to his feet. With a stretch of his body, he removed the tension from his compressed muscles with an audible pop. The standing fairy tale mages did the same. However, their ears twitched as they caught wind of an eerie-sounding laughter. Insert music. Fairy tale Shishi no Hoshi. Gihihi. A loud, yet odd-sounding laugh filled the air as Gajeel decided to make his debut in the battle. Oh, it seems Iron Dragon has decided to join. Interesting, though I just realized, where are Titania, Fire Dragon and that Ice Mage we met earlier? Naruto wondered. Kurama paused as he just caught on to that detail as well. Where were they? Glancing back at the battlefield, Naruto saw Gajeel tear through the ranks of the fairy tale mages. Gajeel grabbed one mage's hand as they aimed to punch him before pulling the mage towards him and slamming his knee into the young man's face. Blood seeped from his broken nose only for him to be sent careening through the air into a phantom lord mage as he was kicked away by a powerful roundhouse. Gajeel then cartwheeled out of the way as Kana lashed out at him with her cards. Cards magic. Sleep. She threw a card which had the image of a little sheep on it that was sleeping and had a Z in a speech bubble coming from its mouth. The sleep card was quickly made useless as Gajeel's finger became a small black spike that impaled the card. Kana then sent forth 3 cards. Lightning. Reverse Tower. Lovers. Cards magic. Jolt of Fate. The beautiful drinker's cards hovered in a triangle formation within the air and sent a powerful bolt of yellow lightning towards Gajeel. The brown-haired woman smirked as she saw Gajeel was struck by her attack and an explosion resulted. However, her eyes widened as the smoke cleared and she saw Gajeel standing there completely unharmed. Her eye widened even further when she saw his left arm and leg were now black iron spires, the leg having impaled the earth below it. Nice try, hot stuff. A little application of the conductive properties of my iron body to act as a lightning rod and send the electricity into the ground as child's play. Now it's my turn. Gajeel grinned widely before speeding forth. Kana's eyes widened as she felt her stomach being met with unbelievable force. Gajeel's fist planted itself in her abdomen before she coughed blood when she was sent flying through the air, but Gajeel's arm lengthened and transformed into a vice grip, wrapping around Kana's form before bringing her back in. She was then grabbed by her head and forcefully slammed into the ground, her skull releasing a hollow thud upon impact. The ground split apart as a spider web of cracks formed from the force of the slam. Blood flowed from Kana's skull before she was punched in the face by a left hook. Gajeel then fired 2 more punches to the abdominal area to keep her momentarily airborne. He then leapt and spun, lashing out with a devastating spin kick that the brown-haired beauty into a wooden support beam, cracking it from the impact. She was then forced through said support beam as the iron rod that was Gajeel's arm, slammed into her and sent her flying into Elfman. Kana. The Strauss male cried out in alarm. The muscular takeover mage charged towards his adversary. Gajeel made a confident, "Come hither," motion with his hand and saw as Elfman's right arm became engulfed in light. Beast arm. Reptile. The glow died down to show Elfman's arm now replaced by that of the arm of a reptile covered in red scales complete with razor-sharp claws. Man. He roared before bringing his fist down on Gajeel, but Gajeel raised his blackened arm, partially converting that area to iron. You have quite the physical strength there for a fairy tale mage. Gajeel chuckled. A man does not let himself be weak. A man must be strong to protect his nakama. Well, looks like you're not strong enough then. Elfman's eyes widened in anger and the man released a barrage of punches with his transformed arm, but Gajeel avoided them all with ease before kicking aside one of Elfman's strikes and then slamming his elbow into the taller man's abdomen. The wind left Elfman's lungs before Gajeel leapt into the air and delivered a powerful Superman punch to the face that sent Elfman reeling backwards, stumbling a few steps. Elfman clutched his damaged face, but the Iron Dragonslayer leapt into the air and grabbed Elfman by his shoulders and using amazing strength, heaved the larger and heavier man over his head. Elfman released a loud cry of pain as he met the stone floor with a resounding crack of the floor beneath him. Gajeel then picked up his adversary and threw him upwards slightly before the black-haired mage backflipped, slamming the toe of his boot into Elfman's chin to send him skyward before leaping up after him and converting his arms into iron clubs. Tetsurykon Iron Dragon's Club. Gajeel slammed down the dark-colored metal on Elfman's skull before allowing them to elongate, sending Elfman to the ground at a faster rate while also forcing the white-haired mage to be dragged through the stone floor. Gajeel landed on the ground, his arms reverting back to normal. However, as he landed, giant wood spikes erupted from the earth. Gajeel twisted his body as he avoided them before spinning, his arm changing into a sharp blade. Tetsurykon Iron Dragon's Sword. He sliced through the wooden spikes that surrounded him before leaping as more wooden spikes aimed to impale him. Looking around, Gajeel found his target. Crimson eyes zeroed in on Lackey as the purple-haired wood magic user slammed her hands on the ground once more. Lovely road that binds the heavens. Gajeel's sweat dropped. What kind of attack is that? He exclaimed. He then sliced away the large wood tentacles that tried to bind him, but suddenly 2 sprung up beneath him and wrapped around his wrists. The son of Metallicana had his eyes wide in shock before 2 more wood tentacles lashed out and bound his ankles and left him hanging in the air. The wood tentacles then pulled sharply at Lackey's command, causing Gajeel to grunt in pain as he felt his bones nearly leave their sockets. Gajeel was then slammed harshly into the ground, leaving a decent-sized crater before being raised up into the air once more. Punishment of friendship. Stop making up stupid names for your attacks. Gajeel roared as he met the ground. As he was raised up into the air once more wooden tentacles burst out of the ground and began to strike at his body, causing a few bruises to form. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Kurama muttered. Since when were you able to get your hands on hentai? Naruto asked with an amused look on his face. You don't need to know what I do. What I do on my time is my business. Naruto chuckled as he glanced back at the battle and winced slightly as he saw Gajeel get dragged through the concrete like a ragdoll. Alright, that's it. Gajeel roared as his arms reverted into blades with serrated edges. The blades then began to release a buzzing sound, like a chainsaw as the serrated edges began to rotate. Tetsuryuken. The chainsaw-like blades quickly tore through the wooden bindings around his arms before he sliced through his leg bindings. Lackey's eyes widened. Kuso. She cursed before clapping her hands together. Would make. Full-on friendship. Stop making up stupid names. Gajeel yelled as his face turned into a comical look of anger, his boot slamming harshly into Lackey's chest and sent her spiraling into the ground from the momentum of the strike. Gajeel then turned away from the glasses-wearing annoyance. Gihihi. Without a mage like the Salamander or Titania present, you fairy tale shits don't even stand a chance against me. I am the Iron Dragonslayer. No one can match the power of a dragon. Gajeel laughed. Fairy Tail gritted their teeth as they tried to stand their ground, but the Phantom Lord members were still outnumbering them 3-1, and with Gajeel having taken out Kana and Elfman, two of their strongest mages, it seemed they truly were on the losing side. Suddenly, they heard the sound of wood breaking and stone shattering. Everyone looked up, and the Fairy Tail mages' eyes widened as they saw their wounded master. He was panting heavily, had a few bruises from his fall, and was now a sickly green color. However, a torrent of water fell after the wizard saint and crashed down upon him like a waterfall. A small crater was revealed with Makarov in the center of it. Master! Macau exclaimed as he and Wakaba ran towards the elderly mage. Jose. Not here. Tricked. Us. Don't talk, master. We'll get you to Perliuzuka so she can heal you. Wakaba said. The master is down. Provide cover fire for us. Once the master is out, take those that are unconscious and retreat. The tobacco user ordered his fellow mages. Hands made of smoke from Wakaba and Macau's stick fire scooped up all the unconscious and bleeding members of Fairy Tail. Naruto and Kurama watched from the scaffolding as the Fairy Tail mages began to make a strategic retreat, but suddenly, the ceiling of the guild was suddenly coated with gray storm clouds. Rain fell suddenly and 3 words met everyone's ears. To Phantom Lord, it was another form of salvation. To Fairy Tail, it was quite the opposite. Drip drip drop. The sky suddenly darkened and the Fairy Tail mages were stopped when they saw a large column of water explode from Makarov's crater. The water within the crater then morphed as Juvia Loxer, one of the Element 4 and the Water Dragonslayer, appeared out of the crater in liquid form. Her form then solidified and she gained her original color. Master Jose says that Fairy Tail is not granted the luxury of surrender. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Fairy Tail still continuing their retreat. Instead, you will be the ones to taste defeat at the hands of Phantom Lord. Prepare yourselves for the torrential aquatic power of the mighty Levia. Juvia's eyes narrowed before she took in a deep breath. A bright blue magic seal formed over her jaws before she formed a small tube shape with her hands. Suiryu no Hoko, Water Dragon's Roar. Water accumulated from the rain she formed from above before letting out the concentrated water spheroid as a powerful torrent. The water washed over the Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord armies, but mainly that of Fairy Tail. All members of Fairy Tail were swept out of the guild house, even the unconscious ones. Fairy Tail then retreated, running with their tails between their legs. The Phantom Lord members released a chorus of cheers as they released their jovial cries of victory. Suddenly, all the festivities had ceased when an image of Jose arrived before them. Alongside the hologram was Arya, the air magic user of the Element 4. Arya was a large man, one could even go so far as to say he was a giant of a man. He seemed to be extremely rotund, though his clothes could be giving off the image of being so, and he had extremely tanned skin. The clothing consisted of an orange shirt with a dark blue sash worn around his waist. He wore a pair of burgundy-colored pants and a pair of green shoes. His body was then covered by a large, high-collared green robe similar to what priests wear and had white sleeve cuffs. A purple and white stole rested on his shoulders, covered with intricate patterns. Around his neck was a red necklace made up of crosses with its center charm being a jar of some kind. A green top hat was worn on his head and white bandages covered his eyes for reasons Naruto and Kurama could not understand. Fairy Tail has been defeated by Phantom Lord, this is so sorrowful. The man suddenly began to cry rivers of tears. Naruto and Kurama sweat dropped as they stared at the grown man who was crying. Fairy Tail has been defeated, yes. Master, how did you beat that monster of a guild master? He's really strong. Well, as you all can see, I am merely a hologram. I am staying within the main base of operations away from all the action. However, I knew Makarov would head for this base and so I set a trap. When he entered the chambers of the guild master, he attacked, but was surprised to find that I was indeed a hologram. The old fool didn't even notice when Arya snuck up on him. Arya then used air magic. Metsu, a spell which saps one's magic energy to their lowest level given enough time. After that, it was mere child's play for Juvia to defeat the old man. Jose explained, his holographic form flickering every now and then. I merely obeyed your wishes, Master Jose. The umbrella-holding Dragonslayer bowed to her superior. Quite impressive use of deception and taking advantage of a person's nature. Naruto commented from atop the scaffolding. Indeed. Kurama agreed. As the Phantom Lord Guild members celebrated their victory, the sound of rushing water met their ears. Without even a glance, Naruto and Kurama were aware of who was beside them. Water Dragon, Iron Dragon. Naruto nodded in their general direction. Fujin-san, you did not take part in the battle. That is most unexpected from someone such as yourself. We found it unnecessary to take part due to the fact that we could easily take down the members that had been present. A single move would have ended the battle. Kurama replied. Also, Iron Dragon seemed to have handled the fairy tale members quite easily, seeing as how he defeated much of their strongest members quite easily before you, Water Dragon, used your abilities to finish the job. Dragon are very territorial after all. He smirked. Juvia and Gajeel sat atop the scaffolding alongside their fellow Dragonslayer, a moment of silence passing between them. The war is not over, Naruto said. Gajeel and Juvia's eyes widened. Huh. Your master would not let it end there. He has humiliated them and taken away their fighting spirit with the defeat of Makarov Drayar and won the battle on a whole, but he wishes to utterly crush them now, end their reign as the strongest guild in Fury. From what Water Dragon had told me from one of her reports from the earlier months, your master's hatred and jealousy of Fairy Tail runs rather deep, does it not? Yeah, so, Gajeel responded. So, it means your master wishes to finally place Fairy Tail beneath his heel. It would be wise to prepare yourselves for what is about to come. Why? Juvia asked. Naruto merely pointed at the holographic form of Jose's flickered when it grinned widely. He seems to be preparing to do something. We are going to activate the Robo Guild Mecha. Jose yelled. Gajeel and Juvia gaped at the words that left their master's mouth. Phantom Lord members cheered, some were in shock, others ignored their master as they continued to celebrate their guild's victory over Fairy Tail. He can't be serious. The mecha. What's the Robo Guild Mecha? Kurama asked. It's our secret weapon. This castle is not only our main base of operations, but it is also the storage of a large amount of electrical Lacrima-powered generators which send power to the actual Phantom Lord HQ where Master Jose is. That main HQ has attachments that allows it to walk, having attached large legs to the bottom of the castle. Its second form, however, is the ability to transform into a giant robotic mecha. However, the mecha has no firepower, though what other form does one need when you have a Jupiter cannon? A Jupiter cannon? I didn't know they still manufactured those. Kurama said with wide eyes. The mecha is mainly used for physical assaults though. Juvia explained. If Master Jose wants to do something like this, then he obviously doesn't care for what the Magic Council will do to him when they find out about this war. Though to be honest, this gives Fairy Tail a bit of time to recuperate since it takes one whole day to convert the Thunder Lacrima's current into actual watts of power for actual use. Gajeel said. Naruto and Kurama began to laugh, earning looks of confusion from the two other Dragonslayers. What is so funny? Fujin-san, Anabi-san. The daughter of Levia asked. Oh my young water dragon, the carnage of war is so exhilarating. Naruto's eyes flickered white as his bloodlust spiked slightly, his gaze fixated purely on Jose Porla. Tearing the flesh from my prey will be most pleasing. Fairy Tail Guild House, Magnolia Town, Fury. One whole day had passed since the siege on Phantom Lord. Makarov was still by the guild's physician, Perliuzica, unconsciousness from the loss of his magic energy due to the surprise attack by Phantom Lord's Element 4 member, Arya. The guild was settling in their basement area since Gajeel and Naruto had utterly destroyed the main building, reducing it to rubble. Bandages coated almost every single member of Fairy Tail. Some were even put into body casts due to their bodies being nearly crushed by Naruto's attack. I can't believe you all lost so badly. Happy said as he floated around the room, watching all of his friends get bandages and casts or painkillers to nurse their aching and bleeding bodies. We didn't lose that badly. They just don't fight fair. Using a sneak attack on the master like that really makes my blood boil. Kana snarled as she drank another barrel of whiskey. Is that even healthy? Happy exclaimed with wide eyes. Real men do not use sneak attacks. Elfman said. Real men use them in war. Mirajan's eyes narrowed, her electric blue orbs watching over all the injured members of her guild. Everyone's head snapped in her direction. Are you saying that they have justification to use sneak attacks in a one-on-one guild war? Nab asked. Are you saying that you all are really so blind to the act of warfare? Mirajan asked with a steely glare, her tone was dripping with venom. Everyone flinched under her gaze, suddenly finding the floor very interesting. Phantom Lord declared war on Fairy Tail and we fought back, but Jose had the upper hand when fighting in his guild because he planned things beforehand. Warfare involved tactics and strategy, no amount of manliness. She glared at her brother who was twiddling his thumbs, a sheepish look on his face, or complaining about fairness can change that. I'm not saying that I like it, nor am I saying that I believe we lost the war with the battle, but you all are starting to whine like children who are playing a game. War is no game and there is no such thing as fairness in war. We may have lost the battle, but they have not won the war. We will make a comeback. Do you really believe that, Nei-chan? Elfman asked. Mirajan nodded stiffly. Yes. You all may be injured, but we are Fairy Tail, are we not? Nothing keeps us down. The members of Fairy Tail grinned widely at their resident barmaid as they saw the spark of the fire that once burned in her eyes when she used to be the demon Mirajan, feared S-class mage of Fairy Tail. Next time, we'll bring more bomb Lacrima to use, Wakaba said as he stuffed a burlap bag with the aforementioned orbs. Next time, Biska and I are gonna shoot 'em all down. No misses. Alzak whooped, twirling his guns expertly. I like the way you think, cowboy. Biska winked at the black-haired gun mage, causing the male to blush. The guild began to liven up once more as Mirajan's words hit them. Nicely done, Mira. Kana chuckled as she sat atop the bar counter. Mirajan gave Kana a sweet smile. I do what I can to help. Anyo, Kana-chan. Do you feel something shaking? Kana raised a confused eyebrow, but suddenly all activity froze as the guild began to shake. Suddenly, a loud and mighty crash rocked the entire guild basement. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Gurei. What the hell is that? Kana asked with an alarming tone of voice. It's coming from outside the guild, Nab said. Everyone from Fairy Tail ran out of the basement and out of the makeshift shelter Lackey and Makarov had made earlier. Exiting the guild, Fairy Tail watched in shock, fear and amazement as they stared out over the edge of the large lake that bled in from Harjan Port. However, instead of crystal blue waters, before them stood a giant castle fortress that was being supported by 4 large standing apparatuses akin to legs. Each leg was placed beneath each corner of the base of the castle-like fortress so as to provide maximum stability. Impossible. They couldn't have prepared that monstrosity in such a short space of time. Kana exclaimed. What the hell is that? They are here already. And they came with the fucking mecha. Wakaba nearly lost his pipe from how slack-jawed he felt. Fairy Tail. The voice of one Jose Porla echoed from the Phantom Lord Robo Guild mecha. Your end has come. Never again shall Phantom be referred to as second best, and never again shall I have to deal with your pitiful guild. All your speeches about friendship and nakama, they sicken me. Now cower in fear before the might of the great Jupiter cannon. He's firing Jupiter, Mirajan exclaimed. What's the Jupiter cannon? A random guild member asked. The Jupiter cannon is monstrosity of a weapon. It is powered by 4 or 5 elemental lacrima, namely wind, fire, water, earth and lightning, that channels energy into a giant energy converter which is then stored into a larger lacrima. The magic energy within the large energy storing lacrima then builds up until it reaches its maximum input before firing the magic energy as a mighty blast of energy. It is nigh unstoppable. Only the master would have enough raw magic power to deflect or completely stop an attack of such magnitude. Mirajan explained. And they are gonna aim it at us. Apparently so. Kana gritted her teeth. We're still not fully recuperated. We can fight, but we can't take on a Jupiter blast. The card magic user clutched her cards helplessly. Kuso. Only a true man can deflect the Jupiter cannon. Man. Elfman roared. Tears of rage at being unable to help defend his guild dripped from his eyes. The guild of Fairy Tail could only stare, some cowering, as a gigantic magic cannon came from the center of the Robo Guild Mecha's center tower. Within the guild, lacrima glowed with energy. Green, red, blue, silver and yellow magic energy sparked off of the elemental lacrima before jolting forth through the air, powering through the energy converter and charging into the central power lacrima. After the energy reached maximum input, which took no more than 5 minutes, the mouth of the cannon concentrated Eternano at the tip. A gargantuan spheroid of black, silver and violet swirled to life. A loud hum echoed through the air as the spheroid reached its full size. Fairy Tail could practically feel the magic energy from the attack. It's massive. Kana gasped out. That's what she said. Wakaba and Macau chuckled with perverted looks on their faces. Everyone turned and glared at the 2 older guild members. Sorry, bad time to joke around. Fire. Jose's voice rang out. Phantom Lord Robo Guild Mecha Interior, Control Room. Geehehe. Son of a bitch, Master, you really went all out with this thing. The Iron Dragonslayer chuckled. Non. Master never holds back. Magnifique. The man had pale skin, beady, black eyes and wore a monocle over his right eye. His hair was a deep shade of green and spiked upwards and he had a small mustache of similar coloring which he was constantly stroking, his lanky body bending side to side as if he were made of rubber. His clothing consisted of a brown dress suit with a ragged collar which was worn over a white shirt with a black tie and had brown pants. Attached to the man's suit was a dark brown cape of some sort and it was linked to both of his elbows. He also wore a pair of black dress shoes. However, the odd thing was that his lower legs and feet were obscured from view as they seemed to appear as if they were melding with the ground. This was Monsar Sol, the earth element of the element 4. Finally, we get to see Fairy Tail go down in flames. Totomaru, the fire element of the element 4, grinned widely. Totomaru was a young man with an even skin tone, angular face and black eyes. His hair was dual-colored, the left half being black while the right half was white, and pulled back into a short spiky, Japanese-style top knot. An odd-looking bar-like tattoo that was sectioned off so that there was one bar on either cheek and another bar in the middle that ran across the bridge of his nose. Totomaru's clothes consisted of a reddish-orange gi-like cloth that had an odd-looking reddish-colored fur around the neckline. The gi's middle consisted of fishnet and more fishnet covered his forearms. He also wore a black shirt beneath the gi and had on a pair of dark-colored pants which were tucked into a pair of black boots. Attached to his waist was a simple katana. Juvia thinks this is unnecessary. Juvia and the guild have already won the battle, we have proved our superiority. Master Jose, why must Juvia continue to fight? The daughter of Levia asked. The wizard saint grinned widely as he watched the cannon charge on one of the monitors before turning to Juvia. Because, my dear Juvia-chan, I wish to have Fairy Tail beneath my heel like the insects they are. Jose's magic power then spiked. Are you questioning my judgment? If so, there will be consequences. No master. Juvia was just. The blue-haired girl was silenced as her face was cupped harshly by Jose's hand. Her eyes widened as she saw his eyes flash completely black. He then hoisted the water Dragonslayer off the ground. I believe I should discipline you for your questioning. You are a mere subordinate, Juvia Loxer, and I am the master of this guild. You will learn to not question me. However, before Jose could exact his punishment on the daughter of Levia, a harsh magic power filled the control room. All eyes shifted in the direction of the magic power. The element 4 and Gajil all flinched in uncharacteristic fear as a hood-covered Naruto walked in with his canine companion. Kurama growled at Jose before his tails quickly lashed out and stole Juvia from his grip. I heard some commotion in here. Jose, you may be a wizard saint and a guild master, but it is very unwise to harm a Dragonslayer. Dragonslayers are very dangerous when threatened, especially in the company of another. Juvia's eyes widened as she noted the harsh tone in Naruto's voice. Is he defending Juvia? The water Dragonslayer thought. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer glanced back at his fellow Dragonslayer and nodded to her. She gave a small nod of thanks and Jose glared at Gajil. You think I am afraid of one Iron Dragonslayer? I could take on both of these whelps and easily defeat them. You may be more powerful than me, but in this fortress I rule with an iron fist that not even Gajil-kun can eat through. He grinned widely. And you would do well to know that I am not to be trifled with. Even you are labeled as flee on sight, and SS class level threats. Ogano Fujin, Anabi Myobu, you will be in for a fight. Is that a challenge? Kurama snarled as two tails sprouted from his tailbone, increasing his tail count up to 5. The tails ignited and crimson flames sparked into existence, their glow casting an evil light within the control room. Oh no, I would never dare to challenge you. Jose spoke with a sarcastic tone. But I have more important matters to attend to. Jose grinned, for as Kurama's flames died down, a green light flashed signifying that the Jupiter cannon had finished charging to full capacity. One shot is all it takes. Fire. He slammed his hand down on the button and the Jupiter cannon unleashed its deadly blast upon the Fairy Tail members. The waters parted greatly due to the force that the blast tore through the air, its air resistance becoming negligible. Naruto and Kurama exited the control room in a flash of fire and a swirl of wind and reappeared atop the fortress of Phantom Lord. However, Naruto's and Kurama's eyes widened as their enhanced senses caught the wind. Oh, well, this is interesting. Kurama quipped. Insert music. Fairy Tail main theme. As he said that, the Jupiter cannon blast was suddenly met with resistance. The Fairy Tail members all watched in awe as a gargantuan magic seal, a defensive barrier, sprung up in front of them. The bright green magic seal pulsed with power as it held its own against the Jupiter cannon's stream of destruction. A flash of light exploded when the Jupiter blast ceased before quickly dying down. The light cleared and all of Fairy Tail stared wide-eyed as they saw a female figure clad in silver and blue armor. The breastplate was composed of different plates joined together, with 4 prominent tube-like ornaments on the front, right above her breasts, below the high armored collar. The shoulder pads were very large and sported prominent plates shaped like spikes, protruding from a far darker part which composes the base of the structure. The armor was completed by a helmet which covered the top and the sides of her face, leaving the back part of her head exposed, and sported prominent spikes jutting outwards. No way, that's the adamantine armor. But only one person we know has that armor. Wakaba didn't even feel his pipe leave his jaw as it clattered to the ground. HMPH. We leave you all for 3 months and this is the kind of thing we come home to. The knight in shining armor turned around to reveal the red-haired Titania of Fairy Tail. Urza Scarlet then turned to her left and granted a small smile to the large axe-wielding cow that stood beside her. Thank you very much for the assist, Taurus. Anything for you, Urza. You and Lucy have such nice bodies. M-O-O-O-O-O. The muscle-bound cow swooned with hearts in his eyes. Urza's sweat dropped at the celestial spirit as she used requip magic and reverted back to her original Heart Cruise armor. Go home, Lucy said as she dropped off of Taurus's back. Baka. She rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. A few of the males eyed Lucy as she wore her new outfit, which consisted of a short, white, tight-fitting dress that covered most of her upper body but left her legs quite visible. A light blue belt circled around her waist. Over the dress and attached to her belt was her keychain where her celestial spirit keys were held. However, the thing that kept all the males from voicing how sexy she looked in her new outfit was the fact that her new kusarigama had its chains wrapped securely around her left arm while the sharp, side-like blade itself was attached to her belt. Also, a small, extendable bow staff was attached to her back by a small string of rope. Geez, we've just reached back and this is what we're greeted with. Phantom Lord. Gray sighed, appearing in a swirl of ice and frost. Lucy's sweat dropped as she saw her friend unconsciously threw off his shirt, leaving him in his black pants and brown boots. Old habits die hard, I guess. She thought. The ice make user then glanced around. Urza and Lucy, you two are here, but. Gray groaned. Yup, first to reach back. Kinda figures that he would be the last to reach. The busty blonde chuckled. Idiot firebrand. Gray muttered. However, their thoughts were ended when a loud whoop was heard through the air. Looking up, everyone saw a trail of orange-red fire streak through the air, making it seem as if it were a meteor traveling through the skies. The meteor then veered towards them before landing on the ground in front of the Fairy Tale Guild with a mighty crash. Oi, you all started without me. A voice whined as the owner of said voice walked out of the smoke formed by the crater. No, we just arrived. Urza chuckled as she watched her pink-haired friend. Baka, figures you would be the one to reach last. What did you say, Snowball? I didn't say anything, Matchstick. Guys, giant robot, right in front of us. Lucy deadpanned. Natsu Dragneel adjusted his scarf as he walked to the head of the group. Natsu. Happy cheered. Natsu. Gray. Urza. They're back. Oi, what about me? Lucy exclaimed. We're happy to see you too, Lucy. Mirajan laughed as she wiped away the tears that lined her eyes. Mira. Natsu said with a serious tone. Myra's blue eyes glanced at the amber-eyed Dragonslayer. Where's Ji-chan? He got hurt. His magic power was drained and he was put into a critical condition. Mirajan answered. Natsu growled and the son of Igneel glared at the giant fortress before flames sprouted from his fists. He slammed them together as his 4 teammates joined him at his side. Natsu's eyes blazed as the image of Igneel roared behind him, his pupils turning slitted, as if to personify his rage. Then we pay them back. We let them feel the might of Fairy Tale. 1,000-fold. Natsu roared. The guild members roared their respective battle cries as they steeled themselves for battle and grins adorned their faces as well. The strongest team has returned. Well, this is gonna be fun now. Kurama howled with glee. Naruto chuckled darkly and the Apocalypse Dragonslayer cracked his joints in anticipation as he spotted the strongest team, a title that still sickened the blonde to no end. Now let's see if you took my words to heart. Will you finally be considered a threat to me? The Apocalypse Dragslayer's eyes flashed a bright white, shining beneath his hood in a menacing fashion, or will you fall beneath me once more? Magnolia Town, year X 784. The tense atmosphere of war filled the air around the guild house of Fairy Tale, the strongest guild in Fury. Phantom Lord had lashed out against the guild, declaring war upon their rivals with the intent to eradicate them. After an initial attack on their base in Oak Town, Phantom Lord was able to push back the Fairy Tale members when their morale shattered with the defeat of their master, the mighty titan of Fairy Tale and member of the 10 Wizard Saints, Makarov Drayar. However, with only a single day of recuperation being given to them, Fairy Tale was now under siege as Phantom Lord activated their Robo-Guild Mecha, a towering monstrosity that combined the elements of magical knowledge and cutting-edge mechanical engineering technology. After the threat to eradicate them, Jose Porla, another member of the 10 Wizard Saints and master of Phantom Lord, ordered the firing of the Robo-Guild's mightiest weapon, the Jupiter Cannon. With fear in their hearts and all hope lost, Fairy Tale could only watch with wide eyes as they were about to destroyed by the magical blast, only to be saved in the nick of time as their strongest team returned to them. Natsu Dragneel, Gray Fullbuster, Urza Scarlet and Lucy Heartfilia. These 4 had left the guild for 3 months to train after a crushing defeat at the hands of the Ogano Fujin and the Onabi Myobu, but now they had returned. They stood proudly in front of their guild, eyes brimming with strength and hatred towards the Phantom Lord guild that stood before them. My, what do we have here? Seems Salamander, Fullbuster and Titania have returned to your aid, but who is this pretty little blonde thing? Jose said through his Robo-Guild Mecha speaker system. She's a Fairy Tale mage. That's all you need to know. Urza roared back. The other guild members showed their agreement before Jose spoke once more. A pity she's with you idiots instead of Phantom Lord. A young beauty such as herself would have found fortune, fame and power with us. Like I would join a scum guild like yours. Lucy growled back. She spat on the ground and mashed it into the pavement, shocking the other fairy tale members at her sudden crude behavior. Urza, however, merely smirked. The soft little girl was made into a battle-ready, tough woman under the tutelage of Amayuri Ringo and Kisame Hoshigaki, and she was certainly showing it off today. That is what I think of Phantom Lord. She pointed at her dirty spittle as she raised up her boot. Now why are you attacking the guild? Guild wars are illegal by the laws of the Magic Council. Lucy yelled. Why, I am simply here on legal business. Legal? Gray shouted in disbelief. You're waging war on us. Ah, but that is merely half the story. True, I am engaged in war with you all, but I have a little incentive to assure that should legal action be taken, I have my defense. You see, Jude Heartfilia, the owner of Heartfilia Concern, the richest and most powerful railway company in all of Fury, has offered to pay a large sum of money, a small fortune exceeding the millions, if I return to him his one and only daughter. Well, I doubt you'll find her here. Natsu yelled back. The other guild members nodded in agreement, some being more vocal with their responses, but Lucy remained silent, her brown eyes wide with shock, but she bent her head low so that no one would see her face. Jude Heartfilia, she thought. A period of silence filled the air before Jose's laughter filled the air, getting louder and louder through the Robo-Guild Mecha's speaker system. Oh, so that's where you have been hiding. It seems none of you have known the true identity of your little blonde friend, it seems. Lucy Heartfilia is standing right there. Your pretty blonde friend is the cause of your demise. Lucy is a Heartfilia, Macau asked. Come to think of it, we never knew her last name. Alzak said. Lucy, did you know about this? Your father's mission request, I mean. Urza asked. Lucy turned to her red-haired, sword-wielding friend and shook her head. I didn't know, she replied. She chuckled as she began to speak again. I ran away from home on the day I turned 17 to go off looking to join Fairy Tail. I can't believe it, it's been months since I ran away from home and now he looks to bring me back. I am his only daughter, his only child. 4 months I've been gone and now he looks to bring me back. Like hell I'm going to go back to that bastard. Everyone looked in shock at the normally sweet and kind girl that was Lucy. Her normally kind brown eyes burned with distaste and rage, her hands tightened into fists. He always used to ignore me as a child, he never played with me, he never read me stories, he never even gave me the time of day. He was always cooped up in his stupid office playing with his railroads and documents. He doesn't have the right to be labeled as my father. Lucy said with gritted teeth. A hand rested on her head and she turned to face Natsu. It's all right, Lucy, we're not letting Jose or your father take you anywhere. You're a member of Fairy Tail now, you're one of us. Like hell we're going to let you get taken away from us without a fight. The son of Igneel smiled toothily at his friend. Lucy's eyes widened as she saw all the other Fairy Tail mages smile and nod at her. Real men don't let their nakama be taken away. Elfman roared. Stubborn little girl aren't you? Very well, if you won't come with us willingly to your father, we will have to take certain measures. In 10 minutes, the Jupiter cannon will finish recharging and we will fire another shot. I highly doubt your Herculean armor will be able to handle a shot of that magnitude for a second time, Titania. Now quake in fear as your demise bears its fangs at Y. Jose was interrupted in his speech when suddenly Gray and Natsu attacked the cannon barrel. Ice Make. Kiss of Shiva. With the appearance of an ice blue-colored magic seal, the Jupiter cannon's muzzle froze all the way from cannon mouth to the inner room where the energy Lockrima lay. The energy converter, the elemental Lockrima, everything was encased in ice. Well, that escalated quickly, Natsu stated. You think I was slacking off? I learned a new style of ice make and this ice is unable to melt. Gray smirked as she turned to the Robo-Guild Mecha. You were saying something about quaking in fear of the Jupiter cannon, I believe. Well, there's nothing to fear now that your little toy is broken. A growl from Jose was heard through the speakers. Suddenly, a giant magic seal appeared above the Phantom Lord Robo-Guild Mecha, its sickly purple color casting an evil glow upon the Fairy Tail mages below. Suddenly, a large black mass emerged from the magic seal before the mass began to split apart into small specter-like figures. The specters were about half the size of human, made entirely of black and purple shadows. Piercing crimson eyes and sharp claws made of pure shadow made creatures ready for a battle. Behold, my shade magic. I can summon as many of these specters as my magic allows and they are practically immortal. Behold the might of Phantom Lord. Jose laughed loudly as the red-eyed phantoms descended upon the guild of Fairy Tail. The shades roared in their ghostly tones as they descended upon the Fairy Tail mages. Prepare for attack, Kana yelled. No, don't worry. Everyone looked in shock to see Lucy had been the one to say these words. I've got this. I protect my family, my nakama. I've been told that I was useless by my master, that I was weak. I felt useless and weak when I first came to Fairy Tail because Natsu, Gray and Urza, You were the ones who did all the fighting while I hid behind my keys and never fought a battle in my life. But that changes today, Lucy said as she drew forth her staff from the sheath that was tied to her back. Insert music. Fairy tale Shishi no Hoshi. Extend. She yelled and everyone stared in amazement as Lucy's staff shone with a golden light as it began to grow and extend beyond its usual length of 3 feet, to far beyond 40 feet. She then spun the staff with amazing skill and the wooden weapon tore through the shades as if they were made of butter. Lucy swung her staff to the left, wiping out a number of them in one fell swoop before twisting and stabbing it forth, impaling them. Retract. Lucy then sped forth towards the descending shade forces before her staff retracted to the length of a pole vaulting pole. With a yell of effort, she then vaulted off of the ground as she dug her wooden weapon into the pavement and went skyward. When the staff became perfectly vertical, perpendicular to the ground, it began extending from the back end sending her skyward. She held onto the tip of the staff and everyone watched in awe as she leapt atop the wooden object, balancing on a single foot. How the hell is she balancing on that? Natsu exclaimed. Practice. Days and days of practice. From dawn until dusk, the masters we studied under trained her to fight atop small surfaces like that. It's good to see they proved effective. Urza smiled with pride as she watched Lucy flex her arm and suddenly the kusarigama that was wrapped around her arm came free and she gripped the chain and blade respectively in each of her hands. She's done well then. Gray smirked at his blonde friend. Lucy's eyes narrowed as she saw one shade come at her from the left, but a flick of her wrist sent the weighted chain through its face, dispersing it into wisps of shadow. She then swung the scythe blade in an upward arc and sliced off the arm of one that aimed for her from the right before twisting and slamming the weight of her chain into the side of Shade's body. Her eyes then glinted with happiness as she felt the force of impact against the shade. So they are solid it seems. This will be more fun than I thought. Lucy smirked. With battle cry she leapt off of her staff's surface and kicked one shade in the face before using it as a surface to flip over, slicing through its head with her scythe blade before letting loose the chain in a perfect downward vertical strike that could only come from numerous sessions of practice with demonic weapons masters as teacher and impaling it through 3 shades. She then swung it upwards and the chain tore through the seemingly solid specters. As Lucy fell, her hand gripped the arm of a shade that aimed to slice her with its claws of shadow before she swung and let herself fly, kicking 2 shades in the face before using the force to leap to the left and go into a spin that sent her blade into another's skull, tearing through the magical shadows as if it were flesh. Lucy continued to leap, kick, punch, slice and tear through shades like they were nothing. With amazing accuracy and precision she let loose her weighted chain and threw 10 shades in a single strike before punching the side of another's body. She twisted in midair to crash her elbow into one's stomach area before gripping it by its cloak of shadow and held it up in front of her so that it was impaled by the claws of another shade. In return, she sliced through both shades with her scythe blade. All of this was done while riding on the back of another shade that she was holding in a choking position with her chain that was wrapped around its neck. Alright, time to get this over with, Lucy said before pulling upwards on her chain, slicing through the shade's neck before jumping off of another below her and used the shades as stepping stones to reach back to her staff. Her kusarigama wrapped its chain around the length of the vertical staff and due to it being implanted in the ground it remained stable as Lucy began to swing around it. The shades remained at a distance as they finally gained the sense to not go near the blade-wielding blonde. Erza, get ready. Everyone turned to the armored woman as she began to run towards the staff and began to climb up its length with amazing speed only the super strength-bearing woman could achieve. Once Lucy built up enough centripetal force she swung up into the air. As she rose higher into the sky, she took out a golden key with the image of a crab. Gate of the crab, I open thee. Cancer. In a flash of golden light and a golden magic seal, a tall and lanky man appeared out of the flash of light. The man had tanned skin. He wore a blue shirt with vertical stripes, a pair of dark-colored pants and brown shoes. He also wore a pair of dark sunglasses so his eyes were not visible. From his black, curly hair, a pair of crab antennae protruded from it and 6 red crab legs jutted out of the sides of his body, seeming to be a part of the shirt, around the rib area. In his hands were a pair of hair scissors. Would like your hair cut today, Ebby? Cancer the crab asked. Not today. Now throw me, Lucy ordered. Cancer nodded as he obediently grabbed his owner's leg as gravity took its hold on them. Once Cancer and Lucy lined up with the shades and her elongated staff, the attack was then set in motion. Erza, now, Lucy yelled. Urza threw the kusarigama through the air and just before Cancer let his key owner loose, the chain end found its way into Lucy's hands and Lucy was now a rotating buzzsaw of gold as she rotated like a shuriken when Cancer threw her. The lengthy chain weapon sliced through shades at a rate so quickly, it looked like they were simply disappearing into oblivion as Lucy carved through all of the magic-made specters of Jose. Lucy then stopped at the wall of Jose's Robo-Guild mecha and hung by the chain as the scythe blade had embedded itself deeply into the stone due to the force at which it had impacted with. Lucy panted slightly, wiping the sweat from her brow before shaking her head in order to try and cure her dizziness. Note to self. Bring barf bag when using buzzsaw tactic. She muttered to herself, gagging slightly as she held back her vomit. Meanwhile, on the mainland, all the fairy tale member were slack-jawed and wide-eyed as they saw the blonde hanging by her kusarigama on the castle walls of Phantom Lord's mecha. Was that really Lucy? Kana asked in shock. She's so strong now. Mirajan said with a smile. To go from what she was before to this, in just 3 months is just, wow. Biska said as she rarely had any words to describe her amazement. Way to kick ass, Lucy. Natsu said with a thumbs up. Lucy grinned and replied with her own thumbs up in kind. A loud cheering erupted from the fairy tale population. Lucy, 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 they chanted. Lucy grinned at that, tears of happiness lining her eyes. Look, Ka-san, I'm not weak, I was actually useful and was able to help my friends. However, the happy moment was ruined when the magic seal pulsed once more and another horde of shades emerged to battle. Natsu, Gray, Urza, take Lucy and go inside to fight Phantom Lord inside the mecha. Kana ordered as she gripped her cards. Are you sure? Urza asked. We won't abandon you to fight these things. No, it's okay, Alzak said as he twirled his guns confidently. We can handle things on our end. Biska added as she cocked her rifle. Now go. Real men listen to their nakama and fight. Elfman yelled as his arm transformed into that of the Black Bull. The three nodded and Gray slammed his hands down on the ground. Ice Make. Bridge. A bridge of ice extended forth from the magic seal that formed beneath the raven-haired ice mage. It stretched across the waters and burst through the doors of the Robo-Guild mecha, branching outwards at the halfway mark before ending to create a platform for Lucy to drop down upon. The blonde did so, and as she ran to meet her friends, she quickly re-wrapped her kusarigama around her arm and caught her staff as Urza tossed the lengthy weapon to her. Retract, she called out to the wooden weapon. The 40-foot staff then glowed golden and retracted into a suitable length of 7 feet for her to use as a weapon yet easily carry. The strongest team then walked along the walkway of frozen water and through the hole in the door they created. The sounds of their nakama in combat with the shades seemed soft as they entered the belly of the beast that was Phantom Lord. Natsu sniffed the air as they other glanced around. There's no one here, Lucy stated. Did Jose really come without an army? Gray asked. Why would he need to bring one made of humans? Urza replied. His magic gives him the ability to form endless amounts of shades as long as his magic allows it, and his magic will allow him to do so for Jose as a member of the 10 wizard saints, and as such, he is very powerful and holds a large amount of magic as his system. Natsu continued to glance around the room that made up the first floor of the Robo-Guild mecha before he released a bestial growl. His fists burst into flame and his muscles tensed, veins visible beneath his skin. Natsu. Lucy looked at her best male friend with a confusing look on his face. Why are you here? He growled, glaring directly in front of him. Urza and Gray gained confused looks alongside Lucy before turning in the direction of Natsu's line of sight. Then, from the seemingly silent halls of the guild came the sound of footsteps. 2 sets of footsteps echoed throughout the hall, and the shadows of the hall obscured the owner of those footsteps until they stepped into the light. The 3 pairs of eyes widened in shock, only Natsu's remained in their glaring position. Ogano Fujin and Anabi Mayobu. Gray hissed. Oh, so you were able to smell me, young fire dragon. Naruto chuckled as he and Kurama stepped into the light. He seems different. They all seem different, Kurama noted as his 3 tails swished back and forth in the air. You all seem stronger. No, you're more aware. You have the look of people who have faced harsh realities and learned from them. You have experienced, and so you've grown. So you did listen to the Fujin's words that day he crushed you 3 months ago. You do appear to have grown, Naruto said with a nod of approval, but you are 100 years too early to be able to match me in terms of skill and power. If you wish to fight me, then come. I will break you like I did before. Only this time, I will break the blonde and the ice mage physically rather than mentally. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden, Kokuden. You aren't breaking anyone today, Fujin. Gray roared as he slammed his palms of the ground. Ice Make. Dragon. The large crystalline serpent exploded out of the magic seal that Gray made upon his declaration of the spell. The gargantuan serpent released a deafening roar. However, Kurama met the roar of the dragon with a mighty howl accompanied by crimson flames. The wave of fire washed over the dragon like it was a river over stone, and all that was left was a cloud of steam. Ice Make. Eagle. Kurama snarled as his tails lashed. 3 eagles Gray constructed with his magic screeched, but they were silenced as Kurama's first tail stabbed through its mouth and out the back before turning it into vapor as the rear appendage burst into flame. The other 2 tails had been wrapped around the other 2 eagles' throats before they were smashed against each other and reduced to mere shards. Karyu no Hoko. Natsu roared as he unleashed the stream of fire at Kurama, but the demon Kitsune howled loudly, released a mighty shockwave that parted the blaze. However, Kurama's eyes widened as he was forced to leap back when Lucy, someone he did not expect to perform the lunge, brought down her kusarigama blade down upon the area where his skull lay. Lucy twisted when she landed and sent the weight at the end of her chain soaring towards the unmoving blonde as he stood with his arms crossed. Even as the weight moved towards his skull, he didn't move as the weight halted a mere centimeter before his cheek as it was held back when Kurama stepped down on it. The chain went slack as it fell to the ground and Urza, clad in her blackwing armor, swooped down from above for an aerial attack, but she was stopped easily as Kurama's tail elongated and snaked its way around her ankles. Her eyes widened in shock as she was tugged downwards and slammed into the ground. She was raised and slammed into the left wall and then the right before being thrown high up into the air. Kurama leapt after her and crashed his three tails down upon her and sent her painfully to ground zero. As Kurama fell, Gray saw his chance. Ice make. Geyser. The geyser of ice exploded out of the earth and encompassed Kurama in a prison of ice, but the kitsune merely slipped through it as his body temperature was raised to such a degree that steam was rising off of him. Natsu then leapt at Kurama with fists ablaze and brought it down on the quadruped, but Kurama leapt to the side to dodge it and kicked Natsu in the back of his knees, sending him into a kneeling position, but Natsu went into a forward roll as he fell so as to avoid the follow-up slash of Kurama's claws. Once the dodge had been committed, Natsu went into a handstand and spun, his feet releasing stream of flame so that whips of the burning magic made its way towards Kurama. However, the fox merely ducked beneath them before leaping at his prey. However, his eyes widened once he realized Natsu had dropped his legs and lay on his back. Gotcha. Natsu grinned toothily before grabbing the airborne kitsune over him and used the forward momentum of Kurama's leap to throw him into the air. Kurama then saw Lucy strike with her chain and wrap itself around his paw that he used to strike at Natsu, and with amazing strength, Lucy swung Kurama right into the path of Urza and Gray. Urza's black and wing-clad form held a gargantuan broadsword while Gray held a giant blade of ice. Moon Crescent Slash. Ice Make. Cold Excalibur. Kurama raised his tails and gripped the two mages' wrists, halting their strikes before they could touch him, but his crimson eyes widened as he realized the move was merely a distraction when he felt the searing heat behind him. Natsu jumped through the space between his restrained friends, his fist shrouded in the flames of his father, Igneel. Karyu no Tekken. The son of Igneel brought his flaming fist down upon Kurama and a mighty explosion erupted forth from the strike. Gray and Urza were freed from their bindings and flew back from the blast wave of Natsu's attack. Lucy's chain fell to the ground as it went slack and she dragged it back into her hands. Did Natsu get him? Gray asked as his ice sword shattered with his concentration to maintain its form. I believe we did, Urza smirked. We hit the Onabi Myobu. Lucy asked in disbelief. The fairy tale mages smirked in victory. However, their joy was lost with the voice of their blonde adversary. No, you did not, was what the blonde said with a monotone. The smoke and embers from the clash between Natsu and Kurama dispersed and their eyes widened when they saw Kurama standing strong and Natsu gripping his wrist, which now bore a bleeding slash wound from Kurama's now blood-stained claws. You were close, Natsu Dragneel. Kurama said with a nod of respect to the young Dragonslayer. However, you were too slow on the strike. Too slow. But we saw you get hit by the attack and explode in your face. Lucy exclaimed. True, but 2 points you must take into account, Miss Heartfilia. Lucy winced as the fox used her last name to address her. The first is that, as I stated before, young Fire Dragon was too slow on the descent. The second is a very obvious reason to the fact that I am fire-based. I eat flame, I breathe flame, I create flame. It was rather stupid of you all to send in a fire user as the one to land the strike, and even if it wasn't Fire Dragon, you still wouldn't have laid a scratch on me. I've taken far worse hits and they were all from the man standing behind me, but in the end I will commend you for. You have improved, but I think I'm done testing you all. The four gritted their teeth in rage at how the Onabi Myobu was talking to them as if they were children. Fujin, if you would be so kind as to educate your enemies on combat. Kurama smirked as he stepped back. Naruto cracked his joints before his closed eyes opened, the battle lust shining in those blue orbs of his. You wish to show me your improvement firsthand. I can tell you all were holding back in your battle against my partner. Come at me with the intent to kill, only then will you even have a sliver of gaining a hit on me. A hit, not a victory, but a hit. Was the Ogano Fujin really that confident? The four fairy tale mages tensed their muscles and surrounded their opponent in a circular manner. The black-cloaked blonde remained standing in his single position, his body straight as a pin and his arms crossed confidently, or was it in boredom? It was hard to tell given that his eyes were merely filled with lust for battle and the mask covered the lower part of his face. There was silence as Kurama sat on his haunches at the end of the hallway, his tails wagging lazily as he observed the scene before him. They were holding back, just like Naruto said. They had a noticeable increase in their magic power and the way they pulled their punches showed they were holding something back. Well, except for the Heartfilia girl, I'm sure that is the most she could muster. However, Considering she tore through Jose's first wave of shades, I guess a small amount of fatigue could be holding her back a bit. Kurama thought. Silence continued to echo through the walls of the Robo-Guild mecha until finally their patience wore thin and the fairy tale mages leapt. Fuden. Shinku. He stated. Naruto's magic spiked and the four mages' eyes widened as a large wind swirled around each of them and a vacuum encompassed their respective persons. They collapsed, falling to the ground as they were deprived of oxygen. Naruto watched them struggle to gain air, to gain the holy grail that was their beloved oxygen. He watched them struggle to try and survive the attack he unleashed, and after 5 seconds, he let them go. The four gasped loudly and frequently, taking in deep breaths of air to fill their lungs. Disappointing. 3 months. It's been 3 months since I decided to grant you the mercy of sparing your lives, you weaklings. You've grown stronger, but if this is the extent of what you've developed, then it will be best if I just end your lives here. Naruto snarled, his eyes flashing to a pure white. However, I do believe that it would be quite boring to end your lives so quickly, not to mention that it would be, in the words of your nakama, unfair. He spat out the word as if it were acid of his tongue, to start off with a vacuum-based strike. Naruto muttered, I don't care, but seeing as how I would very much like to see if you have taken what I told you all 3 months ago to heart, I'll put a limiter on myself to at least give you a chance. Naruto raised 2 fingers and smirked beneath his mask. No downward pressure and no vacuums. You bastard. Gray roared. Don't treat us like we're children. We've grown stronger. Urza and Lucy nodded in agreement while Natsu got into a crouch, flames coating his hands and feet. I'll kill you. Natsu snarled. Gray, Lucy and Urza refrained from looking shocked at Natsu's words, but they were all told the same thing when they underwent their training. Killing is something to be done in their line of work. Mages cannot live the lives they live without taking a life. The words Naruto told them echoed in their minds, and with that, their eyes shone with a mixture of feelings. With determination. With rage. With the intent to kill. Your name is Natsu. Naruto looked up at the ceiling. Your name means summer. Such a bright and happy name. Igneel Tem must have really liked you to give such a name, since summer is the time at which the sun shines its brightest, a time during which flames will burn at their greatest intensity. Naruto turned to his fire-based counterpart. Listen here, Fire Dragon. Your name being Summer, I will tell you now that you cannot defeat me. The heat of your flames is not strong enough, the blaze will not burn. The cold will overpower the heat, the blaze will be swept away by the frigid winds, and the power of the mighty fire dragon will fall to the powerful winds of despair. Natsu growled as his skin began to steam, his pupils becoming vertical slits as he glared harshly at Naruto. His legs tensed, his biceps bulged, and his fangs were bared. Winter is coming. Insert music. Shingeki no Kyojin Gurren no Yumiya. Natsu charged forth at high speeds, streaks of fire were left behind him to show just how fast he moved. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he saw Natsu was moving in a zigzag type of pattern as he moved. The lines of fire trailed behind Natsu, and suddenly the son of Igneel came to a stop in front of Naruto. The pink-haired Dragonslayer stamped his foot down and lashed out with flaming punch. Twisting his body at the waist, the punch's reach and speed increased, and Naruto took a step to the side to avoid it. Natsu twisted, let loose a flaming elbow strike, but the blonde bent his body at the waist so that it was parallel to the ground, but Natsu suddenly rotated his body so that he was now bringing down a mighty blazing axe kick. Naruto dropped down to lay flat on the ground before rolling swiftly as the ground cracked and broke apart from Natsu's strike. Natsu released a fireball from his jaws as Naruto rose to his feet, but Naruto chuckled as he leapt away from the linear moving attack. His ears twitched before going into the backhand spring so as to dodge the downward strike of Gray's scythe. Gray then went into an upward swing before spinning and going low to aim for the ankles. However, when both strikes were avoided, he backflipped, twisting in midair so that he was now facing Naruto, and the blonde watched in amazement as Gray's scythe morphed in mid-swing. Quite interesting. Using his abilities to morph his weapons in mid-swing is quite a good tactic for those with an untrained eye, but my eyes are trained. Naruto clapped his hands against the sides of the katana before twisting and snapping the ice-blue blade. Ice make. Cannon. Gray slammed his hands on the ground and a cannon of ice was formed. The weapon shot a spheroid of frozen water at the blonde, but Naruto raised a hand, brought it down. The winds morphed into sharp blades that carved the spheroid apart, but Lucis' Kusarigama blade suddenly burst through the ice and the weight aimed to crash against his skull. However, Naruto caught the weapon and tugged it towards him. Lucis' brown eyes widened as she was pulled towards her enemy. However, Natsu reached out and grabbed his friend, but the result was her losing her sharp and pointy weapon. Naruto observed the Kusarigama before pulling on both ends to make the chain taut as he spun around. Sparks flew as the chain made contact with Urza's broadsword, dressed in her purgatory armor. The spiked, gray blade continued to create friction against Lucis' Kusarigama until Naruto lashed out with a kick that sent a blast of wind into her armored belly. The Scarlet Woman crashed against a pillar, but had managed to right herself so her feet planted against the side of it. She pushed off of the pillar at a remarkable speed and brought her sword down in powerful slash that tore the ground asunder, however she was then punched across the face as she was left open after her strike. She stumbled to the side before Naruto bent low and came up with a palm strike to the chin, knocking her upwards. Naruto then leapt after her and crashed his knee into her breastplate, denting the dense metal before flipping and slamming his boot against stomach to send her rising higher into the air. As Naruto completed his backflip that resulted in Urza's rise in altitude, a pulse of wind rushed forth and crashed into Gray as his mace of ice was brought down upon him. However, Gray quickly morphed the mace into a bow and 3 arrows of ice were forged from his magic. Hyojin Maiku. Sasu Yona Aim, Ice God Make. Piercing Rain. He let loose the projectiles, but Naruto leapt backwards, altering his body's position so that he dodged one arrow which passed his ear while catching the other 2 in his hands. However, as he went to break the arrows in his hands, his eyes narrowed when he realized something was different. The ice wouldn't break, but also. This ice, it's black. Tu-san once told me, a select few humans who were said to be trained by those who were blessed by the dragons to achieve the status of a divine. Those humans were labeled as gods among the realm of mortals by the humans and creatures of the mortal plane. The god trained their chosen champions much like how the dragons trained their Dragonslayers during the Dragon War. Naruto looked at Gray who gripped his bow which was now putting on a blackened appearance. That bastard's a godslayer. Naruto snarled. Naruto reacted as Gray sent another volley of arrows at him, catching the nearest 2 out the air and spun them quickly, deflecting and blocking the remainder of the arrows before throwing them back towards Gray. As he threw the 2 black arrows back at Gray, the raven-haired boy slammed his bow into the ground. Hyojin Maiku. Tate Ice God Make. Shield. Gray quickly converted his bow into a kite shield. The ebony ice shield blocked the arrows before he switched it to a Fuma Shuriken and he threw it. The spinning death was then sent veering off course as Naruto bent the winds and sent the projectile towards Gray who was now leaping at him. However, Gray's eyes widened as Naruto met him in midair. Fast, was all Gray could think as black eyes met cerulean. A barrage of punches to the torso sent Gray flying backwards, but Naruto vanished into the wind and reappeared in front of his airborne opponent before dropping low. Balancing on his left hand and leg, he struck upwards with a kick that met Gray's back. Naruto then twisted from his position so that he was now on all fours before leaping up at Gray. Naruto then grabbed the student of Shiva by the ankles and performed a series of front flips as gravity took a hold of them both. Gray released a loud cry of pain as he was slammed into the ground, a small crater forming from the impact. Naruto then spun, his grip on Gray still holding strong, before releasing the Ice Godslayer at the Fire Dragonslayer. Natsu jumped over the attack, flipped in midair and while at the apex of his front flip, he caught Gray, right at him so that as he dropped his fellow fairy tale mage on the ground he wouldn't hurt himself, and then went into more front flips to build up momentum. The flames of the fire dragon flowed around Natsu, but the intensity began to build and Natsu unfurled his body so that he was now releasing a blazing kick, but as Natsu's fires intensified, their color changed and were now a blazing blue and white color. Blue and white fire. Impossible. Naruto twisted to the side so as to avoid the attack and batted aside the spinning elbow strike to his throat that the rosette used while in midair as his kick was dodged. As Natsu skidded backwards, he released a torrent of blue flame and Naruto formed a wind blade around his arm before diverting the fires. Well, this just got interesting. Naruto said as his eyes flashed white as his bloodlust spiked slightly. Natsu's eyes glowed crimson and he sped forth, blue and white flame trailing behind him. Natsu let loose a barrage of attacks. He first went for a punch to the stomach before spinning and sending a kick to the ribs. Naruto avoided them before striking Natsu's leading knee so that his body twisted and he missed his punch before gaining a kick to the stomach. Natsu rose off of the ground, but as he was airborne he fell back to earth with his body covered in blue flame. Karyu no Kenkaku. The flaming mage crashed down on the location where Naruto stood, but Naruto had spun rapidly. Fuuton. Tatsumaki. The tornado of wind formed and crashed against Natsu's own attack and Natsu gave a roar as his flames burned brighter. The flames mixed with the winds and made a swirling vortex of blue and white flame, but before they could not any real damage, Naruto stopped spinning and the winds of his twister expanded outwards and a pulse of wind and flame rocketed through the room. Natsu soared through the air and crashed through a pillar. However, he grabbed into another pillar and leapt across to the another with amazing agility and speed before leaping towards Naruto. The blonde raised an eyebrow at the straightforward move before noting the shift in his opponent's center of gravity and the rosette skidded on the ground, slipping between his legs before he leapt backwards, going with the momentum of his skid and took in a deep inhalation. Karyu no Hoko. The powerful blast of blue and white fire burst out of the son of Ignil's jaws at a rapid pace and Naruto stood there with a smirk on his face. Nicely done, Fire Dragon. Naruto commented before thrusting his palms forward. Fuden. Repusho. 2 palms of wind ejected from Naruto's hands, diverting the flames and leaving 2 separate streams of blue and white on either side of Naruto while 2 hand-shaped holes marred the far walls of the Robo Guild Mecha's first floor. Lucy saw her chance as the flames began to die down and she thrust her staff forward. Extend. The staff rocketed through the air and its tip stretched forth and she smirked when she heard the sound of the weapon making contact with flesh. However, her eyes widened, her mouth agape, as she saw Naruto had caught her staff in his hands and was gripping it quite tightly. Naruto's piercing blue eyes turned to face her brown ones, but he quickly twirled the staff in his hands, smacking it against Natsu as he aimed to attack him. The staff crashed against the son of Ignil's ribs and a small creak was heard, but before Natsu could go flying, Naruto reacted quite fast. Faster than anyone had ever seen someone move as he spun on his heel and caught Natsu's form before it fly off into the wall or pillar with the heel of his own boot. This time, Natsu did go through the air, only to meet the harsh ground as the elongated power pole was brought down in a swift downward arc and crashed Natsu into the ground. Naruto then threw the staff at Lucy and Lucy let out an eep. As she ducked her head and gulped when she saw her own weapon was embedded halfway into the cold stone wall of the Robo-Guild mecha of Phantom Lord. That nearly killed me, she thought with wide eyes. Hyojin Maiku. Hisuna a Kami, Ice God Make. Dire Wolf. Hyojin Maiku. Kuroi Shishi, Ice God Make. Black Lion. Hyojin Maiku. Xerneas, Ice God Make. Xerneas. Out of 3 black-blue magic seals came 3 mighty animals constructed out of magic and black ice. The first was a gargantuan wolf about twice the size of normal wolf. A black lion formed next to the canine, followed by a mighty stag. The 3 animals charged forth and descended upon Naruto, but the Apocalypse Dragonslayer would have none of it. Naruto vanished into the wind and suddenly all 3 creatures of ebony ice found themselves soaring skyward by a great force. Their bodies smashed to pieces as they were struck through their cores. Fuden. Senpu Kyaku. Naruto's form stood strong, his right leg coated with swirling winds from the kick that struck with the force of a cyclone. He dropped his leg and his ears twitched as it picked up on the sound of pounding footsteps. Suddenly Naruto felt a searing heat in contrast to the freezing cold the wolf gave off. He caught the sound of a sword being swung and he crossed his arms behind him. A flash of gold and silver light appeared on his wrists and the sound of metal against metal met his ears. Excalibur and Ascalon, the golden and silver swords of the first mage Merlin were gripped tightly in the blonde's hands. However, his eyes were wide with surprise when he glanced back at the scarlet-haired mage behind him. That sword is not being cut by Ascalon and Excalibur, he thought. Urza gripped a sword of similar design to his own blades, but instead of gold or silver, it was made of platinum and platinum flames encompassed the blade. Where did you find that sword, Titania? Naruto exclaimed. Urza didn't respond as she tried to get past her opponent's X-guard block, but with back-slice maneuver, he forced the sword master back. Urza gripped Caliburn tightly in her hands and Naruto did the same with Ascalon and Excalibur. The golden flames rocketed forth from Excalibur as he swung the blade, but Caliburn's platinum flames met them head-on and caused a small explosion. The 2 sword users went into the center of the explosion's smoke cloud and slashed at one another. Urza went for an overhead strike, but Naruto blocked it with Ascalon before twisting and going for a slice at Urza's legs with Excalibur. Urza leapt over the attack, flipping in midair and carved an arc of fire over Naruto's head, but Naruto unleashed a flaming shield as he rotated both his blades to block the attack. As the Titania of Fairy Tail leapt at Naruto, she performed a various amount of sword maneuvers. She went for an overhead downward slash before spinning and unleashing a devastating amount of spin attacks accompanied by fire. When she stopped spinning, she went low and aimed to cut his legs, but he stabbed Ascalon down onto the blade, diverting the strike and having her stab the ground, but she went with the momentum and performed an upward arcing slash. Naruto leaned back and avoided the strike and Urza leapt into the air. She then went into a series of front flips and brought legendary third blade of Merlin down on Excalibur and Ascalon. A mighty shockwave erupted from the clash of the 2 sword-wielding titans. As the 2 pushed away from each other, they raced back toward each other and crashed their blades against one another. Downward diagonal, upward arc, downward vertical, horizontal, spin attack, fire blast. The attacks clashed epically with one another, a shock wave forming with each impact. However, as Urza went for a stab to the chest, Naruto brought up Ascalon and his overpowering strength sent Urza's arm upward and left her open to strike. Naruto raised both blades and brought them both down on the brown-eyed Titania, but Urza managed to react quickly and dropped Caliburn from her airborne right hand and caught it with her left. Excalibur and Ascalon met the flat of Caliburn's blade as she blocked the powerful slash. Platinum, silver and gold flames ignited the air and a mighty explosion of shining flame burst forth from their point of contact. Urza gritted her teeth as she tried to hold her own against the SS-class mage, but to no avail. Naruto released the flames from his swords upwards so as to propel them forward. Urza's eyes widened as she was overpowered by the momentum of Naruto's attack and she forced down to the ground. Her purgatory armor cracked as she met the ground and she was then kicked in the face before a blast of gold fire sent her skyward, courtesy of Excalibur. Naruto appeared above her and brought both blades down on her, but Urza blocked them with Caliburn, but the force of the strike accompanied by the flames that acted in a manner to propel Naruto's blades caused her to crash down to earth. Urza lay in a crater and her eyes widened as she saw Naruto descend towards her with both shining blades poised to stab down into her. However, just before she was about to be hit, Naruto was forced to block the attack from Natsu as he sent a wave of blue and white fire her way. Natsu rained blows upon the swords, but they did not crack, but nor was the son of Igneel hurt as he pounded on the weapons of the son of Aknologia. Urza, are you alright? Lucy and Gray asked as they ran up to her. Urza nodded, but turned away, coughing up a small amount of blood due to internal bleeding. Urza, you should rest. Lucy exclaimed. I've already lost to him once, I will not fail a second time. Karyu no Kouen. Natsu yelled as he sent a raging ball of fire from his hands, but Naruto sliced the fires apart with his ancient blades of the first mage. Fuden. Daitapa. A great gust of wind slammed into Natsu and the blue fire-using Dragonslayer skidded backwards as Naruto stared at them. Naruto nodded to them before his blades vanished in a flash of gold and silver. I'm done here, he stated. What? The fairy tale mages exclaimed. I came here merely to amuse myself and sat my curiosity. I wondered as to whether or not you would actually pose a threat to me or if you would fall to me once more as easily as you had done before. Naruto replied. Though you have indeed improved, I see no point in fighting you any longer. You said you would kill me and you came with the intent to kill, but I felt the killer intent wane as the battle progressed. You are still soft-hearted. I could kill you, but I have other matters to attend to. Hold on, Urza called out, but a blast of killing intent and magical pressure silenced her. Hold your tongue, Titania. I would take my mercy if I were you as it spares me the trouble of crushing your skulls beneath my boot and killing you all. None of you should be alive right now. He glared at them, his gaze passing over them, settling a bit longer on Urza before he turned away. The two SS-class criminals vanished into the wind and in a burst of flame respectively. No. Get back here. I'll kick your ass, OGONNOFUUJIN. Natsu roared. However, before he could say more, the Element 4 and Gajeel had appeared before them as they emerged from the hallways. Totomaru, Monser Sol, Arya, Juvia Loxer and Gajeel Redfox all stood in front of the fairy tale's strongest team as they climbed back to their feet. Non, you all are weak. It will now be easier to defeat you all. The Earth Element laughed as his body bent unnaturally from side to side. Well, now that the blonde guy softened you up, I think it's time I show Salamander here just who the real master of flame is. Shut up. Natsu roared as his eyes became slitted like his draconian father's. Totomaru stared into those eyes with amazement and fear as the image of Igneel roared behind Natsu. What are you? Totomaru muttered. Attacking downed enemies is so sorrowful. Arya cried loudly, tears pouring down his face. Juvia and Gajeel-san are ordered to defeat Fairy Tail. Juvia and Gajeel-san will obey Master Jose's orders. The water Dragonslayer twirled her pink umbrella over her head as her small, personal thundercloud began to unleash its downpour. The Fairy Tail mages faced off against the Phantom Lord mages, staring down each other and sizing each other up. Fire magic. Red fire. Totomaru then stepped up before unleashing a blast of red flame at the group, and as the flames landed on the ground near them, it exploded outwards in a dome. The flames completely covered the strongest team and Totomaru smirked. Well, that was easy. He chuckled. I don't know why Master Jose was worried of these little shits. Totomaru began to laugh, but it stuck in his throat when he heard Natsu speak. He was worried because we have the ability to kick your asses. Totomaru turned back and saw his flames beginning to move as if they gained a life of their own and began to move throughout the air as a single stream of crimson flame. Natsu held out his hand and the red flames flowed into them as if he were bending them to his will. Impossible. I am the master of flame. Those flames are mine. No one can control them. Totomaru roared as he thrust his hand forward, but the flames did not respond to his action. Natsu smirked. I am the son of Igneel, the Dragonslayer of fire. You lost ever since you met me, Totomaru. Natsu growled before eating the red flames. As the flames were swallowed, the fairy tale mages quickly dispersed as a giant wave of air was launched at them. You will fall beneath the might of the void of air, Arya said as he sent another wave of air at his opponents. Gray quickly leapt into the air to avoid it, but suddenly a wave of water crashed into him and his eyes widened when blue eyes glared back at him. Juvia will defeat Fairy Tail, she stated in a monotone as her watery form pushed against him and sent him through the wall of the Robo-Guild mecha and through the air to the waters below. Gray. Lucy yelled out in alarm at seeing her friend attacked, but her eyes widened when she saw Sol appear out of the ground, directly beneath her skirt. No. Kya, pervert, Lucy yelled out as she covered her panties with one hand and slamming her boot down on Sol's face repeatedly as she attacked with feminine fury. Sol let out yelps and cries of pain as he was repeatedly abused by Lucy's boot before she drew her staff and slammed it down into his face. The mustached man's face seemed to cave inward as the weapon embedded its form into his face, leaving a large red mark as his bloody, broken nose cracked. She then swung her staff like a golf club and a few of Soul's teeth went soaring as he was struck across the cheek with a sideways swing. A third blow to the neck halted his breath and made him lose consciousness from the pain. Silence filled the area as Urza, Natsu, Arya, Gajil and Todomaru stared at the scene that had just occurred. That was embarrassing. I can't believe he lost like that. Gajil muttered. Losing to a weak female mage is so sorrowful. Arya then turned and avoided a sword strike from Urza. What was that about weak female mages? The Titania snarled before slashing at Arya's head, but the man ducked beneath it. However, before he could up with an attack, his eyes widened beneath his bandages and spittle flew forth from his jaws as they opened when Urza, clad in her blackwing armor, aided in having her boots find its way into the large man's stomach. He flew skyward and through the ceiling and Urza leapt after him. Natsu, handle Todomaru and Gajeel. Natsu heard his friend yell out to him. Gotcha, he replied with a thumbs up. However, as he did so, a blur of black raced past him and Lucy's eyes widened as she saw the blur headed for her. Natsu went to go chase after the blur, but a wall of green fire stopped him. He quickly ate the flames and was about to move on when blue fire crossed his path. Insert music. Fairy tale Mahu Taisen. You're an annoying little bitch. Natsu growled. Todomaru drew his sword as he watched Naruto bend his blue flames as if they were his own. You will not move on without defeating me. You may have the upper hand in pyrokinetics, but what about close combat? Todomaru leapt at Natsu and the fire Dragonslayer crossed his orange-yellow fire-coated arms to take the blow. Natsu glanced back at Lucy as he separated from Todomaru, doing so every time he blocked or dodged his opponent's sword strikes. Lucy quickly unleashed her Kusarigama and wrapped its chain around the object, but her eyes widened when she saw a pair of jaws open up and chomp down on the metal chain. No way, she muttered and she lashed out with her scythe blade. However, that was also eaten as Gajiel's visage appeared in front of her. Nice weapon, it was quite tasty. Geehehe. He chuckled. His arm suddenly came down in the form of an elbow strike, but Lucy quickly twisted to the side and sent out her right arm, diverting the strike. Gajiel's eyes widened as this occurred as he never thought for the blonde weakling to be able to react to his attacks. He was proven wrong however as Lucy took a step forward from her turned posture and a punch found its way into Gajiel's stomach, followed by a hook shot to kidneys. The black-haired Dragonslayer slightly seized up from the strike to his organ and Lucy turned on her heels and crashed her elbow into the same spot. A grunt of pain was rewarded to her for her efforts. Gajiel snarled and made a wild swing at her head, but Lucy performed an unexpected duck and grabbed Gajiel's outstretched arm and used it as a way to control her pivot. She jammed her hip up against Gajiel's own and with the momentum of it, she pulled on the larger man's arm. Earth met sky and Gajiel found himself tumbling through the air as he was slammed into the ground by the overhead throw Lucy just administered. She then wrapped her legs around his upper while gripping his wrist tightly as she lay on the ground as well and locked the arm joint and continued to apply pressure. Gajiel gritted his teeth as he felt his elbow and shoulder being strained. Whoa, way to go Lucy. Natsu exclaimed as Todomaru could only stare in shock. Gajiel gritted his teeth before grinning toothily. You got guts, brat. Not to mention that technique of yours was quite an unexpected one since I didn't expect a little rich girl like you to be this adept at fighting, but all good things must come to end I suppose. Lucy's eyes widened as Gajiel's arm flexed and he easily broke through her arm lock as he resisted against her. He then brought his arm down, his gloved fist smashing against her face and splitting her lip. Blood flowed from it before an elbow found its way into her stomach. A gasp was elicited from the busty celestial spirit mage as the wind was knocked out from her lungs. Gajiel rose to his feet and picked her up by the throat. You're good brat, but you're still too weak to have actually done some damage. Lucy let loose a cry of pain as she was struck in the stomach. Lucy's eyes widened and she coughed up a glob of blood from the blow that felt as if an iron bar had stabbed its way into her belly. Her vision grew blurry as she glanced up at the fire Dragonslayer. Nat. Sue. Lucy blacked out. Natsu's head snapped around as he tore his eyes away from Todomaru and his eyes widened before narrowing with rage as he saw Gajiel gripping Lucy around the throat. Geehehe. Oh, it would so very simple to kill you, but Master Jose says he needs you alive. Gajiel snickered, his sharp canines visible to the world as he did so. He then noticed Natsu's murderous glare and the young man's fists burst into a blaze of heated oxygen and magic. Lucy's unconscious form struggled to breath as Gajiel applied more pressure to her throat. Gajiel. Natsu roared as flames of blue and white encompassed his whole being. Oh, that rage. I like to see that in a fighter. Come after me if you want your little girlfriend back, salamander. Gajiel chuckled before leaping to the higher floors through the hole Urza had made when she kicked Arya. Todomaru then stepped in front of Natsu as he was about to leap after his opponent. If you want to go to Gajiel-san, you'll have to gurk. Shut up and get out of my way. Natsu growled as his fist crashed into Todomaru's stomach. Todomaru coughed up a mouthful of blood before he was grabbed by his throat and slammed into the ground. A spiderweb of cracks formed from the impact and Natsu twisted, going with the flow of his movements to move over the fire element four-member's body and send him careening through the air. Karyu no Saiga. A powerful foot of blue and white flame slammed into Todomaru's stomach and sent him through three of the lower support columns of the Robo Guild Mecha's first floor, but before he could slam into the wall, Natsu suddenly appeared above his damaged opponent in a blur of flame. Karyu no Tekken. A literally blazing fist of fury slammed into Todomaru's chest and the Phantom Lord member could only gape in shock as he felt his bones shudder and his sternum seemed to crack before he met the harsh earth. Don't get in my way. Natsu snarled as his eyes became slitted like a dragon's. Natsu panted heavily as the blue flames died down. He wiped the sweat from his brow and fell to one knee. Kuso. The blue flames drain me much too quickly. I'll have to wait for 10 minutes before I can use them again, but I need to get to Gajil and save Lucy. Natsu rose back to his feet and orange flames ejected from his feet. The thrust sent him through the hole in the ceiling towards Gajil. Don't worry Lucy, I'm coming for you. Insert music. Fairy Tale Urza's theme. Phantom Lord Robo Guild Mecha second floor. Arya grunted as he held Urza by her wrist, the platinum flames of Caliburn licking the air just a few inches away from his face. The S-class mage of Phantom Lord then twisted his, pulling Urza down so that her slash merely tore open the ground. Melted stone stood in the wake of the enchanted blade before its wielder was kicked in the side. The armored woman spread the wings on her back and brought Excalibur down, a crescent of platinum-colored flames scorching the air as it moved towards Arya. Air magic. Void. A great vacuum developed out of thin air, but Arya's eyes widened as not even the absence of oxygen could snuff out the flames of Caliburn. Impossible. How did that happen? The bandage-covered man exclaimed. Caliburn is no ordinary blade. A blade forged from magic and the strongest elements to ever be found on the face of Earthland. Its abilities cannot be stopped by normal means. Urza replied. This is the sword of kings. Urza brought the blade down upon the ground, a great stream of shining fire toward the earth as the fire stream raced towards its target. Arya quickly leapt to avoid it before holding out his hands. A gray magic seal shimmered to life before him. Air magic. Vacuum wave. A great bullet of pressurized air struck Urza in the stomach and sent her skidding backwards, and another struck her in the face, sending her into the air. She quickly regained her bearings, flipping in the air to land in a crouch before sending an arc of platinum fire at her opponent. As Arya leapt upwards to avoid it, his jaw was agape as he saw Urza had flown up to meet him with the wings attached to her armor. Air magic. Vacuum wall. Futile. Urza yelled as she brought her blade down. The sword sliced through the defensive shield of air and magic and continued forth, striking Arya in the chest. The man released a cry of pain as he was sent crashing into the ground. A great scar formed on his body as the red and bloodied wound had immediately cauterized from the blow. Arya rose to his feet, but flinched as Urza landed in front of him, her blade hovering over his head. The image of her shadowed form clad in the Blackwing armor and holding a burning sword was quite the frightening image. Yield, she ordered. Arya chuckled at his opponent before he reached up and tore off his bandages. Urza's eyes widened in shock as she stared into the odd-looking eyes of the Element 4 member. Instead of regular irises or pupils, the man had oddly designed X's for pupils that were of a light shade of magenta. I never yield. I am the master of air space. A great wave of wind and air rocketed forth from Arya's body and Urza went soaring back from the unexpected strike. She dug her blade into the ground to stop her movement before glancing upwards. Arya hovered in the air, wind circulating at high speeds, his odd-looking eyes acting as if they were staring into her very soul. Behold the power of the air. He pointed at her. Air magic. Relentless storm. A multitude of air bullets suddenly formed around the Arya before they rocketed towards Urza. The red-haired fairy tale mage sliced one apart with a horizontal slice before twisting on her heel and going into a cartwheel to avoid two others. As she completed her cartwheel, she went into a front flip and carved another air bullet in two with Caliburn, resulting in two small craters forming from the impact of both halves. As she completed her flip, she brought her sword down and Caliburn released a mighty blast of platinum flame that burned through a multitude of air bullets and a small explosion formed from the collision. However, the smoke and embers from the burning cloud parted as a large crescent of pressurized air burst through it. Urza raised her burning blade and easily stopped the attack, but her eyes widened when she felt magic build up behind her. Her eyes widened as she saw Arya appear out of a twister. His arm was raised before he brought it down and punched her straight across the face. Arya then spun like a top and a barrage of vacuum blades sliced across her bare stomach, making her bleed as she flew through the air. She crashed through a wall as a powerful blast of pressurized air followed after her. She rolled along the ground, but quickly continued with her rolling in order to avoid the crescent of air that would have severed her arm. She went into a spin as she lay on the ground. Air bullets raced towards her, But as she spun, she used her elbow as a way to prop herself up and performed a windmill as arcs of platinum flame tore through Arya's attacks before they slammed into his defensive air wall. The explosion sent Arya skyward and Urza sent a blast of platinum flame at the man. Arya's eyes widened as the attack crashed into him and burned the flesh on his left side. A loud cry of pain and anguish filled the second floor of Phantom Lord's Robo-Guild Mecha. The large portion of Arya's robe was burned away to reveal the red and black flesh of his burnt left arm and torso. You bitch. You sorrowful bitch. Arya roared as he sent massive air waves at her, but Urza stabbed her blade into the ground and a wave of fire washed over all of his air-based attacks like a river over stone. Urza's eyes narrowed as she watched the flames dissipate and she saw Arya was no longer in his previous location. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed when felt the wind blow behind her. Feeling the wind behind her, she quickly reacted by twirling her blade in her hand and performed a backslice. Arya released a cry of pain as his burned forearm was severed from the rest of his limb, but the wound had cauterized immediately so no blood was shed. However, Urza's eyes widened as she saw Arya began to laugh. She spun around to face her opponent, her arm set to go for a horizontal slice to slice her opponent's stomach. Arya's eyes seemed to glow with the eerie magenta color of his X-shaped pupils, if you could call them that. Air magic. Pressure application. Urza was impacted on her skull and she fell to the ground as the air forced itself down upon her. She landed on her back, her body feeling as if it were caving inwards from the pressure. She found it very difficult to move from the downward force of the air acting upon her. Oh, your position before me. You lie there on the cold hard floor by my power. The large man dropped down to his knees, his magic still in its active state and Urza could only stare as she saw Arya hover over her. The air magic user licked his lips. Just so you won't resist. He muttered. He raised his remaining right fist and crashed it down. Bullets of air slammed into her body and Urza could only release screams of pain as the downward pressure of Arya's pressure application held her in place. His hand then hovered over her breasts and Urza saw the man lick his lips once more. Her brown eyes widened as she saw the lecherous grin on her assailant's face. He gripped her right breast and he licked the side of her face. A disgusting shudder escaped her body as she began to resist. Her magic fluctuated wildly as Arya began to remove her breastplate. Her eyes became wide with fear, her heart thumped wildly in her chest and suddenly her magic exploded outwards in a rage. No. She massive spike in magic forced the large man off of her and Urza began to resist the pressure of the air and regained her footing, albeit slowly. Her hair flowed wildly in the air as if it were a sea of fire. Her eyes showed fear as they expelled tears, while her snarl showed rage. Requip. Atlantean armor. Arya gained a surprised look as Urza was now coated in the golden armor that allowed her to gain the third blade of Merlin from the watery depths. Arya's surprise made him lose control of his spell and Urza kicked Arya in the chest. The wind was knocked out of the air user and he found himself airborne. Urza leapt after him and crashed her trident down upon him. She then descended after him as he landed on the ground. Arya rolled along the ground and used the momentum to roll back onto his feet, clutching his burned sides, but he released a howl of pain as Urza threw her trident forth and the triple-pointed weapon stabbed itself into what remained of his left arm. No. She roared once more as she leapt at him with Caliburn. She brought the platinum blade down and severed his burned left arm. The limb and her trident fell to the ground. No. She twisted and performed an upward slash that took away his right arm. Blood and fire rained upon the ground. Urza then swung her blade downwards and in one fell swoop, an arc flame marked the path of her platinum blade as she took away Arya's legs. The man released dreadful cries of pain and before his limbless body could touch the ground, his body remained suspended. Gurk. Arya's eyes widened as he stared into Urza's eyes. Her brown eyes were full of fear and the adrenaline made her body shake. Blood escaped in copious amount through his lips as his eyes glanced downwards to find the blade of Merlin impaled through his chest, slicing through his sternum as if it were paper and exited out of his back. The crimson blood evaporated from the heat of the flames before spreading over Arya's body. But, fairy tale doesn't kill, were his last words before the platinum flames ignited his body and Arya was nothing more than a blackened lump of charcoal. Urza removed her blade from the body as it continued to burn. She fell to her knees and hugged her body tightly as if she were afraid it were about to disappear. She vomited onto the floor as the trauma set in and she clutched her stomach as she did so. Blood flowed from the wounds on her body and mixed with the bodily fluid she expelled through her mouth before she began to cry. Her non-prosthetic eye released the tears to vent the feelings of Urza's being. Urza Scarlet, Titania of Fairy Tale, had experienced her first kill. Magnolia City, Fury Water's surface. Gray's body froze for the few seconds he was attacked. He remembered seeing the element 4 in Gajil and then suddenly he was struck by a wave of water with eyes and now he was airborne. Gray blinked as he turned and looked down, approaching the water's surface. It wouldn't a lot if he didn't do something. He'd seen people who did belly flops into a pool and they came out with their skin red from the impact. If he did that now, it wouldn't be pretty. The shirtless mage's body then caught up with his mind and he shook his head to get rid of the cobwebs that had formed from the strike Juvia had executed. He flipped in the air and slammed his hands on the water's surface as soon as he made contact with it. Ice make. Freeze. The water's surface froze over a large area of the water and Gray landed on the thick ice he created. He then looked around the icy wasteland he created. Now where is that water thing that attacked me? He asked no one in particular. Gray continued to glance around, not even noticing the small crack that formed on the ice behind him. Gray then looked upwards and his eyes narrowed as he saw dark cumulonimbus clouds beginning to accumulate overhead. Well, that's strange, he muttered. The rain then began to fall and the ice behind him formed a larger crack. Gray's eyes widened as his body turned and he spotted the noticeable crack. Oh fuck. The ice burst apart as the rain began to fall heavily. A giant tower of water exploded out of the ice before it decreased in size and morphed into the shape of the umbrella-holding Dragonslayer. Her piercing blue eyes stared into Gray's coal-colored ones before she folded the umbrella and stabbed it into the ice. Gray looked with mild amazement as the umbrella dug into the thick ice. I don't want to fight. This whole war is completely unnecessary. Your master is fighting for the sake of just settling a grudge he has against our own. Gray said as he tried to reason with her. Don't get wrapped up in things that don't involve us. We don't have to fight. Juvia will fight you to protect the guild. Juvia will fight you to protect Master Jose. Juvia said as she raised her arms. Gray looked in shock as streams of water suddenly appeared as the falling rain fused into the concentrated streams. Be swept away by the raging tides, fairy tale. Juvia snarled, baring her fangs. Insert music. Bleach Chakaku. She directed her hand and pointed it at Gray and the waters obeyed her commands. The streams swirled through the air and sped towards their target. Gray cursed as he leapt out of the way of one water stream, but the second came up and snaked its way around his body like an actual serpent and tightened its grip on him. The solid-like waters then began to boil and Gray released a cry of pain as his skin was being burned. Gra. Gray released a pulse of his magic and the boiling water froze into ice and he broke free. He landed on the ice and quickly went into a forward roll as another stream of water aimed to strike him in the face. Wisps of steam formed as the boiling waters crashed against the cold ice, but due to its thickness, it did not melt. Ice make. Snow Tiger. The giant snow tiger emerged from the magic seal in a flash of blue. The beast roared before charging forth. Juvia sent a stream of boiling water toward the feline of crystal, but the snow tiger merely stamped down on it and ended its life. The snow tiger then slashed at Juvia and Juvia was cleaved in half. Gray's eyes widened as he saw the girl had not made any move to dodge. Why didn't she dodge? Gray exclaimed. Juvia did not dodge, because Juvia cannot be stopped. Gray's head snapped behind him and his eyes widened as he saw Juvia reform, her lower half being made of flowing water. Gray looked closer and his eyes widened as he watched the slitted pupils within her eyes and her sharpened canines. You're a Dragonslayer. Juvia is the Dragonslayer of water. Juvia is the daughter of Levia. Juvia cannot bend your ice for some reason, but she can control the water she makes. She then called upon the rainstorm once more and the water stream divided in midair to form a double helix. Gray avoided one water stream and felt the searing heat and went to freeze the second one as he saw it approach. However, the water suddenly flash froze and the pillar of ice plowed through the air and crashed into his stomach. Gray coughed up a mouthful of blood as the ice pillar sent him through the air. Gray flipped in midair and called upon the black ice. Hyojin Meiku. Hyojin no Ken, Ice God make, Ice God's sword. A giant black sword then appeared in Gray's hands. He gripped the blade tightly and stabbed it into the icy surface beneath him, carving a small trench in it as he came to a stop. He then looked up and saw Juvia speeding towards him. Gray slashed at her with sword of black ice and Juvia's eyes widened as she saw her body begin to freeze when she came into contact with the ebony blade. Realizing the effects the blade had on her, she quickly dispersed into water particles, the frozen part of her being dropped to the ground as a black ice shard. She then reappeared behind her opponent and took a deep inhalation as rain and magic swirled into her jaws. Suiryu no Hoko. A powerful stream of water rocketed out of her mouth and sped towards Gray, but the black-haired ice mage held up the flat of his blade and blocked the attack. Water flew everywhere and fell to the ground as blackened ice shards. Gray looked up and saw Juvia descend towards him, claws of water coating her hands. Suiryu no Tsume. The claws of water crashed down upon Gray's ice blade, but the moment they touched, Juvia relinquished her claws and reverted into her water body, swerving around Gray's blade and into his guard. The ice user could only stare in shock as the water stream that was Juvia released a great amount of pressurized liquid at his face in the shape of a dragon's maw. Suiryu no Kiba. The powerful fangs of the water dragon clashed against Gray's face and sent him skyward before Juvia met him in the air. The daughter of Levia solidified and a tail of water formed where her legs would be. The tail was lengthy and at the tip, it branched off into 3 sharpened tips that were made of hardened water. She flipped and brought the tail crashing down, tip first. Suiryu no Tiraden to Shippo, Water Dragon's Trident Tail. Gray quickly transformed his sword into a shield and the shield created sparks of friction between itself and the trident-tipped tail, but the force was still enough to send Gray slamming down into the ice below. A crater formed from the impact and Juvia sped after him and slammed her liquid form down atop of him. Gray was swept out of the crater by the current Juvia created. He coughed up water from his lungs and it also escaped through his nose. He shook the water off of his body and looked to see his shield was now shards of ice since he had lost the concentration to keep it intact. Juvia will kill you now, fairy tale mage. Be gone with the tides. Juvia said in A.'s head snapped up and saw Juvia standing in front of him, dragon's maw for a hand and ready to bring it down upon him. Gray's mind seemed to see everything in slow motion as Juvia thrust her hand forth, the dragon's head that made up her hand moving even slower in comparison. Adrenaline pumped through his body at rapid rates, his brain sent signals to his body to react. Synapses transmitted the signals to his hands and hands performed the autonomous command. Gray raised his hands and released a pulse of ice magic. Ice make. Freeze. A flash of blue and a sudden cold front resulted from Gray's reflex arc and the black-haired man opened his eyes and looked over himself. He sighed in relief when he saw that he was alive, however his hands suddenly felt rather warm and as if they were holding something. He looked at his arms and followed their path and stopped at where his hands lay. His eyes slowly widened in horror. His mouth was agape. This has to be a dream. This can't be real. Gray shouted in his mind. He flexed his hands and Juvia moaned within her icy prison as Gray squeezed her large breasts which he had somehow managed to grip in his attempt to save his life. He quickly shattered the ice prison and Juvia fell to the ground and she looked down to see Gray's hands still on her breasts. She raised an eyebrow at that before looking up at Gray who was red-faced and he quickly withdrew his hands. You let Juvia go? She asked. No, I didn't mean to. I did aim to save myself by freezing you, but I didn't mean to grab your breasts. Now that I didn't like it, I don't. I did cause they're like wow, but oh dear fucking Shiva, why did this happen to me? Gray planted his face in his hands. Juvia is confused. Who is Shiva? Oh, she's my trainer. Juvia's eyes narrowed at the mention of Shiva being a female. You touch Juvia on her female parts while you know another woman. Juvia roared as she stood to her feet, her eyes shining with rage. Gray sweat dropped at the blue-haired Dragonslayer. Do not toy with the heart of a Dragonslayer. Toy with your heart. What the hell are you talking about? Juvia needs no explanation. Juvia knows fairy tale mages are scum for touching Juvia. You love Juvia yet you know another woman. This Shiva shall be the love rival of Juvia and Juvia will crush you for betraying your heart. Juvia glared at Gray as he stared up in disbelief at the Phantom Lord Mage. Insert music. Bleach stand up be strong. You can't be serious. Shiva's a goddess. Gray yelled, but he was proven that Juvia was indeed serious as he was engulfed in a sphere of heated water. He gritted his teeth in pain as the water turned his skin red from the heat. You compliment her in front of Juvia. You call her a goddess in front of Juvia's face while you have feelings for Juvia. Juvia manipulated the spheroid and turned into a whirlpool and Gray began to swirl around, clutching his throat to prevent himself from breathing in the scalding liquid. The twister then acted downwards and Gray was forced down into the ice below before he was ejected outwards by another torrent. Juvia must punish you even more dearly. Juvia then froze the water spheroid and Gray was now the one trapped in an icy prison. Juvia snarled as she began to squeeze her hand and the ice prison responded in kind and began to crack and pop as an invisible pressure was exerted upon it. However, the Dragonslayer's eyes widened as the ice of her prison began to turn black. The ice no longer responded to her will and then the ice prison morphed into the shape of a beautiful woman, the image of Shiva the ice goddess. The blackened ice woman then charged forth and slammed its fist against Juvia's location, but the daughter of Levia leapt back to avoid the attack before breathing out a heated water stream from her jaws, but the avatar of Shiva raised its hands and clapped them together. A black-blue magic seal formed and as the water stream came into contact, it froze over instantly and turned into black ice. The water stream dropped to the ground, cracking it and Juvia stood atop the icy surface before smirking. So Fairy Tail wishes to play rough with Juvia. Then Juvia will play rough. Juvia backflipped off of the ice floe and dove into the waters below. The avatar of Shiva remained stationary as it watched the waters and suddenly the water began to churn. They rose and fell as they battered the ice floe Gray had created until a massive tidal wave rose up, Juvia's head poking out at the top. This is how the daughter of Levia plays rough. Juvia roared before large dragons of water protruded from the tidal wave's wall and sped towards the ebony form of Shiva with deafening roars of aggression. The Shiva avatar crossed its arms in front of it. One water dragon froze upon contact, but the other two stabbed themselves into the ice and carved a circle and suddenly the ice caved in due to the lack of stability and the ice sculpture shattered revealing Gray groaning in pain. His reddened skin from the boiling water steamed slightly as ice came into contact with his hot skin, but the ice quickly cooled down his body. Though his skin was still red, he no longer felt the pain from the water's burn. His eyes widened when he saw more water dragons speed towards him and he countered with his own. Hyojin Meiku. Su no Ryu Ice God Make. Dragon's Nest. A black-blue magic seal burst forth as Gray slammed his hands on the ground and the obsidian ice dragons plowed through the air and met their watery counterparts in midair and they two elemental reptiles clashed. Fangs stabbed through, claws slashed and roars echoed through the air. Rain and snow began to mix as they fell from the air and the change in the weather began to expand over more than just Gray's ice flow. More of the water's surface began to freeze as Juvia's powerful water dragons and Gray's black ice dragons mixed and froze over the areas they hit. The wall of Phantom Lord's Robo Guild mecha gained a layer of frost and the fairy tale members that fought the shades were begin to shiver slightly as they fought due to the cold front that was developing. Gray gritted his teeth as he poured more magic into his spell and more dragons were spawned to deal with Juvia's. However, he panted slightly as he realized he couldn't do this all day. Juvia had the entirety of the ocean on her side and with her in her tidal wave form she could literally do this all day. I'll need to freeze that tidal wave and get her back down. Gray muttered. After he made 3 more dragons to counter the 3 Juvia made, Gray stopped his spell and took a deep breath of air to calm himself. I was only able to learn 2 spells from Shiva because of the training she made me do to learn to use my ice make to reform objects and to use Hyojin Maiku by combining her spells with my own, but this one will be the one to take down that tidal wave. He watched up and saw Juvia glare down at him. She then decided it was time to end this and she brought down her tidal wave upon him. Metsuryu Ougi. Suiryu no Araumi, Dragonslayer Secret Art. Water Dragon's Riptide. The tidal wave descended upon Gray, its large shadow encompassing him easily. The giant wave of water then began to speed up as it fell before morphing into a giant water dragon. The dragon had spines going down its back, its front limbs had hands with clawed fingers that were joined together by webs and a pair of webbed fins protruded from the side of the water dragon's face. The image of Levia, Juvia's adopted mother and dragon of water. In response to the massive attack, Gray inhaled deeply as he got into a stance that he saw Natsu do many times when they fought each other. He squared his shoulders and put his hands in front of his mouth as if he were blowing a trumpet. He then glared up at Juvia's riptide and his magic spiked. Hyojin no. Dugu o, Ice God's Bellow. He released his breath and the magic flew forth as gigantic black twister of ice and frost that tore through the air. The concentrated blizzard slammed into the tidal wave with devastating force. The endless ocean supplied Juvia's powers to their maximum as she clashed with Gray's attack. Gray's eyes glowed with black-blue light as he drew upon the powers of the ice goddess Shiva and with a loud bellow, his magic spiked and the dragon of Juvia's roared loudly before a massive explosion of magic energy, ice and water flew forth from their point of collision. The explosion's cloud of ice and frost then dispersed as Gray's attack tore through it, pushing against Juvia's body and she began to shiver as her body began to freeze over, but the force of the attack pushed her off of the blast and the attack continued into the atmosphere. The rain stopped falling as Juvia fell to the ice from her altitude. Juvia glanced upwards and her blue eyes widened in awe as she saw the rain clouds that always accompanied her vanish. In its place were dark snow clouds and the frost bore down on her and Juvia was left speechless as she watched the majesty of the snowy weather. However, due to her distraction, as she looked back down she realized she was about to collide with the icy ground. Her magic was drained from using the Metsuryu Ugi and so she couldn't convert herself into liquid form. She then shut her eyes and prepared for impact, but her eyes quickly snapped open when she felt something, or rather someone, grab her out of the air. Gray rolled as he tucked Juvia into his arms so that she wouldn't be damaged as they rolled across the icy landscape. They then skidded across the ice and Gray gritted his teeth as the cold touched his bloodied arm, the skin tearing off from the friction with the ice. You okay? Gray panted. Juvia couldn't respond as she was too busy shivering from the cold of the ice that covered her body. Realizing this, Gray placed his hands on Juvia's forehead and sent a pulse of magic through it. The black ice turned blue before it crumbled away. Why you saved Juvia? But Juvia is an enemy. The ice godslayer smirked at the water dragonslayer in his arms. You were being loyal to your guild. If I were in your place, I would have done the same. Gray chuckled while Juvia's cheeks flushed lightly. Besides, I couldn't let you fall and hurt yourself. I'd feel bad if I did. Juvia's blush deepened as she glanced away from Gray in embarrassment. However, her blinked in surprise when a snowflake fell on her nose. Juvia always saw rain. Gray glanced down with a confused expression as Juvia spoke. When Juvia trained with Levia Okawa-san, she never had complete control over her magic and never was able to master it since Levia Okawa-san left Juvia. As a result, rain clouds always followed Juvia. No one loved Juvia because of it. You've never seen the sun or snow then because of it, huh? Gray asked. Juvia shook her head. No, but, thanks to you, fairy tale mage. I lost and I was able to finally see beyond the rain clouds. Juvia is thankful to you, fairy tale mage. Juvia smiled softly at the black-haired man. Gray smiled back. No problem, and by the way, it's not fairy tale mage. The name's Gray, Gray Fullbuster. Juvia Loxer appreciates Gray-sama's help. No, you can just call me Gray. But Juvia likes to refer to Gray Fullbuster as Gray-sama. Stop it. Why Gray-sama? Because I said so and it's annoying. Why Gray-sama? Stop it. Gray-sama, your face is turning red. Are you sick? No, now stop calling me Gray-sama. But Juvia likes calling her love by Gray-sama. Juvia said as her eyes were replaced with pulsating hearts and she snuggled into Gray's bare chest. Gray immediately stood up, dropping the blue-haired Dragonslayer on the ice and backed up a bit away from her. You love me now. We just met, he exclaimed, waving his arms wildly in the air as if they were bird wings. You touched Juvia's breasts. Livia Okaa San says only a man who loved Juvia will touch Juvia there. Juvia huffed. But I. Juvia rose to her feet and jabbed Gray in the chest, glaring at him with fierce draconian eyes. Take responsibility, Gray-sama. She jabbed him with her index fingers claw with every word before she fell silent. A shadow of doom covered her face and her eyes glowed with an unnatural, eerie yellow light that made Gray shudder. Is it because of this Shiva woman that Gray-sama will not love Juvia? Gray gulped in fear of the crazy woman before him. And people wondered why the handsome young man never wanted a girlfriend yet. Women were crazy. Is it because of Shiva? Shiva will be Juvia's love rival. Love me, Gray-sama, she yelled as she leapt at Gray. Go away, you crazy woman. Third floor, Phantom Lord Robo Guild Mecha. Lucy sat in the corner of the third floor's room that Gajil held her in. The floors were tiled with yellow and the walls were white. The pressure gauges and powering equipment which managed the powering of the Robo Guild Mecha was present in a corner of the room. The entirety of the third floor was designed to hold only the powering equipment and machinery, hence, large pipes and steam gauges were littered around the room. Lucy watched her captor, the Iron Dragonslayer, with a bored look on her face as he chewed on a bolt of iron. Lucy glanced at the sky and watched with a confused look on her face. It's snowing. Huh. Gajil turned at the sound of the blonde's voice and followed her gaze out the window and gained an equally confused look. That's strange though, it was sunny just a moment ago. It would have rained because of Juvia's abilities, but I don't understand the snow. It's probably Gray. He's an ice make user so he probably had something to do with it. Not bad, he said with a nod. You know, Salamander is taking a while. I burst through 2 holes in the ceiling and made it into this room. What the hell is he doing? Gajil grumbled as he tapped his fingers in impatience. Well, Natsu isn't exactly. Well, he's a fucking idiot is what he is. Well, if you want to be blunt about it. Lucy replied. Gajil's red eyes met the Heartfilia heir's brown ones before he snickered. You're an interesting piece of work, Heartfilia. Gajil commented. If only my father thought that much of me. Lucy muttered beneath her breath. There was a moment of silence before the ground beneath the 2 mages began to rumble. Finally, Lucy and Gajil yelled at the same time as the ground split apart before a pillar of orange-yellow flame emerged. The flames part and revealed Natsu, his eyes shining within the flames as he was coated in an aura of fire in the image of a dragon's body. The fires then died down and Natsu growled at Gajil. Gajil Red Fox. Salamander. The 2 Dragonslayers stared each other down in a menacing manner, only for the tense moment to be ruined when Natsu got hit in the head by Lucy when she kicked a stone at him. Ah, Lucy, what the hell that for? Heartfilia, you just killed the moment. Gajil snarled. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have done that if you didn't take so damn long to reach here, Natsu. What the hell were you doing? She asked. Natsu turned away from the blonde, huffing indignantly. Don't question the guy who's here to save you. Natsu Dragneel, answer me right now. Natsu remained still, but a visible shiver of fear passed through his body causing both his nakama and his enemy to sweat drop. I had to pee all right. A man's got his priorities. Natsu exclaimed. You mean you had me kidnap your girlfriend and wait for 10 minutes for you to get here so I can kick your ass because you had to take a fucking piss? Gajil yelled. You really need to exchange your priority listings, and I'm the enemy. I shouldn't even be the one telling you this shit. Shut up, and I'll be the one kicking your ass. Natsu roared. Both Iron and Fire Dragonslayer snarled at one another before shifting into fighting stances. Gajil got into a basic boxer's stance while Natsu got into a basic horse stance before shifting his right leg forward to act as his leading leg. The 2 stared at each other, slitted red eyes meeting slitted amber ones. There was a period of silence as the 2 silently sized each other up, snarling at one another as if they were animals, dragons, fighting over territory. Their leg muscles tensed and then they vanished into blurs of pink and black. Insert music. Fairy Tale Psycho no Shido. Lucy's eyes flashed back and forth between the areas where she saw shock waves occur, but the 2 Dragonslayer were moving much too fast for her inexperienced eyes to follow. The yellow tiled floor began to become littered with craters at the areas where the two sons of dragons met in stalemates. Right punch, left punch, elbow strike, spin kick, headbutt, axe kick, uppercut. Natsu and Gajeel met each other blow for blow before they both saw an opening and they took it. The two fists flew forth, one as hard as steel, the other encased in flame. Both Dragonslayers skidded backwards from the force of their strikes and rubbed their bruised cheeks. Natsu grabbed his lower jaw and shifted the slightly dislocated bone back into place while Gajeel turned and spat out a small amount of blood. Nice shot. They complimented each other simultaneously, toothy grins on their faces. The two then leapt towards each other once more. Natsu raised his arm before bringing it down in an elbow strike. Gajeel raised his forearms and crossed them to block the blow before spinning and sending a roundhouse kick aimed for Natsu's ribs. The agile Rosette skidded to the side from the strike, tensing his muscles so that the force of the blow was lessened before he struck back and landed a blazing left hook into Gajeel's face. The Iron Dragonslayer didn't budge from the blow though, as his feet had ejected a pair of iron spikes to keep him grounded. The black-haired man then retaliated by grabbing Natsu by his throat and performing a choke slam. Natsu released a grunt of pain before he was lifted up and slammed back down into the tiled floor, which was quickly being reduced to mere concrete and dirt. Gajeel then converted his free arm into an iron club. Testuri Ukon. He crashed his club-like arm into Natsu's stomach and allowed it to extend. Natsu soared through the air before crashing straight into the wall before being dragged along it, carving out a path in it as Gajeel continued to exert force upon the Rosette's body. The son of Igneel then saw the tip of the club that was embedded in his abdominal area convert itself into an iron binding of some sort. Tetsuryu no Shibari, Iron Dragon's restraints. Natsu's waist was then tightly gripped by the restraint before he was slammed harshly into the ground before being tossed skyward. Gajeel leapt upwards after his opponent, using the Tetsuryuken to act as a propulsion device as they pushed him off the ground with the force at which they elongated as his legs transformed. Gajeel then slammed his iron-hard fist into Natsu's stomach and the son of Igneel's eyes widened as the air was knocked out of his lungs before another punch followed it. A rising kick slammed into his stomach before Gajeel raised both his hands and clasped them above his head and brought them down. Natsu careened through the air as he descended and formed a crater as he crashed into the ground. Natsu groaned as he rose back to his feet. Tetsuryuken. Gajeel roared as he stabbed his blade forth, aiming for Natsu's stomach. However, Natsu's arms grabbed the two flat sides of the blade to prevent it from moving any further. His arm muscles bulged before he twisted his body at the waist and threw Gajeel overhead. Gajeel tumbled through the air and landed deftly on his feet, but Natsu ejected flames from his body before speeding towards Gajeel. Karyu no Kenkaku. Fast, was all Gajeel could think before Natsu's flaming head slammed into his abdominal muscles. A mix of blood and spittle flew forth from Gajeel's mouth as he flew back, but Natsu suddenly reached out with a flaming hand and Lucis' eyes widened as she watched from the sidelines as Natsu's flames bent to his will and formed a large clawed hand and wrapped itself around Gajeel's body, burning him as well as holding him in place. Natsu then pulled the Iron Dragonslayer towards him. Shit. Gajeel cursed as Natsu reared back his fist. Karyu no Tekken. The hard fist impacted with Gajeel's face sending him to the ground, skidding along it and tearing the earth asunder. As Gajeel rolled on the ground, he managed to right himself and dug his claws into the earth to halt his movement. When he did, he and Natsu raced towards each other once more. Karyu no Saiga. Natsu's flaming hand lashed out, the flames converting themselves into the form of Igneel's head, jaws of flame open and ready to feast as it was aimed for Gajeel's skull, but Gajeel skidded on his knees as he leaned back. Natsu's eyes widened as his attack missed and Gajeel skidded between his legs. Gajeel continued to skid along the ground and used the force to leap backwards to gain more room. A green magic seal erupted in front of him as he aimed his arms at the teenage Dragonslayer. Tetsuryuso, Kishin. The logs of iron flew forth at a rapid pace towards Natsu and the pink-haired Dragonslayer snarled at the incoming attack before he spun at a rapid pace. A twister of fire formed around him as he did so. Isn't that the Ogano Fujins? Karyu no Hibashiri, fire dragons running fire. The twister of orange flame melted the iron logs into liquid form due to the flame's intensity. Natsu then stopped spinning and smirked as he saw Gajeel's surprised face. I didn't slack off while I was away. Roshi-sensei taught me it was best to use moves that you already know and make it your own. Well, this is gonna be much more fun than I thought. Gajeel chuckled. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden strong and strike. The two Dragonslayers punched the ground and the force of their strikes caused the earth to crack from the force, the cracks meeting each other at the middle of the room before they kicked off and slammed a headbutt against each other. They then launched simultaneous punches, Gajeel with his left and Natsu with his right, but they caught their assaulting limbs with their free ones before slamming their left legs against each other when they aimed for a knee to the stomach. They then pushed off of each other and skidded backwards, but Gajeel stretched out his arms and converted them into the restraint claws he used earlier before using them to halt his movement when they stuck into the columns. When he came to a stop, Gajeel pushed off and then his whole body became encased in a green glow. Tetsuryu no Yoroko, Iron Dragon's scales. Gajeel's body then changed from a dark tan to sterling silver marked with scale patterns. Natsu looked up in shock and crossed his arms in front of his body. Karyu no Yokugeki. Natsu uncrossed his arms harshly and the wings of flame lashed out at Gajeel, who grunted at the force of the strike, but his momentum kept him going. Natsu's eyes widened as he saw his fellow Dragonslayer plow through his own like it were made of hot, melted butter. Gajeel's body glowed slightly red from the heat, and that only served to enhance the damage his strike dealt as he slammed a powerful lariat and brought Natsu to the ground. Natsu rolled with the blow so that its damage would lessen, but the pain was no less. With the momentum of his roll he went back to his feet. An arm of iron then rocketed towards the Fire Dragonslayer's back as Gajeel appeared behind his opponent, but Natsu leapt into the air and performed a backflip, landing perfectly balanced atop the cylindrical surface before lashing out with a kick that ejected a stream of flame towards Gajeel's face. Gajeel leaned his face back and sweated lightly from the proximity to the flames. However, his crimson eyes were met with the image of a flaming claw as Natsu descended from above, having leapt off of Gajeel's arm when he launched the flame from his foot. Karyu no Kagitsume. The flaming claws slammed down Gajeel's face and sent him into a crater from the force of the blow. Natsu then grabbed his opponent and rapidly punched away at his scaled face and chest with flaming fists. Karyu no Enshu. Natsu roared as he brought down a flaming elbow that brought about a mighty explosion. Gajeel roared in pain as he clutched his face, and his eyes widened in shock as he felt the crack that stretched across his face and down his neck, ending at his sternum. Gajeel quickly grabbed Natsu's neck and pulled himself up so that he could slam his forehead against Natsu's own. Natsu blanked out from the pain for a second before being met with an iron-hard punch to the face that sent him skidding along the ground and into a support column for the room. Natsu gritted his teeth as he rose back to his feet, same as Gajeel. The two Dragonslayers then charged their magic and inhaled deeply. A giant red magic seal appeared in front of Natsu's body while Gajeel had a giant green magic seal formed in front of him. The images of dragons shone brightly in the center of the seals as their bodies swelled to unbelievable proportions. Karyu no Tetsuryu no Hokoooo. A blast of orange fire burned the floor as it raced towards its iron duplicate, said duplicate being a twister of iron shards and steel that tore the ground asunder. The two elemental roars of the dragons collided in an epic clash that sent winds and shock waves flying every which way. The ceiling above them cracked, two of the end support pillars burst apart and fell along with the back wall of the room where Lucy had been situated. The blonde-haired girl gulped as she edged away from the edge of the now open room as the snow and ice from the sky swept in by the crosswinds. She quickly ducked behind what remained of a pillar before the epic explosion occurred. Gajeel flew backwards and crashed into the power supplies of the Robo-Guild mecha and caused an even larger explosion while Natsu flew backwards towards the open room. Lucy's eyes widened as she saw her best friend soar through the air before grabbing her sheathed power pole. Extend. The wooden weapon heeded its master's demands and it extended outwards. Natsu managed to regain a glimpse of his superb reaction timing and lashed out, grabbing the staff tightly in his hand. Retract. Lucy said as the wooden pole's length shrunk, bringing Natsu back to the broken third floor of the Robo-Guild mecha. Natsu gasped in surprise as he glanced back at the frozen waters below, gripping Lucy tightly in a hug as if she were an anchor to keep him on the floor, which she technically was. Thanks, Luce. You're a lifesaver, literally. He said. I could have died if I fell from this height. Lucy blushed a bit at the close proximity between herself and Natsu before smiling at him. Could have? She asked with a raised eyebrow and a giggle at her friend's tone of voice. Natsu stuck his tongue out at her immaturely before he chuckled. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. He replied with a shrug. Lucy rolled her eyes, but then she noted the serious look in Natsu's eyes as he stared past her. He nodded to her and patted her head as he rose back to his feet, however he grunted in pain as he looked down at body. The adrenaline was still flowing through him, but he now noticed that he was covered with numerous amounts of sharp steel bits and bleeding from them all. From head to toe he was covered with the red liquid of life. Dust and bruises marred his body, but he powered through the pain and stalked back to the center of the room. Gajeel groaned as he rose from the bruising wreckage of the pressure regulators before dragging his form over to meet Natsu. His seemingly indestructible scales were all covered in cracks and there were areas where the scales had fallen out on his arms, face and torso, and those areas were releasing noticeable amounts of blood. Blood leaked from his forehead and went over his right eye and also flowed from his burst lip. Both Dragonslayers lost their shirts in the battle and their pants were torn in many places. Well, Salamander, you're much stronger than I anticipated. Ditto, but I think it's time I stopped holding back. Natsu said. Gajeel nodded in agreement. I second the motion. Both Dragonslayers stared at each other with serious looks on their faces. The truth as to why I came late to meet you though, is because of this. 10 minutes are needed between each usage of these flames and I had already used them against the Fujin, but it's time I unleashed them in the form at which I can actually handle their effects. Natsu said as he spread his legs apart. Gajeel mimicked his fiery counterpart. They rested their left hands on their left knees before bending downwards to rest their right fists on the ground. The two Dragonslayers suddenly became coated in an aura of magic. Lucy gaped in shock from behind her protective pillar as she felt the magical pressure the two exerted. Insert music. Katekushi Hitman Reborn Suna awakens. The auras increased in intensity and Gajeel's aura became shining like steel while Natsu's blazed in blue and white flame. Their eyes became much more animalistic and their fangs and claws became longer and sharper. Small scale-like patterns coated their arms and foreheads and with that, their magics exploded outwards with enough force to cause the ground to cave inwards. Faya Doribu, Fire Drive. Iron Doribu, Iron Drive. This was the intermediate that lay between a Dragonslayer's normal magic level and the level to achieve Dragon Force. Drive Mode. Let's how well you can use your skills in this form, Salamander. Bring it Kurigane. Both Dragonslayers then took off and explosions of flame and iron shards flew forth every which way as they collided throughout the space of the large room before the two met each other in the center. The two fists, one of blue and white flame and the other of shining silver steel, clashed against one another, trying to overpower the other. Natsu and Gajeel gritted their teeth in effort before pushing away from each other. Karyu no Hoko. Tetsuryu no Hoko. Both Dragonslayers inhaled deeply and unleashed their roars. A blue and white stream of mighty flames burned the floor without even making contact with it while a massive twister of iron and steel shards tore a trench in the floor. Both roars collided which resulted in a devastating shockwave, pushing against each other, trying to overpower the other. Another massive explosion occurred that caused pieces of the ceiling to fall from above. Aiee. Natsu's eyes widened as he remembered Lucy was still here. I can't let her get hurt here. I need to finish this now. Natsu growled before taking off once more. Gajeel took off at a high level of speed and met the salamander's face with an elbow, but as Natsu fell to the ground, he went into a windmill and swept Gajeel's feet out from under him, sending the son of Metallicana to the ground as well. The two then performed simultaneous cat springs, pushing their bodies off of the ground and slammed their fists against each other's faces and they went skidding backwards from the blow. Gajeel and Natsu sprinted towards each other and Natsu crashed a fist against Gajeel's hard skin, but the Iron Dragonslayer spun with the fist, latching onto Natsu's outstretched arm and flung him over his shoulder and into the ground. Natsu unleashed a burst of fire from his body that sent Gajeel skidding backwards. Natsu then began to spin and whips of flame flew forth from his legs. Gajeel quickly converted his arms into twin iron blades and they vibrated as they activated their chainsaw-like capability. With a roar Gajeel tore through each whip of flame and caused them to dissipate. Natsu stopped spinning as he realized his opponent was getting closer and pushed off of the ground as he performed a cat spring and clasped his hands above his head. Karyu no Kouen. A mighty fireball of sapphire and ivory colors descended like a meteor towards Gajeel, but the Iron Dragonslayer would have none of it as he spun around to build up momentum for his strike. His arms shone like silver as they transformed into the likeliness of a giant pair of iron claws. Tetsuryu no Kimu Tsuyoshi Tsume, Iron Dragon's adamantine claws. The claws tore through the flames and scattered them apart before he crossed them in front of his body as Natsu came crashing down with a flaming axe kick. Karyu no Kagitsume. The claws crashed against Gajeel's claws and the older Dragonslayer pushed his younger, fiery counterpart back as he uncrossed his claws. Gajeel's claws vanished and his iron-colored aura grew brighter while a massive cloud of flame outlined Natsu's body. Let's end this. The two roared at one another. Gajeel's body shone brighter before he joined his arms together to form a giant iron sword with a jagged cutting side. Natsu's body burst into flame as his arms exploded outwards to release powerful whips of blazing magic and oxygen. Metsuryu Ougi. Goma Tetsu Jinken, Secret Dragonslayer Art. Karma Demon. Iron God Sword. Metsuryu Ougi. Guren. Bakuenjin, Secret Dragonslayer Art. Crimson Lotus. Exploding Flame Blade. Gajeel brought down the mighty sword of iron as Natsu spun rapidly and unleashed a powerful torrent of blue and white flames. Both powerful moves clashed in an unbelievable power struggle that caused the entire floor to begin to crumble. Numerous spiraling blades of flame lashed out at Gajeel, he slashed against them with his iron blade. With a final roar, Natsu released the largest fire blast of the technique he had. Natsu and Gajeel grunted in effort before they flew apart from the resulting explosion. Natsu flew back out of the broken wall end, but this time he was unconscious and he began to plummet towards the ice. Lucy gasped as she leapt off the edge after him and called upon Tarus to break their fall, leaving them in a crater of ice. Gajeel slammed through the walls of the Robo Guild mecha and fell towards the icy flow below him. His eyes flickered as he aimed to keep his consciousness, but he failed and neared the waters. A yell of Gajil-san was all he heard before the darkness filled his vision. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Gurei. Top floor Phantom Lord Robo Guild Mecha. Gra. Jose roared in anger, smashing the intercom speaker on his desk. Useless. All of them. They lost to those pathetic fairies, and my shades are being diminished by their ground forces in front of the guild. Then I would suggest a surrender, Naruto said as he and Kurama appeared behind Jose in swirls of wind and flame. Jose's eyes sparked with an even more powerful fury as he rose from his chair. You said you would help take them down. You said you would help me, that you would crush Fairy Tail. Jose said. Naruto chuckled beneath his mask as he watched the red-faced man. Oh, Jose Porla, you forget the one thing that a man of my status must do. And what, pray tell, is that? Naruto leaned forward until his lips hovered right next to the man's ear. I lie. Jose snapped and lashed out with a fist, but Naruto stepped back and avoided the strike. Jose then held his hand over his face and an insane grin stretched across it. I knew it, Jose said. I knew you were untrustworthy. I knew you would betray me. Well, let me tell you, once I unleash the full force of my Robo Guild mecha by converting it into its robotic form, I will crush you beneath its mighty fist. That actually would very simply to defeat, Kurama said, especially since we have this. Kurama raised a tail and held up a circular red button that had colorful, frayed electrical wires hanging from beneath it. The button to activate the mode change. How did you know where to find that? Only my higher-ups and myself know about that button. Well, seeing as how I'll be killing you soon, I will tell you the truth. Naruto said. Gajil Red Fox and Juvia Loxer have been my spies, telling me everything pertaining to your little war game since the beginning of it all. I knew everything, and I knew about your Robo Guild mecha the day of the siege by Fairy Tail yesterday as I was watching from the scaffolding. Iron Dragon and Water Dragon told me every little detail pertaining to your ingenious device, but now it is nothing more than a hulking piece of steel, stone and wood. Your robot is down, your strongest fighters have been defeated at the hands of the Fairy Tail's strongest team. The Kitsune said with air quotes. And you are hopelessly outmatched. It would be best if you surrendered. Jose's eyes widened as he stepped back in shock before he began to shudder and shake. I'll kill you, you insignificant little worms. You're welcome to try, Jose Porla. Naruto said as his eyes narrowed, the amused look that was present before replaced with cold indifference. However, I know you will fall by my hand. I will be the one who kills you. Don't look down on me, brat. I am one of the 10 wizard saints, I am the master of Phantom Lord. A wind suddenly blew past him and Jose's eyes widened as Naruto stood behind him with a raised right leg. You talk too much. The raised leg shot forth and crashed into Jose's back, sending him through the wall of the control room they were in and through 2 other pillars before he slammed into a third support pillar with enough force to lay within the imprint he had made. Fuden. Senpu Kyaku. Naruto stated as he rested his leg back down. Kurama. The transformed Exceed looked at his partner as Naruto glanced at him. Go through the castle. Look for anyone and get them out, Naruto said. Kurama's eyes widened with shock. You are actually showing caring and mercy, Kurama exclaimed. Naruto snorted and rolled his eyes. Of course not. I need manpower and I would like to expand my spy network. If the Element 4 and Iron Dragon are still within the premises, it would be best to remove them from here lest I kill them in the act of battling with Jose, as I highly doubt this place will still be standing when it is over and done with. You have a good point. Very well, I'll go look around. Naruto nodded as Kurama turned to run off, only for his eyebrow to raise as Kurama paused and turned back to him. Naruto. Don't underestimate your opponent. You are extremely powerful, however, you have a tendency to hold back at the beginning of your fights, same as me, but you do it out of the fact that you believe others are unworthy to see your Dragonslayer magic. Jose may be a snake in the grass and he may be human, but he is still a wizard saint and a guild master, Kurama said. And what makes you think I'd lose to a human like Jose Porla? Just be careful, alright. Naruto remained silent as he looked at Kurama before sighing, and the blonde Dragonslayer nodded his head. Kurama nodded back in acceptance before running off and vanishing in a swirl of red flames. Naruto stalked out of the control room and out of the door which lay right next to the gaping hole he had made after kicking Jose through it. Naruto's boots released a hollow sound as they clacked against the stone floors of the Robo Guild mecha. He adjusted the mask he wore to cover the lower part of his face and stopped in front of Jose's groaning being. The dark purple-haired man rose to his feet before snarling at Naruto. You annoying whelp, I'll show you to mess with a wizard saint. Jose threw off his cloak and revealed he was clad in his wizard saint uniform, which was a dark blue, military-styled outfit similar to what high-ranking officers would wear. It consisted of a long, dark blue coat closed on the right side of Jose's chest by a belt circling his waist and by another one going over his right shoulder, sporting Phantom Lord's symbol on its buckle. The coat had wide golden stripes going down from the high collar, which sported a pair of large rings hanging from it on the front, to the cuffs, with other golden parts in correspondence to the closure and below the waist, on each side. His wizard saint's medallion was still visible on the same spot, but had dark ribbons hanging from it instead. Covering Jose's left arm was a brownish cape, sporting a wide golden-colored stripe near the edges and some small shield-shaped ornaments placed at the same distance from one another. The outfit was completed by loose pants tucked inside boots. Ah, so you've decided to dress for the occasion. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Well, it would be best for a mage to go down looking well dressed. So would you like me to tear you to shreds, or would like me to rip your throat out? I have no preference. How about you be destroyed? Jose exclaimed as a giant seal formed above his head. The deep violet magic seal then released a numerous of shades, at least 40 of them before he thrust his hand forward, pointing at Naruto. Kill him, my shades. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden blind animal. The cloaked, red-eyed magic constructs flowed like a river through the air, their claws of shadow aiming for Naruto, but the blonde wind user took a deep breath of air before a gray-green magic seal sprung forth as he exhaled. Fuuton. Furuden. A gargantuan wind dragon consisting of swirling winds burst forth from his jaws. The dragon's red eyes zeroed in on its dark matter-composed enemies and then tore through them like they were made of paper. All 40 shades were dispersed into shadow and the reptile of razor-sharp winds continued forth as it barreled towards Jose. The man jumped into the air to avoid the attack and a decent-sized crater formed as the wind dragon exploded into a dome of sharp winds upon contact. Jose summoned forth more shades. This time there were at least over 100 from the specters, but Naruto could only roll his eyes at the meaningless attack. Fuden. Shunpo no Kazejin. Naruto vanished into the wind and suddenly great blast of air impacted with all of the shades, sending them soaring through the air. A black blur raced through the air, faster than Jose could process as a sonic boom formed at the location of each shade he had formed. A multitude of slashes marked each of the shades. One bore a diagonal slash that carved it in two, another was sliced into three. A third shade found its head being removed before a trio of shades were cut in half horizontally. 5 more had their arms severed before their heads were also lost. Jose could only stare in shock as they dispersed into magic particles, his shades. Jose's eyes widened as he saw his shades vanishing into thin air. When half of his shades went down, Naruto reappeared in the center of the swarm, his arms crossed in front of him, wind blades surrounding each arm. Fuden. Mugen no Anatsusha. He said calmly. The shades then released their roars and rushed towards Naruto, swarming over him. However, the dome of shadow-like being suddenly exploded outwards as multiple arcs of wind struck forth and tore through every single remaining shade that had decided to attack him before the others fell to the might of Naruto's wind blades when they were impaled through their non-existent brains. So you can handle the shades it seems. Jose said with a raised eyebrow of curiosity as his shock left his face. Suddenly there was a small gust of wind and a warm feeling formed on his cheek. He raised his hand and his eyes widened as he saw his finger bearing a spot of blood. Naruto lay in a crouched position standing behind Jose, a blade of wind wrapped around each of his arms. I can more than handle your shades, Jose. Just as easily as I can handle you. Naruto said as he rose back to his feet. Jose chuckled before turning around and suddenly, Jose's body blackened and he changed into a shade. The shade that disguised itself as Jose extended its shadow claws and lashed out to scratch Naruto, but the Apocalypse Dragonslayer quickly ducked beneath its swipe and grabbed the arm of magic and his jaws opened wide and the shade flinched as the magic that created it was being sucked into Naruto's gaping maw, diffusing through his mask. Naruto then swallowed before pulling the shade towards him and began to devour it until no magic remained in the shade and it vanished. What the hell is he? The blue-clad man thought as he stared amazement at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. When the shade was devoured, Naruto looked around the room and sniffed the air. His mouth twisted into a snarl before he spun and let loose an arc of wind as he lashed out with a kick to his left. Fuden. Kazegiri. The wind blade sliced through the air only for Jose to duck under it before a large hand made of shadow burst forth from Jose's side of the battlefield. The shadow arm snaked its way towards Naruto before wrapping its way around his body and began to squeeze. Naruto was then hurled into the air, smashing into the ceiling before being dragged along it. Stone and plaster fell to the ground before Naruto was pulled downwards and into the ground. A small cloud of dust formed from the impact and then it parted allowing Jose to see Naruto standing up as if nothing happened. Traces of magic energy flowed near his lips which dissipated into the air as eternano particles. Naruto then took off, carving away stone from the floor as the trail he left behind him left a sharp air current behind him that sliced through the stone. As he reached Jose, he brought his hands down for a hammer blow. Jose raised his arms and blocked it, but Naruto flipped after the contact and crashed an axe kick down on the man's guard. The force caused the ground to sink downwards and resulted in Jose standing in a crater. Fuuton. Ran Ruken. A wind dragon's head swirled around Naruto's fist before he thrust it forth. Shade magic. Shadow claws. Jose's hands became wrapped in an evil purple magic energy that resembled shadows before morphing. 3 elongated claws formed on them. Jose lashed out with his attack and met Naruto's wind-encased fist head-on. A mighty shock wave resulted in both combatants struggling against one another for dominance. However, due to Jose being on the ground, he ended up losing his footing as the ground beneath him cracked. Naruto roared with effort and broke through Jose's claws before the wind-made dragon head slammed into Jose's body. The guild master released a gasp as the dragon's head roared and it slammed into his stomach. Jose then fell through the floor and made his way through the 3rd floor of the Robo Guild mecha and left him in another crater. Jose wiped the blood from his lips as he rose to his feet. His shirt and pants were now torn in various places. He lost the left leg of his pants and his shirt now bore various lacerations along with his skin. The guild master clutched the bleeding wounds. A shadow then formed on the floor in front of Jose, the size of said shadow increasing quite rapidly. The purple-haired man cursed before performing a backhand spring to avoid the drop kick Naruto aimed for his skull. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden flying light. Jose skidded backwards before raising his fists. Shade magic. Shade stream. The guild master of Phantom Lord slammed his fists on the ground and a powerful stream of magic rocketed forth towards Naruto's location. Naruto inhaled deeply and ate the magic stream, causing it to veer from its course and into his jaws. After Naruto finished eating, Jose had taken the time to close the distance between himself and the Ogano Fujin, and 2 shades accompanied him. The 2 shades wrapped themselves around Naruto's arms and legs, binding him so that he couldn't move, and Jose thrust his hands backwards before thrusting them forwards. A magic seal formed as he struck Naruto's stomach with devastating force, and to add salt to the wound, a powerful beam of magic slammed into his body. Naruto grunted as he was sent back, flying towards the walls where Gajeel had flown through after his fight with Natsu. Naruto flipped in the air as he devoured the shades that bound him, his feet causing a spiderweb of cracks to form upon impacted before pushing off, and as he reached Jose, he spun and delivered a strong roundhouse kick that sent him through another one of the damaged support pillars from the Dragonslayer battle earlier and into the eastern wall of the 3rd floor. Jose made an imprint on the wall before pulling himself free. Naruto took a deep breath and sent another wind dragon at his opponent. Jose then sent a blast of ebony energy that tore through the wind dragon and caused an explosion at Naruto's feet as Jose aimed it to fall short. Naruto crossed his arms in front of his face so that the dust and stone would damage him, and his ears twitched as he picked up on a sound to his left along with a magical energy signature. He quickly struck out with an elbow, but Jose caught the limb and the magic energy he was building up for his strike vanished during the block. Naruto then spun and slammed the heel of his boot into Jose's ribs, and the man skidded backwards before sending a shade at Naruto that came at the young Dragonslayer quite quickly. The shade lashed out with its claws and tore through Naruto's cloak and shirt and left a trio of red marks on his chest. The shade was then reduced to mere Eternano as Naruto angrily destroyed it with Fuden, Daitapa. A red glow encompassed Naruto's chest, and the healing factor he had kicked in and his wounds no longer bled as the skin and muscle began stitching themselves back together. Naruto raised his hands and pointed them at Jose, who was holding his bruised ribs. Fuden. Atsugai. A compressed spheroid of wind swirled to life in his hands before it fired out as a massive burst with the force of a hurricane. Jose quickly raised both arms and clapped his hands together. Shade magic. Encampment wall. A multitude of shades burst forth from the magic seal that formed in front of Jose before they began to swirl around him to create a solid dome of shadow and magic. The burst of wind Naruto sent forth crashed into it with devastating force as a dome of wind expanded outwards, pushing against the shield of shades while also exerting a great amount of downward pressure that caused the floors to crack and creak. The cracks spread across the floor and stopped at an area near one of the support columns as said column snapped and broke apart along with that area of the ceiling. When the attack ceased, the shades that formed the encampment wall all flew forth towards Naruto before fusing into a large shade construct. The construct was a giant orb with large crimson eyes. 4 whips extended from its body, before being engorged with magic at their tips, morphing them into large fists. Shade magic. Jellyfish form. Naruto's sweat dropped as he looked as the gargantuan monstrosity. That looks nothing like a jellyfish, was his only thought before he sidestepped a fist from the large shade before leaping and going into a forward roll to avoid the second fist, stopping as he regained his center of gravity in a kneeling position. As he stood up, the third tendril-like arm shot forth and aimed to grab Naruto, but the Ogano Fujin bent his body backwards so that his upper half was now parallel to the ground. Time seemed to slow for Naruto as his adrenaline-filled form registered his body's position before he twisted, his leg outstretched and covered its swirling winds. Fuden. Senpuu Kyaku. Suddenly, a powerful sound was heard as the shade's attacking limb was struck, said limb being sent skyward. Naruto continued to rotate and 2 wind blades shot forth as he performed Fuden, Kazegiri, and they sliced into the shade's massive form, but though it had done its job to slice through the shade, it did not dissipate like its brethren and only served to regenerate and then lash out with its 4th arm. Naruto was hit in the side with a massive fist and he was sent through the air, through a support column before two of the Shade's massive hands slammed down on him. Naruto lay within a large crater that was made up of intersecting handprints before he was plucked out of the crater by one of the arms. The other three then raced forth and impacted with his body. Naruto grunted in pain as he rocketed through the air and was sent through the far wall and into the frigid air outside the Robo Guild mecha. Ignoring the fact that it was snowing, Naruto hovered in the air as he finally regained his bearings. A sonic boom followed as he sped back into the battlefield, and this time, all four fists of the jellyfish shade were already making their way towards him. He flew upwards and avoided one before performing a barrel roll to avoid the second. He glanced to see the third coming at him for a palm strike, but Naruto let loose his own palm strike and a massive burst of wind flew forth in the shape of a palm. Fuuton. Hantai no Fuujin. The hand-shaped attack slammed against the jellyfish shades in probably the most dangerous and epic high five the magic world would never witness, and due to Naruto's attack being made of slicing air waves, it made it seem as if the shade's hand had disintegrated, and with the obstruction gone, Naruto continued his path towards the shade jellyfish. However, Naruto's eyes widened in realization, where's the fourth arm? His enhanced hearing picked up on the sound of the ground cracking, but at the speed he was moving at, it was hard to slow down, and so the best thing he did in relatively tough situations. He destroyed all that was in his path. The fourth hand burst forth from the ground, directly in front of him before aiming to crush Naruto in its palm. Jose laughed loudly with glee as he saw his shade grab Naruto from out of the air and began to squeeze. Yes. Diogonofujin, be returned to the hell from which you came. Jose laughed louder, an insane look coming forth from his eyes. However, the dark-eyed man froze as he heard three words echo throughout the room. Three words he hadn't heard in a very long time. Energy make. Rasengan. The hand glowed blue before it burst apart like a popped balloon, and Naruto charged through the destroyed hand and continued on towards Jose. Jose stared in shock at the rotating blue orb of pure Eternano. Impossible. Only Minato was capable of using such pure Eternano. Jose thought, his form frozen in shock. Minato Namikaze, a fellow wizard saint, was proclaimed dead years ago, and it's been at least 20 years since they claimed his time of death. Minato. Jose managed to gasp out as Naruto was now in front of him. No, I am nothing like that man. Naruto snarled out before he crashed the Rasengan into Jose's stomach. The master of Phantom Lord released a gasp of pain as the attack tore through his clothes and impacted with the flesh of his abdominal area, and with a burst of blue, Jose was sent spiraling through the air. Jose continued to spiral through the air before he slammed into the ground, carving a trench along the surface. Naruto stood at the place where he struck Jose and watched the wizard saint shakily raise his head, coughing up a mouthful of blood from the internal damage. But only Minato Namikaze. Jose gasped. Only he could use energy make, so how is it that you, a person who bears similar blonde hair and blue eyes and can use it, not be the wizard saint known as the Kiroi Senko? Naruto stared at his opponent before closing his eyes and raised his hand towards his mask. He pulled it down and Jose could only stare as he saw the mask was pulled down and revealed the lower facial area of Naruto. A rounded jawline greeted him along with cheeks that each bore 3 whisker-like birthmarks on either cheek. As you can see, my facial features are different from that of Minato's. I am not the Kiroi Senko, and I am clearly not one of the members of the 10 wizard saints like you. Naruto said as he opened his eyes once more. I know energy make because I was taught on its principles by my two-san. He is the only parent that I will recognize, as he gave me the strength and power to defeat my opponents. Minato is your. No. Jose flinched at the sudden outburst and Naruto bared his teeth, showing his sharpened canines, eyes flickering from blue to white. Minato Namikaze is not the man I will call my father. He lost that right the day he died. Naruto then stalked towards Jose as said wizard saint finally climbed to his feet. Now you will meet him in the afterlife, Jose Porla. Naruto growled before taking off towards his opponent. Jose stood there staring at the place where Naruto had once stood, his head bent low, eyes covered by the shadows made by his hair. Jose then lashed out and his hand made contact with something solid. The crack of bone met the guild master's ears and it sounded like the sweetest of music to him. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the wizard saint. Impossible, he muttered before the force registered with his body and he flew backwards. Naruto flipped in the air and dug his fingers into the ground so that the friction would slow him down. However, as he looked up, his eyes widened when he saw Jose had already made it towards him. Only he noticed something different. His magic energy gave off a foul intent, and when Jose gazed into his eyes, he no longer saw white sclera and black irises, but instead the irises were a golden yellow color and his sclera was a pitch black color. Naruto then felt the impact of Jose's fist with his stomach and he rose slightly off of the ground. Another punch sent him skyward before a double rising kick sent him to the ceiling. Naruto hovered in the air, gasping as he was forced to catch his breath from the blows to his diaphragm. However, Due to this momentary pause in action, Jose was able to leap above Naruto and his hands glowed with magic energy. Dark Beam. The guild master said calmly before the concentrated blast of magic energy slammed into Naruto's body and sent him to the ground. Naruto grunted in pain before spitting out the little bit of blood that escaped his mouth from the internal bleeding. He looked down at his person and saw that his cloak and undershirt had the entire area where his left torso was and the sleeve had been torn off from the blast. He snarled as he looked up at the hovering Jose Porla. You've asked me what I am. Now I believe the question is what are you? A man who gained access to the true secrets of dark magic. I now have the ability to augment my skills to a level that no other mage is capable of. I'm confident that I could even defeat that old fool Makarov with it. Jose said as he cracked his joints. The significant rise in your power will prove troublesome. Naruto said. With a sigh, he continued speaking. Very well, it is very rare I get to reveal my true power against an opponent actually worth the fight. Jose's eyes widened at that. You mean, this isn't your true strength? Of course not. My food and an energy make are just the main magics that I use when fighting those I see as unworthy to see my true power. However, you Jose Porla are one of the few who will see my power in action, and actually be worth it. Looks like Kurama was right. A wizard saint is truly a worthy opponent. I can't afford to hold back any longer. Naruto thought before closing his eyes. Jose snarled. And you think I will just let you unleash this power like in some anime? I will not obey the laws of anime. Jose roared before unleashing numerous blasts of purple-black magic energy at his opponent. Naruto quickly jumped back and performed acrobatic feats that only someone of his flexibility level could achieve to avoid the blasts. He then spun as he saw another beam fly towards him before forming a Rasengan in his hand. Energy Make. Rasendangan. The spiraling sphere of energy flew forth like a bullet and impacted with the blast and caused a cloud of Eternano to appear. Naruto smirked as his enhanced vision saw through the cloud and he spotted Jose bursting through the cloud and heading towards him. The blonde chuckled, then he dropped onto all fours. Insert music. Fairy Tale Toki Hinata. Too late, Naruto said. Jose's eyes widened before a large burst of magic escaped Naruto's body. Blue and black magic energy swirled to life as an aura of the energy formed due to its high-level output. The magic flickered like flames as it surrounded the blonde. His claws got sharper, his canines appeared far more carnivorous than before and his hair appeared wilder. Jose gritted his teeth as he tried to resist the winds generated from the magic energy as he was slowly being forced backwards, but the proximity to the magic energy sent his flying back quite a far distance away from his opponent. The magic then exploded outwards from Naruto's body in the form of a dome and said dome then began to expand in size and the whole guild complex began to shake and shudder. The dome of magic vanished from view as it receded back into Naruto's body. Jose remained hovering in the air and looked down at the blonde. A few seconds passed, but to Jose it seemed like hours before the unmoving Dragonslayer snapped his head upwards. Shining white eyes stared into Jose's golden yellow ones. I'll slaughter you human. Prepare to die. Naruto's voice spoke with a hard edge to it. He roared and the force of the magic-infused sound wave caused a shock wave that blew out the entirety of the walls of the third floor of the Robo Guild mecha. The support pillars flew out along with the walls and the floor above them began to fall down on top of them. Both combatants looked up at the falling top floor before they glared at one another. The Dragonslayer and the Guild Master flew at one another and shock waves flew forth from the point of collision between each and every one of their blows. They punched through the falling ceiling, floor of the fourth floor and continued to clash against one another. Jose sent a blast of magic at Naruto, but the Apocalypse Dragonslayer quickly took the magic for his own as his inhaled it before his hands became coated in the black and blue magic of his draconian father. Mokushiryu no Hakai Sum. He brought down the pair of claws upon Jose and the Guild Master crossed his arms and took the blow. A cry of pain escaped his lips as the claws tore off parts of the flesh of his forearms before a powerful kick made him cough up blood and spittle. Mokushiryu no Shinkyaku. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer flew after his opponent, but as he was about to bring down his claws once more, Jose reached out and grabbed his opponent's wrists, halting the strike before slamming a magic-infused knee into the blonde's stomach. Naruto coughed as the wind was removed from his lungs. Two more knee strikes had the blonde spitting out a bit of blood before Jose kicked Naruto skywards. Shade Magic. Wraith. A giant shade construct formed out of Jose's magic seal that he formed and the wraith released a high-pitched scream as if it were a banshee. The wraith was about twice the size of Arya of the element 4 if one were to look for a comparison. The wraith then launched itself at Naruto's hovering form, but just before its claws could sink into Naruto, a pulse of Dragonslayer magic escaped Naruto's jaws as he roared in retaliation. Jose raised his arms, but hissed when he felt the pain from the torn muscles from Naruto's earlier attack. Jose then coated his arms with shade magic, shadow claws so as to act as a form of protection and the adrenaline and magic aimed to dull the pulsing pain. The two then flew at each other and crashed their fists and feet against each other, matching blow for blow before they crashed powerful blows to each other's faces that sent them soaring away from each other. However, they both recovered fairly quickly. Naruto inhaled deeply and his chest swelled to a great size before a great magic seal with the image of Aknologia formed in front of his jaws. Jose concentrated a large amount of magic into his hands, the swirl of magic growing larger and larger in size. Mokushiryu no Hoko. Dead wave. A great beam of black and dark blue magic forced its way from Naruto's jaws as Jose released a glowing violet beam that took on the image of a giant skull spirit of some sort. The two attacks neared each other and time seemed to slow down before they impacted. A devastating shock wave formed as the two attacks pushed against one another, the two struggling for dominance. Naruto's eyes glowed brightly before he forced his attack to move forward and Jose could feel his attack being pushed back no matter how hard he tried to fight it off. Jose was saved however due to the fact that the colliding magic energies began to fuse at the point of their contact and the two energies lost their stability and a mighty explosion of blue, black and violet erupted forth like a giant pillar that blew apart the entirety of the third floor of the Robo Guild Mecha. Outside, Fairy Tail Guildhouse, Magnolia City. Taurus skated along the ice before jumping atop the land outside the Fairy Tail Guild that had overlooked the sea, now facing the Phantom Lord Guild's Robo Guild Mecha. Thanks, Taurus. Lucy smiled at her celestial spirit as the muscular, bipedal cow rested her down along with an unconscious Natsu. Anything to help Lucy's sexy body. Taurus swooned as he gazed at Lucy's breasts. The blonde sweat dropped and did a forced resealing and sent Taurus back to the spirit world. She sighed before glancing down at Natsu and moved aside a few stray hairs from his forehead. Thanks for coming for me, Natsu. She smiled at the sleeping Dragonslayer before she noticed something. It was quiet. She turned around and saw all the Fairy Tail members laying down, panting in exertion as they sat on their asses. However, it was because of this that she was suspicious. The shades were gone, but her eyes widened as she stared at the ruined remains of their leveled guildhouse. She continued to stare, wondering just what the hell happened while they were gone. They were much too wrapped up in the guild war to have taken notice of the guild's state of being made of just wood, but now that wooden structure was reduced to splinters and driftwood. She was snapped out of her thoughts as she heard a splash and turned to see Gray standing with Juvia and said Water Dragonslayer was holding her iron-affiliated counterpart over her shoulder. Gray, back away. She's with Phantom Lord, Lucy exclaimed as she gripped her power pole. Gray held up his hands and he stood in front of Juvia in a slightly protective manner. It's okay, Lucy. Juvia's not going to fight, Gray said as he walked up to the blonde. Lucy gripped her staff a bit tighter as Juvia walked out from behind Gray only for her to see the blue-haired Dragonslayer resting her guildmate on the ground. Why does she have him? Lucy asked, prodding her head in Gajiel's direction on the ground. Juvia has agreed to a necessary ceasefire because Juvia and Gray-sama are both too drained to fight any longer. As for why we have Gajiel-san, Juvia saw Gajiel-san fall from the third floor of the Robo Guild Mecha and Juvia saved him because Gajiel-san is Juvia's friend. The daughter of Levia then looked at Lucy, glancing over at her. Is your name Shiva? Lucy tilted her head in confusion as Juvia's question. No, I'm Lucy, she said pointing at herself. I'm a fairy tale mage like Gray. Juvia's eyes narrowed as she looked at the smile the blonde sent at Gray, her eyes narrowing further when Gray returned the smile. You love Gray-sama. Juvia does not accept that Gray-sama has so many women lusting after him. She doesn't lust after me, she doesn't even like me in that way. We're just friends, Gray said. Lucy is to be Juvia's love rival as well. Juvia will not lose to Shiva and Lucy-san. Lucy felt as if lightning struck her brain, her mind shattered in shock as she saw the look of absolute rival-based hatred aimed towards her. Juvia growled as she hugged Gray's arm as if she were claiming him for herself, which she was. However, she let go when the blue-haired girl looked Lucy up and down. Glancing down at her own self, Juvia then cupped her breasts before going over by Lucy and the blonde's eyes widened when Juvia cupped her breasts. Juvia then smirked as she went back over by Gray who staring with an equally shocked expression. Juvia has bigger breasts than Lucy-san. Gray-sama will like me better, Juvia said as she lay her head on Gray's shoulder. Gray's eyebrow twitched as he shifted away from the girl. You like her? Lucy asked with a raised eyebrow. Juvia turned and glared at Gray, her pupils turning slitted and her canines bared causing Gray to sweat profusely out of fear as he didn't know how to respond since if he said yes he would be hugged to death, if he said no he'd be maimed. Poor Gray fullbuster, trapped between breasts in a hard place. Never mind, Lucy said shaking her hand up and down. Oi, Elfman. Man. The white-haired Strauss male turned to Lucy with a nod. Elfman, what happened to all the shades that Jose sent? Well, after they destroyed the guild house by making this big jelly blob thing. Lucy, Juvia and Gray sweat dropped at the muscle-bound man's description. We fought it back and it began to disperse back into its smaller form. We then made a comeback when Nei-chan decided to join the fight and used an illumination Lacrima to stun them and give us the chance to counterattack. Mirajan gave a thumbs up as she was mentioned. After we began fighting them off, They suddenly froze and then they all disappeared. We don't know why, Elfman said. Silence filled the area as they watched the area that used to be Fairy Tale. The silence was then destroyed as a massive explosion was heard. They turned to see a small figure get blown out of the wall of the third floor of the mecha, a tiny black speck that hovered in the air before it flew back in. What was that? Wakaba and Macau asked. All of the Fairy Tale mages and Juvia couldn't believe their ears as they heard a numerous amount of explosions and they saw bits of rubble explode out of the walls and then the entirety of the third floor of the Robo Guild mecha had been blown out. The walls flew through the air and slammed into the ice that Gray had created during his battle with Juvia, breaking it apart. The snowy weather covered the fallen piece of infrastructure. Several more loud booms followed afterwards before a giant flash of dark blue, black and purple filled the fourth floor when it fell to the area where the third floor had once been. The entire thing glowed before shattering apart and the rubble fell to the ice below, some of the larger pieces breaking through it and landing in the waters. Two black specks floated in the air, but they could easily see and feel the magic energy being released from the two persons, or rather the two monsters, that fought above them. One was blue and black, the other was a dark violet. Master Jose is fighting, Juvia exclaimed. But against who? Gray asked. Most likely the Ogano Fujin. Everyone turned at the introduction of the new voice and their eyes widened as they saw a red-furred kitsune the size of a horse, its three tails holding onto one different person. Urza, Totomaru and Monsieur Saul. Anabi Myobu. Gray, Lucy and Juvia exclaimed. The other Fairy Tale members stared in shock and prepared to stand, but they were forced back down when a sudden wave of killing intent passed through their area. I would be against attacking me if I were you, Kurama said. You are weak from fighting the shades and you too. He stared at Lucy and Gray. Have just fought me and you know very well that the power gap between us is still very large. If you wish to fight, I will fight you, but know that I will not be as merciful as I was in that little test match. Not to mention I have your little red-haired friend as a potential hostage. Gray and Lucy swallowed the lumps that formed in their throats. Let Urza go, Lucy yelled, though pleading would have been the better term to use. Kurama raised the tail that held an unconscious Urza Scarlet, staring at her for a moment before shrugging. He tossed the red-haired woman through the air and a weakened Macau and Wakaba managed to grab her out of the air. Why did you keep them alive? Gray asked. Because we see them as useful. Totomaru and Monsieur Saul have the possibility to be potential minions of ours. Kurama grinned widely, his sharp teeth making everyone who hadn't seen them before shiver with the image as to how much blood may have stained those mandibles. And Urza? Lucy asked. Urza Scarlet is someone who will be useful as well. She serves as a nice little sword partner for the Fujin because since she possesses that flaming sword of hers that won't be cut by Excalibur or Ascalon, it would be an interesting way to test his sword skills even though he does outclass her currently, but better to know your limits than not know them at all. And, oh, you hurt me with your mistrust, he said placing a paw against his chest, mock hurt present on his face. However, even if there were an ulterior motive present, one that the Fujin is unaware of since this motive is of my own design, I wouldn't be obligated to tell you humans. Tension filled the air as the massive kitsune sat atop his perch on one of the remaining wooden supports that Lackey had made to replace the destroyed guild house, his crimson eyes making all the Fairy Tale mages look down as they were unable to keep eye contact with the demonic fox for long. A humongous shock wave then caught everyone's attention as Jose and Naruto collided in the air once more. It will be over soon, Kurama muttered. Snowy skies over Fairy Tale. His pants were reduced to shorts and the entirety of his shirt and even the Wizard Saint badge had been destroyed in the carnage of the son of Minato and Kushina's rampage. Jose panted, his arms shaking rather rapidly. The amount of times he used his arms had been more than he had ever used them in his lifetime. His rib area was stained purple and black from the bruises and from the way he winced as he touched them, he could tell a few had been broken from the blonde's harsh kicks. The burn marks from his Rasengan attacks marred his stomach and one on his back was particularly red as the attack had shredded the flesh. Blood flowed from his burst lip and a large stream flowed from the wound on his forehead. Lacerations from the wind-based attacks covered his body and the entirety of his shirt had been torn apart leaving him bare-chested. His hair tie that he used earlier had been cut off long before and the man's long violet hair now flowed freely in the wind though it was partially stained with red. Blood flowed down Naruto's forehead and near his right eye, a slash would having cut his hairline there. The blonde locks became stained with crimson blood that mixed in well with the streaks of red he had inherited from his mother's genes. Similar slash wounds marred his bare chest as Jose's claw attacks had torn away what remained of his cloak and his undershirt. Although the seal his biological parents gave him had served to heal his body, the fatigue and the dull aching of the sensation of pain still remained from the attacks. His latest wound, a broken nose from a punch to the face, glowed red from the seal's effects as it snapped back into place before he snorted out the blood that clogged his nostrils. A thin trail of blood formed from his previously burst lip and he was panting heavily. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden my name. Naruto and Jose slammed their fist against each other, their claws of pure magic and shadow respectively, colliding with destructive force. Jose slashed at Naruto's head, but the blonde ducked, a few strands of his blonde hair floating in the wind as a show to how quickly Jose had struck and how quickly he had come to taking off the white-eyed Dragonslayer's head. Naruto then pushed up through his legs and went for an uppercut to the chest, but Jose crossed his arms and caught the blow before throwing Naruto away. Naruto tumbled through the air before regaining his bearings and then slashed the air, sending arcs of wind and magic flying at his opponent. Arcs of shadow met the wind arcs in midair, causing a ripple in the air from the dissipation of both attacks. The two then flew at each other and crashed their foreheads against another, but then Naruto grabbed Jose by his shoulders and slammed his knee into the man's stomach, right where the Rasengan had hit him, earning a loud cry of pain from the purple hair man. Another knee strike sent Jose skyward and Naruto flew up after him to deliver an uppercut to the chin, but Jose leaned back and slammed a crushing blow to the ribs before speeding forth to fly around his opponent and slashing the blonde's back with his claws of shadow. A roar of pain erupted from Naruto's throat before slammed his elbow into Jose's chest, the sternum creaking within the Phantom Lord Master's chest cavity. Jose countered with a stab to the chest, but Naruto's own magic-coated claws blocked them and sparks of Eternano flew forth from the collision. Jose then aimed to slash at Naruto with his left claws, but Naruto twisted and redirected the claws to miss before slamming an elbow against Jose's chin, knocking the man's head back as his jaws crashed together with a resounding clack. Jose flipped as he leaned backwards from the blow, and the toe of his boot found Naruto's jaw and returned the favor of having one lower jaw meet the upper one quite harshly. The two combatants growled as one another as they recovered and began attacking each other with fast blows. Kicks and fists, claws and magic blasts flew through the air as they climbed higher into the atmosphere. The adrenaline increased and their body temperatures began to drop as they rose into the clouds where the harsh, frigid winds swirled around them. Small particles of frost developed along the hairs of their arms. Dead wave. Jose roared as he sent the attack at Naruto. Naruto ducked before spinning around. Mokushiryu no Shippo. The tail came to life, sprouting from Naruto's tailbone and sliced through the air. Jose ducked beneath it before slashing the air, and arcs of shadow magic energy went towards Naruto. The blonde inhaled and ate the magic energy before crossing his magic-encased arms, so his claws blocked Jose's when he had rushed towards Naruto, having used the claw slashes as a potential distraction tactic. Jose was then kicked in the stomach, sending him backwards. Now, Naruto burst forth and crashed his fist into Jose's stomach before twisting and slamming the side of hand against the physically older man's face. Jose's body twisted with the blow and Naruto grabbed him before he could escape and snaked his left arm underneath Jose's right armpit and bent it at a 90-degree angle so that Jose's lay in the vertex of the bend. Naruto then grabbed Jose's wrist with his right hand and pushed it down with amazing forcing. The arm muscle bent beyond its limit and the muscle tore apart, leaving the arm useless as it fell limply to the side. Mokushiryu no Kuroi Kiba. An image of Acnologia's head formed, fangs bared, and Naruto crashed it down upon Jose's face, sending him rocketing to the earth. Jose sent numerous blasts of magic at Naruto using his usable left hand, but Naruto avoided them all as flew down after Jose's falling form. Mokushiryu no Soso. Twin spears of pure magic, similar to Acnologia's twin spear-like tail, and Naruto swung his hands forward. Jose could only blink as a flash of black and blue crossed his vision, and suddenly he felt rather light. Red splashed across and the pain registered almost immediately after as he saw his arms floating above him before being burnt into nothing as Naruto's magic seemed to eat away at them. A devastating kick then met his chest and the man zoomed down at a rapid pace. Jose fell down through the open area of his Robo-Guild mecha and slammed through the second floor and landed harshly on the first floor, a small crater forming from the impact. A small dust cloud obscured his vision and a pool of blood formed around him as the blood vessels leaked from where his arms used to be. Naruto hovered to a lower altitude and held out his arms. An aura of magic surrounded his body and then the aura coated over him, changing his skin from tan to black with layered scale-like markings and blue patterns that were akin to wisps of flame. His eyes shone brighter as he descended at a much faster pace. Apocalypse Udoribu, Apocalypse Drive. Naruto snarled. I've never used this attack outside of training with Two-san, it's time I perform it. Energy make. Rasengan. He muttered. The Rasengan swirled to life before Naruto placed his other hand over the Rasengan. Black and blue magic swirled to life and the wind spun rapidly around his orb-shaped attack. The Rasengan grew in size, its stability being assured as the Dragonslayer magic coated it like a shell. The wind magic then expanded from the core of the Rasengan and it stretched out to form four curved blade-like protrusions. The blade-like protrusions then began to rotate around the orb, gaining speed with every rotation until it gained the look of a giant spinning shuriken with the Rasengan at its core. Jose stared in awe as he watched the ceiling above be shredded from merely the winds generated by the move. Nothing but dust particles remained as he watched Naruto hold the technique high above his head. A loud screeching sound came from the technique. Jose Porla. Stare into the depths of hell as I end your pathetic life. Naruto growled. The shuriken then expanded as the black and blue aura of his Dragonslayer magic outlined the shuriken, giving it the appearance that it was a mixture of light and darkness. A move of my own design, my ultimate Fuden spell. It cannot be blocked as it shreds everything it touches into nothing. Behold the might of a unison raid performed at the hands of the dragon. Naruto gave a bestial roar that sounded deafening to all that heard him as he thrust his arm backwards and threw the shuriken forth. The shuriken tore through the air, and true to its user's words, anything that was caught within the winds it produced from its high-velocity spinning and its diameter was reduced to nothing as they were destroyed by disintegration. Ichi nin no otoko unison raid. Psycho Fuuton. Jose released tears of fear as the attack neared him. The last words he would hear would be the name of the attack that killed him as they resounded throughout the atmosphere. Rasen's Hurricane. However, as his life flashed before his eyes, Jose could only utter 3 words that escaped his lips. However, the sound of Naruto's spell drowned him out and they were carried off by the winds. The Rasenshuriken slammed down into the ground of the first floor of Jose's Robo-Guild mecha and sliced into Jose's body before the screeching it released became louder and the shuriken expanded outwards as a dome of wind and magic that destroyed everything it touched. The dome encompassed the first floor, then the remains of the second floor until the entirety of the Robo-Guild mecha was covered in the flash of magic energy that it created. The light generated was so bright it appeared as if the sun had returned once more. A powerful shock wave and burst of wind flew forth from the dome like a pulse of power to showcase the awesomeness of the attack before it died down. Naruto hovered in the air, taking deep breaths of air, his shining white eyes staring down at the area where his attack had once been. There was nothing left. Not a single speck of dust had been spared from the might of the ultimate wind spell, and a large hole had formed where the sea had been parted and the ice disintegrated. The water then swirled around as it began to refill the hole. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer snarled as his white eyes shone, turning to face the fairy tale mages below. His latest prey, the next he would kill. However, as he moved, his body suddenly shuddered as if he were under a seizure. The shining white eyes then began to flicker, one eye then became blue while the other remained pure white. Give me my body back, asshole. Naruto grunted, his blue eye glancing to the right where his white eye remained shining. Naruto's gritted teeth then became a snarl as the Dragonslayer personality spoke this time. The more this occurs, the greater we will be brought into the realm of insanity. Keep in mind if you truly wish to accept our human side, Naruto. Though we said our mental stability will remain in check, the words we were told by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki are proving to be true. Our mind is eroding due to the conflict between myself and your repressed human side. I will return to the mindscape, but in the end, I will seize control and the dragon's blood will become dominant in your veins. Naruto chuckled darkly, clutching his right. Naruto grunted in pain as if he were trying to force something through as his skull throbbed. His brain felt like it was on fire, and then as the white glow vanished and his blue irises returned to the world once more, he seemed to have a blank look on his face. He hung there limply in the air as his brain seemed to have severed all connections with the rest of his body. Naruto shook his head to get rid of the fatigue he was feeling, the adrenaline beginning to wane from his body. Naruto then sniffed the air and turned to where Kurama was. Naruto flew down to where he smelled Kurama, but as he got closer and closer to his canine partner, he froze. Looking up at him were eyes laced with fear, anger, awe, surprise and every single other emotion you could think of to describe the sight of seeing the most powerful man you could possibly imagine, who had just killed a wizard saint and destroyed an entire guild structure with a single spell. Wide-eyed all stared at him, Kurama especially. Naruto was covered in blood, his skin bearing no scars, but the sweat and heavy breathing was enough to show that he was not exactly free of his oxygen debt. They are seeing him. They saw his face. A crimson blur rocketed throughout the crowd of Fairy Tail members and he quickly ran towards the Fairy Tail members. With a snarl, Kurama leapt at Wakaba and Mikao and grabbed the back of their heads and slammed them harshly into the ground. The 2 senior members of Fairy Tail didn't even see the attack coming as Kurama quickly moved. A tail wrapped around Elfman, Kana and Mirajan, squeezing tightly around their necks so that the lack of blood flow to the brain forced them into unconsciousness. He then threw them aside, hitting Mickey Chicken Tiger and a few other members with a full body tackle, and when he finished with them he looked at Gray, Lucy and Juvia before his eyes narrowed. Forget, he said as his eyes glowed and his hypnotic gaze bored into their eyes. Gray, Lucy and Juvia fell under the spell of Kurama's genjutsu ability and their eyes grew heavy before they fell unconscious. He sprouted another tail to give him a grand total of 4 and grabbed Juvia and Gajeel. With the 3 surviving Element 4 members and Gajeel in hand, Kurama ran up next to Naruto. Let's go, Naruto. Kurama grabbed Naruto and the 2 turned to leave since Naruto was a bit low on magic energy to fly, but before the 2 could leave a gigantic hand landed down in front of them. Kurama and Naruto stared with wide eyes as they glanced to see one angry Makarov Drayar. Ogonna Fujin and Anabi Myobu. A vein pulsed on the elderly man's forehead as he was clad in his wizard saint cloak. What did you do to my children? I knocked them out. They saw what should not have been seen, so I struck a specific nerve bundle in the temple that is linked to the memory core of the brain, and so they will forget everything that happened from the past 5 minutes or so. I was in a rush because I could have hit harder and wiped their memories clean. I used my genjutsu ability on your ice mage and the celestial spirit one, since I won't take chances with ones who have a personal vendetta against my partner. Kurama replied with a glare. Makarov gave a roar as he increased his size to the size of 2 elephants before bringing down his 2 fists. Kurama and Naruto stared at the massive fists before leaping back. Naruto panted as he grabbed his right arm when he used it to stop his skidding movement. Kuso. The muscle feels torn, but why isn't the seal healing it? Naruto thought as he glanced at his arm. He then sent a blast of wind at Makarov, but the Titan of Fairy Tail didn't budge. My magical system is too slow in recovery. I can't do anything. Insert music. One Piece Mother C. Fujin. Makarov called out. Naruto looked at the gray-haired man, and Makarov could only gaze in shock at the resemblance the young man had to his deceased friend and fellow wizard saint. He looks just like, but that's possible. All of them, even the children, none of them survived, but this magic signature. It feels just like Minato's, but why? Makarov chose to ignore the thought before the true question he had on his mind was vocally expressed. What happened to Gildarts? I was not told what happened to him. What happened to my ace? He said as he slammed his hands on the ground. What happened to the man I saw as my own child? What happened to my son? Naruto stared coldly at Makarov, and Makarov met it with an even more ice-cold glare. Makarov Drayar, your ace battled me in an effort to make me atone for the alleged sin of making his nakama cry and bleed. He aimed to pay me back by defeating me and make me beg for mercy, but in the end I took it upon myself to defend my honor and pride, and so I dealt with him. What do you? I killed him. I took off his left arm and his left leg, and I left him to bleed out on the seas of fury. Naruto said. Makarov's eyes lost their glow and he fell to his knees, his form shrinking back to its original size as the will to fight left his body, his mind appearing as if lightning had struck it and separated its link to all of his body. Tears lined his eyes and they fell as streams, collecting at the base of his chin and dropped to the ground as droplets. My child. You killed my child. Makarov said softly as he felt as if a lump had caught itself in his throat. Naruto stared at the broken-looking man before turning away with Kurama, hopping atop the red-furred kitsune's back. Kurama then began to walk away and Naruto glanced back, pulling slightly on Kurama's fur as a way to tell the fox to stop. Kurama glanced up at Naruto and the blonde Dragonslayer's gaze continued to look at Makarov. Naruto held his hand to his chest as he felt a constricting feeling, as if somebody took strings around his heart and begged him to tug on them. Naruto took a deep breath before his eyes shifted back to cold and unforgiving, his heart hardening once more. It sickens me, Makarov Drayar. You see your guild members as family, a connection that I see is nothing more than a way to satisfy the fact that you most likely lost your own. Your wife would be dead by now, your child and grandchild are not even present for the moment when the guild is in its most desperate time. Your son Iwan is a traitor and your grandson is a someone with a stick shoved up his ass from what I've heard. If you can't keep your biological family together, Makarov, then I fail to see how you would be capable of keeping together this figurative one here. Naruto said. If you don't want this to happen again, then stay out of my way and I may or may not stay out of yours depending on how I feel about it. Naruto sighed as he looked around at the unconscious Fairy Tail members. Honestly, I'm too drained to even resort to killing you and your guild mates, but I won't kill them even if I wanted to. Because, Makarov Drayar, you must learn that your children will fight. They will get hurt and some may even killed in their battles. Until you learn to accept the cruel reality of the world that death is probably the only true godly entity and the concept of a perfect life is nothing but a lie, then you will never be able to hold your family together. Learn to accept the fact that your children will be knocked down, they will bleed, and in certain matters, they may not be able to get up after having been knocked down because they would have died. Let's go. Kurama nodded at Naruto's command and then took off trotting before taking off at full speed, an ember of crimson flame being all that remained of the Onabi Myobu and Ogano Fujin's presence. Makarov remained silent as he looked around, as if staring at the image of his own personal hell. The sky blackened, snow and wind blowing down from the heavens. His guild members, his children, his family, the ones he swore to protect with his very lifeblood were laying as if they were dead, though they were just unconscious, and some were bleeding. His guild house, the one he helped build under Purito, the second guild master, the master before him, was now nothing but a bunch of splintered wood. Makarov dragged himself to an unconscious Urza's body and propped her up so that he held her within his arms. His tear fell on her white blouse-covered chest. He embraced the wielder of Caliburn tightly as if he were afraid she would disappear. He then looked up. Gildarts. I hope you found peace wherever you are. I just can't believe your daughter never got to tell you that she was here with you all this time. He glanced at Kana. Makarov sobbed and he clutched Urza a bit tighter. I'm so sorry, my child. Forgive your parent for bringing this calamity. 2 days later. Phantom Lord Guild, Oak Town, Fariy. The sun shone brightly in the sky. The people of Oak Town smiled as they carried out their usual business. Children happily played in the streets with each other or with their pets. However, the morning sun cast its light upon the castle that was Phantom Lord's guild house, but no matter how much light it gave off, the inside of the guild would remain dimly lit. To Phantom Lord, this a note from the Magic Council expressing our feelings and decisions towards the event that occurred 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the guild master of Phantom Lord and member of the 10 Wizard Saints, Jose Porla, took it upon himself to carry out an illegal act and carry out a guild war against the guild of Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale. Your master's whereabouts are unknown, but we are looking for him, but it is presumed that he was KIA, killed in action during the war as Makarov Drayar, the master of Fairy Tale may have hinted at the inclusion of a third party in the war. As a result of your master's arrogance and his foolish actions, we have no choice but to have Phantom Lord be disbanded and no longer be registered as an active guild. If Phantom Lord does not comply and they continue to carry out their actions as a guild, they will be labeled as a dark guild and all members are therefore seen in the eyes of the Magic Council and in the eyes of bounty hunters to be viable for arrest and being brought it for bounties. Remove your guild's banner and also a member of the Rune Knights will come at the end of the week to remove your guild stamps from your bodies. Also, all resources that were gained from the Magic Council are to be destroyed or removed from the guild premises, preferably the former option. Any actions done or words said and or written by the members of the disbanded guild of Phantom Lord are not held accountable by the Magic Council and so what you all choose to do from here on out is of your own free will as the Magic Council will have no part in it. The Rune Knights will return at the end of the week to ensure that you have fulfilled the necessary instructions. Thank you for your cooperation. Magic Council Fariy Branch, 2nd Seat, Org. The members of Phantom Lord were all gathered around the table, reading the message that the Rune Knight Squadron had given to them earlier this morning, personally. So that's it, huh? One mage of the now disbanded Phantom Lord said. Is Master Jose really dead? A second added. We have no master, no guild, no power whatsoever and I for one do not want to be labeled as a dark mage or a criminal. Another said. What are we going to go? Silence formed at the end of the question and they all looked to each other. Their eyes showed them to be akin to lost children. What were they do? As one of them said before, they had no leader to lead them, they had no guild left to serve so they had no influence on the population to gain any sort of support and no power to use since if they did use their magic they'd be labeled as dark mages and be hunted by the council for illegal activity. They all suddenly jumped up when they heard a loud knocking on the door. The Phantom Lord members all looked at each other with nervous looks until one brave soul, a young muscular man walked out of the crowd of mages and ventured towards the door. As he reached the handle, he slowly pulled it open, the wooden door creaking as it opened just a crack. However, just as it opened, the door was kicked in and the man was sent spiraling through the air in a rather comical fashion. Not again. He groaned in his mind before slamming face flat against the stone walls of the castle complex. The doors then parted and the Phantom Lord members stared in fear, but leaning more towards shock as they saw the Ogano Fujin and Anabi Mayobu walking through their doors and into the castle-like complex. Naruto had been able to fully recuperate from the fight over the 2 days it took to reach from Magnolia Town to Oak Town and was now clean and properly dressed in what may be considered his uniform. A pair of black boots, a fresh pair of long black pants and a long-sleeved dark blue t-shirt he wore beneath the large trench coat. Attached to the neck of his undershirt was his trademark face mask that covered the lower part of his face. The hood of his cloak was pulled up so only small spikes of golden hair peeked through and his blue eyes shone in the darkness of the shadows the cloak made. His golden flame necklace dangled from around his neck. Kurama then stretched out his tails and laid down the 3 Element 4 members and Gajila on the ground, both still unconscious from the Guild War's activities. The Phantom Lord members gasped as they looked at their unconscious executive members and bent around them, looking them over. They are alive, Kurama stated. A wave of relief washed over them before one female member turned to the 2 SS-class criminals. And what of Master Jose? Is he really? Kurama nodded in response to the question. He's dead. Who did it? Another member asked. I did, Naruto said as he took a step forward. The guild members all stared in shock at the blonde man before angrily glaring at him. Why the hell would you do that? He was our master. Why would you do this? How did you kill a powerful man like our master? Naruto raised a hand and released small amount of killing intent. Silence fell over them as the cold sapphire orbs of the golden-haired Dragonslayer stared at them. It was a matter of tactical planning I took into account over the months before this war even began. In the earlier months I had met with Water Dragon and Iron Dragon. He looked down at the 2 unconscious Dragonslayers. During that time, I made them into my subordinates through a method that I am quite proud of due to it being of my own design, but due to being enlightened by the fact that I was disliked heavily for it, it is a method I will use only a disciplinary method. Anyway, as I had taken the 2 of them to be my subordinates, I had them relay information regarding every single war plan that Jose had with regards to the battle against Fairy Tale. Due to granting me all this sort of information, I was presented with the opportunity to take down Jose, and I took advantage of said opportunity. Naruto explained. Due to Water Dragon and Iron Dragon having given me the schematics on your Robo Guild mecha, the Onabi was capable of disarming the technological marvel's ability to change into its armored mecha form and thus neutralize its transforming ability. Also, I knew that Fairy Tail would be capable of having members able to stand up against the element 4 and even Gajeel Red Fox. His largest piece of weaponry was now hulking piece of metal with no real purpose other than to be a stronghold, and his executive members had all been neutralized without any effort being done on my part, and so with this in mind I struck. I killed Jose Porla, and when that was over and done with I returned here with these surviving members because you were all of some use to me as liabilities and assets in my venture to create a spy network. A spy network? They asked with their heads tilted in confusion. Yes, a spy network. Naruto replied with a nod. Due to myself and the Onabi Myobu being a pair of wanderers, I would require information regarding the events that occur within Fariy. In order to carry this out, I would require a large labor force, a workforce if you will, since I now see labor force as maybe being too strong a term to use in this context. Anyway, with respect to that, I have come here to request you all join me in my spy network. Why are you telling us this? I was told recently that honesty is method that is most effective in recruiting members into my ranks. I aim to take you all under my wing and have you become my spies throughout Fariy. Truth be told, I do aim to expand to as far as the Pengrand Kingdom, but it is best to start small, I believe. With this honesty, I am also told that it will allow for me to gain the trust of my subordinates in a much quicker and easier manner, allowing for a more efficient workforce, and so it will allow for a greater amount of productivity. Naruto answered. I was also told that mercy in the form of a democratic manner of choosing would be best, so I will present you all with two choices. Let me guess. A Phantom Lord woman interrupted. You're going to have choose either to join and serve you as your spies in this spy network of yours or die right. If you're going to bribe us with terms like that, it's best you just kill us all now. None of us are willing to join with a person who rather see us bleed out on the ground. You'd probably exploit us anyway, taking advantage of the fact that you have under your thumb since we're in a bad state right now, and then when you're done, you'd kill us anyway. The other guild members voiced their opinions as well. The voice grew quite loud, growing louder and louder until it was enough to wake the 4 unconscious Phantom Lord members. What happened? Gajeel groaned as he looked around. Oh non. This headache is really not very good for me, Monsieur Saul said as he scratched his head of green hair. When did we get back to the guild? What happened? Totomaru asked with a tired look on his face from now getting up from his sleep. Juvia is back in the guild. Where is Gray-sama? Juvia wonders what happened because Juvia is very confused. Can someone explain to Juvia please? The guild member grunts nodded and responded to their superior members. They explained the contents of the letter that had been personally delivered to them earlier in the morning regarding their disbandment, a case the 4 had already foreseen, and the conditions they had to apply to now that Phantom Lord was no longer a guild. They then moved on to explain about Naruto's tactics and how he used Juvia and Gajeel before explaining about the spy network. Well, that depends. What are these choices you are granting to us, Monsieur Fujin? Saul asked. Naruto glared at the grunts. Well, if I wasn't interrupted earlier, you all would have heard me say that the two choices you all have are that you were able to stay here and serve under me, or you can go out into the cold, dark world, alone. I have no use for insubordinate mages who will not listen to their commander's orders. Saul stroked his mustache. Well, your actions have proven to be quite brilliant. The fact that you were able to utilize all the elements at your disposal and snake your way into the war between the two most powerful guilds in all of Fariy, kill Jose Porla and our master who is also a wizard saint, and even come out victorious and in one piece is nothing short of amazing. Even managing to control Gajeel-san for your spying is a feat in itself. Yeah, it oi. The grunts snickered at the black-haired man before zipping their lips shut when his crimson eyes stared at them. Having lost his monocle when Lucy stamped the crap out of his face, Saul reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small stone circle with velvet on the insider as it opened up. Saul took out the monocle and placed it over his right eye before he began to do that weird bendy thing he did with his body, swaying from side to side like he were made of rubber. Also, looking at how it is very hard to see a downside to joining you since you have the appearance of a strict yet fair leader, the only one being that if the Magic Council manages to find us out we will be reduced to the status of criminal for allying ourselves with you. However, I will accept your offer and join you, Monsieur Fujin-sama. Naruto nodded at Saul before turning to Totomaru. Meh, he shrugged. The black-haired fire user smirked. It'll give me something to do. Getting back on the road and traveling to be a spy does sound rather cool. Plus, do you know how much babes I could get with that if I go to a bar and tell them that I'm a spy? Anyway, yeah sure, I'll join you. He offered Naruto a hand to shake, but the blonde merely batted it on the palm in a makeshift high five of some sort. Close enough. The black and white-haired man thought. Juvia and Gajil-san have already served under Fujin-san's command, and it was merely due to obligation that Juvia served Master Jose. Though Juvia did not like how Fujin-san planted the controlling seal of Juvia and Gajil-san at first, it was obvious to see how seriously you took your information gained as you were able to come out victorious in this war, and Juvia is now free of the seal. Juvia is thankful for that as well as Gajil-san. Juvia is more grateful though because Juvia never had someone trust her fully except for Gray-sama. Juvia said with a light blush. Juvia will remain with Fujin-san, but Juvia must request that she be stationed at Fairy Tail to act as the inside informant for that particular guild. Why Fairy Tail? Gajil asked, but his words didn't go answered as Naruto stalked towards Juvia. The blue-eyed Dragonslayer gulped as Naruto stopped in front of her, his large form easily dwarfing her own. She flinched as he raised his hand only for her to stare up at him as he rested his hand on her blue head of hair, her hat having been lost in her battle with Gray. Your request is granted, Water Dragon. I was looking to recruit you and Iron Dragon to be 2 inside men for Fairy Tail's branch of the legal guild area. I already have the guild Lamina scale with me as one member, it'd be beneficial to have you on Fairy Tail's side. Also, Iron Dragon, as for Juvia's reasoning to join Fairy Tail, well, I would respect her privacy. Naruto then bent down and whispered in Juvia's ears at a volume that only she could hear at. Just make sure you have the boy to yourself. Dragons are very protective of their mates, nay. Juvia turned red at that, glancing down at the floor and hastily scratching at the wood. Naruto then turned to Gajil. Gajil Red Fox, son of Metallicana, do you accept permission to be a spy within Fairy Tail's ranks? Gajil paused in thought. What would be an alternative? Magic Council spying, heading out to the other countries to spy on the developing economies and... Never mind, those sound boring. I'll stick with Fairy Tail. Gajil said with a wave of his hand. Plus I'll be able to take on Salamander on a daily basis as a bonus. And Juvia gets to see Gray-sama. Juvia swooned with hearts in her eyes. As Juvia began to wiggle on the ground like some odd-looking worm, a sight which made all sweat drop, Naruto looked over the Phantom Lord grunts. Alright, your executives have made their decisions. There are approximately 70 you in this army. It wouldn't matter, but I would suggest you stay as it makes it easier. However, those of you who wish to go, you make leave and no one will stop you. Naruto said. The ex-Phantom Lord members fidgeted and then 5 members left, leaving the blonde with a total of 65 former Phantom Lord mages. So what will we do? What do we get in return? A lanky, female member asked. Naruto nodded. An appropriate question. You will carry out missions of my choosing in locations of my choosing. You will receive incentives gained from my vast inheritance which I gained from my parent. This will allow you to purchase whatever you need to carry out the mission you are given. It will be enough to gain appropriate housing, food, and also enable you to get supplies that you may need to carry out your orders. You will follow these orders to the letter, and failure to do so will result in punishment. I have your sense, and so do Water Dragon and Iron Dragon, and so if you commit traitorous acts or acts of mutiny, both of which I do not tolerate, you will be killed. So, in a nutshell, you perform well, I don't rip your throat out. Understood. A simultaneous nod was given to him from the newest 69 official members of his spy network. Naruto then looked around at the castle and smirked. With Phantom Lord disbanded, by the end of the week, no one would have claim on this castle. So, the guild was his for the taking, and Naruto looked at Kurama with a smirk, Kurama returning it with a nod of approval. As of this day today, Phantom Lord and everything in it, was now in the hands of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze.